video introductions or anything today because I'm late. Latey McLate. You know, I usually play my intro video. How are we all doing, peeps? We are waiting for the professor. We're waiting for the professor. We are waiting for the professor. And Michelle Alexander. We're all running a little bit late, trying to feed our faces. I have been very busy in talks with someone that is going to come in and get interviewed in a couple of weeks' time. I'm very excited about it. Hi, Swift Beats. Hi, Yassine. How's it going? I'm just uploading a couple of things here. Bear with. I'm running very late. I was supposed to go live about 25 minutes ago. I'm running around like a blue-arsed fly, as they say. I believe that's the terminology. There might even be bits of spinach in my teeth. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't even know if I care. How are you all doing? Tell me how your day's going. What's happening? Why can't I find my other external doodads? I seem to have lost a hard drive on my listings. That's weird. Oh well. Never mind. It's not recognized. Don't forget Heather. Yeah. It's funny, isn't it? It's funny, isn't it? How Sid calls everybody else Helen, and and Helen gets called fucking Heather. And even Rev was at it the other day, calling people Helen. Craziness. Craziness. Do you know what? I think I've still got the remnants of yesterday's makeup on my face. What a scruffy bitch. What are y'all doing? I'm dying to tell you all about why I'm so excited, but I was hoping my cohorts would be here at the time when I tell you all about it. But hi Andy. I wanted to play a little video for you, but I don't think I'm allowed to play it. And the one that I've been given to play yet is 35 minutes long, so I won't be playing that. I might post it on my timeline, but I won't be playing it here. That was funny, wasn't it? Do you know the funniest thing, though? The funniest thing about that whole thing was I was creased, Doug and Ali were creased, Jim knew what he had done, right? And Peter was completely oblivious. Peter was too busy talking about his parka and how cold the weather was. I don't think he even noticed what Jim had said. You're arranging the beat you made. Nice. I'm having a chocolate biscuit and a cup of tea, even though I shouldn't be having chocolate biscuits. Oh, I'm just about to get caught. I'm just about to get caught eating a chocolate biscuit. It's the first one I've had for 3 days. I promise. You're muted, buddy. Do you know that? Hang on. Unmute you.
We look behind us here, and let's see if I have them handy here. Oh, yeah.
What have you got? What have you got?
Oh, jeez. No. Okay, she was good. She took them out of here. Nope.
Oh, man, are you talking about Girl Scout cookies? You said you had the Girl Scout cookies.
These are the remnants.
Hi, Pablo. Okay, now I don't feel so bad about having a wee Fox's Classic. Oh, try to resist the temptation.
This is us supporting the local Girl Scouts. 2 different ones, okay?
Oh, no.
And with these sitting right here, I haven't touched them in 2 days.
Well done, you. I'm proud of you. Genuinely.
Oh, Lordy. I'll put them right here next to me for the rest of the night.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry that I'm eating this in front. I thought I was going to get away with it before you came in. I didn't know you were going to come in just as I was munching it. I was desperate for something sweet with my cup of tea, and I'll log it on my MyFitness thing, so I'll be keeping tabs on what I'm eating.
No judgment here.
I know, but I feel like I've let you down because that was the whole point. Is I was meant to be supporting you, and I'm sitting eating chocolate in front of you.
That's okay. I
So
mean,
ready to listen to it in the marathon. Oh yeah, Swift Beats is doing his tunage.
we are adults, and we are allowed.
I know, bud. But
I think me not saying anything will probably grit on you more than me saying something. But that being said, I do have to fill my cup up. I have to get this guy washed out and ready to go.
Hey, matching mugs.
I would
Clink, clink, chink.
clink,
Yours.
clink.
I have got some very exciting news. I haven't even had a chance to tell you.
Okay.
Before we came in, I was waiting for Michelle to get here as well. I'm kind of a little bit like an excited kid. Hi, people coming in. How you doing? You catch us munching and talking and jumping up and down like a little kid. So I was just explaining that I had a little video that I wanted to show you. I've since found out that I might not be allowed to show you it, so I don't want to do that. But and the one I've been given that I am allowed to show is 35 minutes long, so I'm not showing that on this broadcast. No worries, Brenda. So hopefully Michelle will be along soon. Apparently she's cooking dinner as well. I think we all got caught out at the last minute trying to sort ourselves. I'll give it 5 minutes. And if she's not here, I'll share my news. And yeah,
keep them waiting.
One of those things where some of those things where you want to tell everybody, but then you're like, okay, if I tell everybody, this might jinx this thing.
Yeah.
So I don't want to jinx it, but then I'm like, fuck it. No, yeah, I know. No jinx. But I'm so excited. I'm super excited. How's your day been?
Can you drop any hints?
I'm about to drop hints, but I'll wait until... Well, is it okay. So the big hint is I'm going to be having a little chit-chat with someone, hopefully on Haps in 2 weeks' time.
Ah, okay.
So that's what it is I'm excited about, but I'm going to drop hints at who it might be.
Ooh, well, there's a lot of people that you can chin with on here. And you can scratch me off the list because we talk once a week at least. So that's...
It's not a Haps person.
Oh my.
Not yet. They might become a Haps person, but it's not a Haps person. Ooh. That was me being punished for eating the chocolate biscuit. It fell on my desk. Terrible.
Katrina, how you doing? Fellow Phoenician. Brenda, welcome. From Evansville. Is that the Evansville? Is it the Evansville Aces? Is it? Trying to figure out the sports team from there. So, anything?
Well, how was your day? What have you been up to?
Today I've been scanning. I broke out one of my older scanners today that I'm going to be featuring tomorrow. I broke out the Canon CanoScan 8800F, which is a pretty good scanner for both print as well as negatives. And it hasn't. I was working it out today, and of course, I'm jinxing myself by saying this, but it didn't glitch once the whole time I used it.
Touch wood.
Yep. Yes. So hit wood. We will be able to get through a show with photography. So if you folks love music and you love photography, hey Jace, how you doing? Music and photography. Tune in. And where I sit down and I go through great photo collections that are I have access to, and I'm going to be writing newsletters on with as well. Hey, Brett, how you doing? Welcome.
Very cool.
So, I was actually thinking about morphing it more into a musical type university thing, to where, I do have all this knowledge, I have all these books, I have all these photos, I have all this music. What is preventing me to putting all those elements together and making a 1 to 2 hour class once a week where people can tune in and find out about music history, fun-wise?
You absolutely should do that. Absolutely.
Oh, just
The photography stuff I can't wait to see, because I love that anyway, and it's always, I love seeing them pop up as you're scanning them as you go, you know, because you don't know what you're going to get.
exactly.
But Canon CanoScan, I had one of them, but it was a flatbed version. CanoScan.
This is a flatbed version.
I wonder if it's the same scanner. It was a good scanner.
Well, let's see. Let me switch cameras real quick and show you what I'll be dealing with here. Let me see if my camera is working today.
It's kind of like the concept is like a book club, where, you know, where someone different hosts it every week. So that's why it's a book club style music chat. So it's like music heads, but we're not. It's not like one person's show. Yeah. We take turns. So that's what I meant by music book club style.
So this little
that's an arty-farty one. No, mine was much plainer and smaller and you know, not as arty-farty as that one.
Oh yeah. So basically, I'm using the well, there's the thing. Oh, where did I put that? Oh, right here. I'm sitting here ready to show you something that I don't have. Let me put this back real quick, give you guys all dizzy, and show you exactly what I'm dealing with here. This is the negative holder for that particular model. So I put in 2 strings of negatives at a time, anywhere between 4 to 6 exposures. And I go ahead and preview them. Then we look. Then we'll kind of highlight whatever we want to use, and then we scan them.
Cool. Sorry, I just want to answer Brett that it's a music club, but I mean, it could also be a book club. I mean, you know, we've got music books.
Oh, I have that same U2 book.
If you want books.
Oh my God!
If you want books, we can do books. I mean, there's a book about punk. You know, we can do books if you want to do books. Hi, Let It Be.
Whoops!
You've DM'd Michelle on Twitter. She's in the middle of cooking dinner, pal. I don't know if she'll be able to answer it.
One corner of my bookshelf here.
This whole 2 bottom rows are all music books, and there's still some missing. I don't know where the rest of them have gone.
Hey, Let It Be, how you doing?
Oh man.
Here's the George Harrison's birthday was recent, so.
Yeah, nice.
And then we have the emergence of rock and roll in American popular music.
Ooh, okay.
And then that's that guy.
That sounds almost intellectual.
Louis Jordan, one of the
all falling off
of rock and roll. Let the good times roll.
Nice.
We have Chuck Berry's autobiography.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. This is just my R&B section here. The Big Beat story book on Alan Freed.
The mistake I made there was I touched one book and the rest of them all fell off the shelf. That's why I was fiddling around here. So I'm still paying attention to you.
We have Sweet Soul Music talking about Stax and the ascension of soul music from the South there. This is on my bucket list to visit Stax Records Museum there in Memphis. And that the Memphis Grizzlies basketball team actually used the font style from the Stax label in the 70s on their uniforms this season, so I have to get one of those as well. But that was a neat touch. And then the Life and Times of Sam Cooke on this particular. That's just my soul R&B.
That would be cool.
One fraction of how many books I have here.
Yeah.
So I don't throw the term professor around loosely.
Yeah, I'm the same. The bottom 2 shelves of this bookcase are all music books. Some of them are autobiography books. So there's Adamant there, Phil Lynott, Midge Ure, John Peel, The Chieftains, and then there's, you know, like more sort of reference books rather than biographies or autobiographies. But no, I'm the same. I love my music books.
Yep.
But it's not a book club. It's just a book club style because, you know, when somebody does a book club, it's the hosts take turns to. I just realized I'm not on camera. I'm being all animated.
I'm like looking for you.
Nobody can see me. I wonder where Michelle is. Okay, so I don't know. I'm dying to tell you this news. I just don't know if I should. Ooh, we've lost the prof.
Let it percolate a little. Hold on to it.
I know. I'm just like, do you know why I'm so excited? Because I had just finished wrapping up the conversation, just as you messaged me and said, again, I was saying I was running late. You said you were running late, but the reason I was running late is because I'd just been having that conversation with the person, so it's new. I've not been like sitting on it all day. Like I've only just wrapped the agreement up in the last 10 minutes. So I'm like, oh,
me.
I know. Pick me. Oh, donkey.
Okay.
Oh man.
I'm so excited seeing you excited. This is fun because I think back to a couple of weeks ago when the sciatica was kicking your butt literally, and
Big
how much
time.
pain you were in, and how you were afraid. I mean, you were like not moving. You looked like you were totally miserable. And I'm like, now I'm seeing the other side of you, the joyful bouncing around, yay side, and it's like, yeah, okay.
The sciatica hasn't completely gone. It is still like there. Occasionally I'll get the odd twinge down my leg or whatever, but so much better than, I mean, a couple of weeks ago I could barely move. It was awful. But I've still got my painkillers on standby. I've got them sitting next to me just in case.
Not well, yeah. Well, I have some painkillers here as well. So the cookies, they work as painkillers.
Oh, is that what that is? Munch away the pain.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, I find myself doing that a lot. I'm kind of a comfort eater, and I when things are not going quite peachy keen, I will reach into the contents of a bag of cookies and devour.
But you're not the only person, and that's a really common thing.
Yeah,
like you're not. That's not unusual.
Yeah.
But it's I think other, I don't want to use the word disorders, but other, crutches that people might use are more understood. And there's more of a stigma around food almost, because it's like, I don't think people understand that that's sometimes what it actually is, that there is an emotional connection to that. It's just, oh, you're a fat bastard, stop eating. Like that kind of attitude. Do you know what I mean? Like, rather than, if somebody's an alcoholic, there's some understanding there. Somebody relies on some kind of chemical substance, there's an understanding there. There's, people can kind of relate to that or understand that it's, people are seeking an escapism in some way. But food isn't seen that way. It's it's acceptable to pick on fat people. It's weird.
Well, there's industries created on making you feel bad about it.
Multi-billion-pound industries, the health and beauty and fitness industries are multi-billion, but solely based on making you feel shit about yourself. Don't get me started on this rant, Prof. This could be a whole show all on its own.
We might have to do that.
I'm very passionate about that. That actually would, I don't want to divert away from the music thing. I could easily talk for an hour about that because it really winds me up.
We might pencil in another day during the week and do that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'm cool with that.
Because it's definitely near and dear to myself, under current circumstances, having to lose, a big chunk of weight here before I can get my knees operated on. Yeah. And that's tough because, eating is supposed to come naturally, and you feel like you're letting someone down. They offer you food and you're like, well, I really shouldn't, but I don't want to offend this person. And it tastes really good. So
yeah. There's definitely an element of that as well. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I came from a background of, a single mom, 5 kids, and you didn't leave food on your plate. And you ate everything that was given to you, because if you wasted food, what? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to go into too much background, but, I think there are situations as well where you might not know where your next, especially if you're a single parent family with 5 kids, you don't know where the next meal might be. Yeah, super complex topic. Absolutely, Ian. Completely agree.
We should pencil this in sometime.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how that'll go down, because I mean I've only been here 2 months and have already been fat shamed on the platform. So I don't know how. There's all those fitness gurus and everything, and as it happens, it wasn't a fitness guru that did it. It was somebody twice the size of me that fat shamed me. I was a bit like, okay, that's interesting. So I don't quite know, how that'll. But I'm all for having a conversation about it. Definitely, it needs to be discussed. So
Oh yeah. Well, there's a lot of folks out there who would just like a friendly place to just talk without judgment and ridicule and things, and you can crib notes, and it's almost kind of like a live meeting of sorts. I don't know if they have the Weight Watchers over there, or what they call it, whatever.
they do. I've never been to one. I remember my mum going when I was a kid and me being dragged along because it was just her and I. So, right. She would take me with her. And I remember sitting and watching all these women, mostly women. Don't think there was any men in the class, standing up and getting weighed and then being humiliated in front of a whole group of people, like writing down the weight and all that kind of nonsense. Like I found it quite, even as a kid watching it, I found it quite like a humiliating thing. It didn't feel like a particularly supportive thing. It felt like, you're sort of being
right.
shamed in front of a whole class of people. Like that was a weird, maybe I interpreted that wrong. I was young at the time, but
well, maybe it dovetails off the going to church experience too. When people feel that to truly be saved, they have to be in a place where, if it was totally an enjoyable process, everybody would do it. So, Tam? Oh, it's okay. Question? Okay. Come on in. I'm right here. The camera is pointing this way.
Hi, Tam. I just want to read Ian's comment. That issue, not knowing where your next meal is coming from, is central to why the classic marshmallow test with kids was thoroughly deficient. I am not familiar with that test.
Yeah, Ian, you want to hop on? Because
you're more than welcome to come up. I know it's
because he was talking about the
he doesn't have to feel obliged to, but he's got an open invitation. He's welcome to come up anytime he wants.
Right. Well,
I'm not familiar with that study, so it's hard to know what you're.
Yeah, he was doing a medical medical broadcast. What do we call these things anyway? You can't call them scopes,
I know it's so, but do you know what? It's so natural to call them scopes because that's what we've been calling them for 5 years. It's really hard to get out of that habit. I still do it as well. Yeah. Well, God, 6 years. Jeez,
yeah.
That's went in fast, hasn't it?
Yeah, I was in a March 2015 kid, so I was one of the earliest periscopers. So that was I remember my first time watching it. That was a UK person was busking, and I was thinking that's so cool. Look at that. Oh, okay. Ian says he'll take a rain check this time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
like I say, he's always welcome. Sometimes I forget to hit the invite user button, but it only takes a nod or a wink or a me please or what. I really wish actually that we could have a button that we press. I know that on Periscope people would sort of like ask to join and you had the choice of whether or not to accept the call or not. Kind of wish they had something similar here where someone could just, I don't know, like a wee hand going up or a wee flag or a wee star or something to say this person's interested in coming in or doesn't mind being and it's not like an obligation that you have to invite them in, but just letting you know that that person's willing to come in if you want them to, and then you can pick and choose if you want to. I think that would be a good idea rather than, not being sure whether to ask someone if they want to come in and then that person feeling like a wee bit obliged to come in because you've invited them, or do you know what I mean? Like there's that kind of awkward. Whereas if people could just hit a button as soon as they come in to watch a broadcast that says, are you willing to join the broadcast or not? And then the broadcaster would know whether or not they could invite that person. Something like that, like a little...
Yes. That's very
notifier. Good. Yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling. We're going off on a tangent. We're talking about food. All because I ate a chocolate biscuit in front of you. I feel thoroughly shamed. And
Well, would it make you feel better if I shared one with you on this end?
Do you particularly want to do that, or will you feel terrible about it afterwards?
I won't feel terrible about it, and it will show a form of solidarity.
How have you done with the rest of? Have you had something proper to eat today? How have you done with the rest of your?
I had a roast beef sandwich today with pepper jack cheese, pepperoncinis on 12 grain bread with lettuce and tomato.
So that sounds pretty healthy.
Yeah.
Your bread isn't low carb, but that sounds pretty good going.
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
not
good
gonna.
one.
I'm not gonna talk you into having a biscuit either way. If you want a biscuit, I'm not gonna judge you for having a biscuit. But equally, I'm not going to be responsible for you having a biscuit just because I had one. Because I feel bad enough having one myself, and if I feel that it's my fault you've had one, then I'm going to have double guilt. So it's entirely up to you. You're a grown man. You can make your own decisions. While you have a think about it, I'll stick the kettle on, and you can watch my room while I make a cup of tea.
Beautiful.
Does that sound all right?
Hurry back.
Awesome.
Okay. Well, anyway, folks, if you're just tuning in today, we're just sitting around the old campfire before, I was going to say Periscope, but before HAPS does its great telethon there. And it's going to be interesting seeing all the different people who pop on in there. Let's see. What is the first and only band to play all 7 continents? Wow. That's a good question. Because let's rule out the obvious people. Beatles didn't really tour much. All 7 continents, huh? That meant somebody would have had to travel pretty far south. I'm thinking it might sound like something U2 may have tried to do, because I know Bono is kind of a world ambassador type guy. And he did a lot of stuff around the world for aid. That'd be my first guess. If I'm sitting here ruling out all the different people here. Beatles, no. Stones, maybe. Stones, maybe, but I know that they're more kind of lined up towards the I can't. Oh, okay. Michelle's on her way in, so Helen put the kettle on, so she went to go and take care of that. Let's see here. What are we thinking here? I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna try to say U2 there. Metallica. Well, can't imagine Metallica in Africa there. Let's see. Invite people. Oh, there we go.
Sorry, Prof. I've just realised I'd forgotten to make you director, so I've done that for you now. You can.
Beautiful. Thank you. So let's go ahead, and looks like she has been invited on her way in. So I'll give her a few chances, shake some of the lamb's tail. But yeah, U2 would be. Remember that Zooropa world tour that they did? But a lot of groups say the word world and they don't really mean world. Actually, I remember the Police doing a round the world tour way back in about 80, 81, right around the time of Zenyatta Mondatta. Boy, that's a good one. That's a real good question. Oh, boy. So, but I've seen hundreds of concerts, and here in the Phoenix area, we don't get a lot of really obscure people here in Phoenix. We always get the big name people, even though Jeff Lynne and ELO kind of passed us up last time they came through. They went up to Denver, but they did not come down here to Phoenix, which was kind of a bummer, to say the least. So that was very disappointing. And I guess I'll hold it against Jeff next time I see him. They're like, hey, how come you didn't come to Phoenix? We wanted to see you. So, man, oh man, it's what else do we have going on? But anyway, yeah, more on the rock and roll high school type of thing there, because I think one of the sticking points with myself is that there's not a lot of music knowledge being dropped out there other than the usual suspects. Looks like you guys, Helen timed it perfectly. Michelle's timed it perfectly, even though she's in the dark with 3 dots.
Switch your camera input over, Michelle.
I'm gonna.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Dun, dun. There she
There
is.
we go.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh my gosh, shower. What hair?
You all right,
And
bud?
shepherd's pie is coming out of the oven now.
Ooh, that
Oh,
sounds
yummy.
good.
We just
So
had
it was
that.
kind of like, yeah, I had to cook that. I had to cook it.
That
So
sounds
Bob's
nice.
been so great. He's been making dinner all week long, and this is like my thing, my favorite thing to make. And so, Anyway, hi guys.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. And Bob will be lurking and listening. Hopefully, he'll have a chat at some point. Hey,
Oh,
you
yeah,
got the
got that.
mug.
Hang on, I need to do it as well.
Oh, now I've gotta join the mug club. Okay. Ooh, you get your choice of black or white. I want the black one, unless there's a pink one.
No, there's not a pink one. Pink.
Oh, okay, there could be a hat.
Me.
Hat's pink.
No.
Pink and black.
Special
Pink and
range.
black are quite punk rock and roll colors. Just it's like
Yeah,
it's like
pink
Riot
for
Girl.
Michelle. I
Power to the
suppose we
people.
could do a HAPS special edition design with the HAPS logo on it, with the same thing but just with the HAPS. I don't know.
The background
Haven't
black,
thought it
the
through.
background pink, but like the bra's still black. So.
All right.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hey, Pete, I
Hello,
see Ian is in here. I see Katrina. Hi, Katrina. I see
Yeah, it's a
Jason.
It's a good bunch in the chat so far. How's your day been, Michelle?
Construction. We have like those. Remember the covered accident that took place in December? Well,
Yes,
this guy's
I do
working
remember.
so speedy. We had one covered up in January, the
Mhm.
second covered up today, and we just have
Jeez,
cover
oh.
number 3 still there. And
It's by 2023.
2023, we might have that last one up. Yeah. Well, it's like during COVID, so you can take it when you leave it. At one point, we
I know,
he
but
was
still,
talking, we talking. Yeah, I'm
it
sorry.
would be nice to just have them in, have it done, get it done, and have them out without them having to come back 3 times. Like, it would be nice to
Yeah.
have them in and out and
Yeah.
all done in one fell swoop, wouldn't it?
Well,
What a
it's this one
shame.
guy, and he's kind of like, retired from the business, so to speak. So he just takes his time, but we've written down just about every excuse he has, and he's got quite a few excuses. It's really been kind of a book of excuses why he can't come. But at one point, he was going to come on January 6th, and he didn't show up, so we're like, he's probably at the Capitol. He's probably one of those guys. Maybe we were looking around to see if he was in there. Like, I don't. Is that him? Storming the Capitol? Maybe that's what was going on.
Storming it with a flag in his hand. Oh, God.
Yeah, no. He doesn't have that kind of ambition, Bob says. No, he's a nice guy. It's just more of a couch position, is that what you said? Oh, yeah. His dissidence, his political dissidence is probably like seditionist?
Couch.
A couch seditionist? I can't say that. Okay, get over here and talk then, because I don't know what he's saying.
Just don't say it when you've got a mouthful of chocolate biscuit.
I got these on, and he said couch seditionist.
Hi, Amrit.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm just like, what is going on? Do you know what it is? I'm hyped up, right? Something exciting's happening, right? Oh my! And
Nice.
I'm all hyper. And what's now happening?
I got here.
Well, I'm about to tell you, but before I do, what's happening is I'm all excited, and now my brain's ticking. Okay, I need to do this, and I need to do that, and I need to do this, and I need to sort that, and I need to, like, my brain's. I've kind of zoned out of the conversation for a second because my brain's going tick 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 tick. I need to stop that shit and focus on us at the moment.
Right. Breathe in, breathe out. Amrit is here. Amrit is in the comments, so I already feel calm. I feel calm already.
There's Prof being all zen in the background.
So, do tell. What is the excitement? What is the?
Okay, so we're going to be having a chat, or I'm going to be having a chat with someone in 2 weeks' time. I'm saying I'm going to be. Let's hope that it happens, because I'm frightened to jinx it. But I'm going to be having. It's not the person you think.
It's not. Oh,
Nope.
The one that I want it to be.
I don't know. I was thinking I could do. I was thinking I could maybe. I was hoping to play a little teaser video, but I don't think I'm allowed to do that. And the video that I am allowed to play is 35 minutes long, so I'm not playing that video. So what I was thinking of doing is playing a little track and seeing if we could maybe guess or hint at maybe who it might be before I announce it.
Professor
What
and
do
I
you
are like
think?
leaning forward.
Shall we play a game? So what I'm going to do is if I mute us and I put this through the system, I'll bring this up. I'll make it picture in picture so that. Oh no, it won't let you do. Why won't it let you do picture in picture? That's weird. I'll just take us out then. Hang on. Hang on.
Un homme dans une gare isolée, une valise à ses côtés, deux yeux fixes et froids, montre de la peur lorsqu'il se tourne pour se cacher. Sans la pluie comme un été anglais, entend les notes d'une chanson lointaine, sortant de derrière un poster, espérant que la vie ne fût aussi longue. Devenir gris.
We don't have to listen to the whole 5-minute remix. We can still talk over it if you want to.
Why not?
Okay. Okay. All right.
Keep it quiet in the. We'll keep it quiet in the background. So this is a remix that has been done as part of the soundtrack to the new documentary that's coming out on Sky Arts on the 13th. So the soundtrack's being released on the 12th, which is 2 weeks today, on the Friday, and the documentary is being broadcast on the Saturday, the 13th. Who do we think it might be that's coming in to have a chit chat? What I'm going to do is I'm going to make this picture bigger.
There we go.
I don't think it goes any bigger than that. Actually, to be fair, you probably have never heard of him and you probably have no idea who it is.
I'm an old guy.
Hilarious.
All I know is this is Visage Fade to Grey. That's all I know.
Yeah, so it is a member of Visage. It's a founding member of Visage. It's not Midure, it's the other one.
It's not Midure. I was like, I know if it's not Midure, then who could it be?
No.
It's Rusty Egan. So Rusty Egan,
Okay.
founder member of Visage, and drummer with the Skids and the Rich Kids, and basically one of the guys that founded the whole Blitz kids movement, new romantic movement, owning the Blitz Club. Rusty Egan. So fingers crossed, hopefully. That's the plan.
Awesome.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Heck yeah.
But I just hope it goes. I hope it goes.
I just hope it goes. Well, what kind of questions are you preparing to ask? This would be good.
Absolutely none. Absolutely none. And I'll tell you for why, right?
Okay, this is a method class. Take notes, kids.
I'll tell you for why I'm not planning on asking any questions. I know Rusty quite well.
Oh, okay.
And Rusty is one of those people who can talk forever. And what he doesn't need is he doesn't need me interrupting his flow. So
there you go. Well, that's great. That's like the perfect interview, though. Usually it's the other way around. It's so hard to get people.
Well, the reason I'm planning on doing it here is because it's one of those things where if I do it for radio, I've got a 2-hour show. I know that I will need to edit things down, and I don't want to censor anything, and I don't want to cut anything out. I know that if I have a chat with Rusty, it will go for hours, like it'll go for a long time. So the thing about doing it, or I'm attempting to do it here, is that he doesn't have to watch what he's saying. He doesn't have to be polite. He doesn't have to, like worry about me censoring anything. He can, because he's not just. I know Rusty. He's not going to just come in and talk about this documentary. He'll have a whole spiel to tell us about the music industry and how that's affected him. Like I know that he'll have other things he'll want to say, and I don't want him to have to curb or reduce or limit what he's got to say about what he wants to say. So fingers crossed. Things sometimes go awry. He might decide to not to on the day or something. He might decide, "No, I've changed my mind here. I'm not coming on your crap show." So
stuff happens. Oh wow, that's awesome.
And get blitzed on Sky Arts on the 13th on the Sky Arts channel.
Which here in the States we will have to watch illegally because our networks here are crap, so they don't show anything really interesting until well after the fact. So.
Oh really?
Sometimes you can watch stuff from Skynet on YouTube. That's how I watched the Gary Newman documentary.
Oh, okay. So I didn't realize you wouldn't get Sky Arts. I just assumed that would be like a universal thing.
Yeah. Somebody.
Oh well.
Somebody could just like that.
The way it was being discussed when it was first being, mentioned that it was happening and it was being put together, sounded as if it could have easily been an art film. And I think it would have been good for them to have distributed it in cinemas. But then again, there are no cinemas at the moment, so maybe it's just as well that it's getting done on Sky Arts, I don't know.
I think that's good. That's good, though. I mean, that's a nice timing, and of course, he's going to be open for talking.
Yeah. Well,
rounds, right?
I'm aiming for around about 10 on the Friday, so it shouldn't interfere with the music. I don't know whose turn it'll be to host it that week. I would like to have had a chat with you in the green room before we went live to figure that out. But,
I have an idea about how we can
just do that afterwards. I was just going to say, just do it afterwards. Like,
yeah. I have an idea.
Just continue on after. Yep.
So,
it was him that suggested 10, so we'll see.
Yep.
Good luck. That'd be awesome. I'm really happy about that for you.
I'm excited. I'm excited. You two are just like, who?
Well, I'm just like, it's got to be somebody from Visage.
Yeah, well, let's face it, there weren't that many people from Visage. There was Rusty Egan and Midure founded it.
Right.
And then there was couple of members from, well, there was Chris Payne for Tribute Army and Billy Curry from Ultravox and a couple of people from Magazine, you know, and Steve Strange, who is no longer with us.
Right.
So, I know.
Mm-hmm.
There's
It's
something
just
in this
cool
band.
that you're following your passion and doing something like this. I'm impressed because some people just kind of packed it all in the minute COVID went and just kind of forgot about doing anything other than sitting at home and, you know, vegging. But you're still keeping it going. That's impressive in its own right there.
It'll be the first time I've brought someone in from outside HAPS. I hope HAPS doesn't let me down. Like, I'm not saying that to be an arsehole, but you know, people who are having conversations with people are generally having conversations with other HAPS people. And this is someone who is okay, you might not have heard the name, but when you dig into who he is, I mean, even his Wikipedia page is kind of like low key. It doesn't really tell you everything that he's done. When you dig into what he's actually achieved and what he's been responsible for, I don't like, just because he's a friend of mine, I don't want it to come off as being like unprofessional. Like, so I just hope, you know.
You know what? I wouldn't worry too much about our music chit chat. We can find any time of the day.
Yeah, that's true.
And the other thing is, you know, I think that's excellent that would be what we do on Friday, because I like the idea of us all coming and just watching, you know, that would be great.
Well, I don't know how long he'll be around for. We haven't set a time limit on it. I told him he can stay and chat as long as he wants and say whatever he wants. There's no like limit on that. And I don't know, he might even hang around for, you know, conversation. I don't want to put him in that position because I haven't asked him if he'll do that. But, you know, if he's enjoying himself, he might be happy to take part in whatever the music chat's going to be. Although essentially it will be a music chat, it'll be just be him doing the chat.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he kind of overrides what we got going on.
Well, the thing is, I just feel like, hi Jeremy, I just feel like when you're saying what kind of questions are you going to ask him, like I don't want to limit him into what he's going to talk about.
I was just curious, like, you've never really talked about like maybe your interview style or just what you do. Obviously, you're loose, and yet your looseness, I love it, because I knew, like, for example, I knew a writer. She did a lot of her writing in her head. When it came down to actually doing it, it was already half edited, and just it literally looked like she just wrote from the beginning to the end with very little editing, but she did a lot of work in her head. That's the kind of person she was. And it looked effortless, but it really wasn't. There's a lot of work going on, and that's how I see you. So
yeah, it's like when a duck's on the water and it just looks like it's swimming on the water and the feet are I'm not going to say swan because that sounds really pretentious. I'm going to say duck, and the feet are pedaling underneath, like trying to make it go like the clappers. That's kind of a bit like my brain.
I love it. There's emotion.
Yeah, no, I just feel like okay, so the focus will probably be around the documentary and the soundtrack for the documentary. So that's what's been hooked. That's what the hook that's hanging on. But I know that it'll be much more in depth than that because I know Rusty, and I'm totally cool with that. He's actually probably one of the best people to have as a first HAPS because he's good at talking. I just, like I say, I hope the platform's all running smooth that day.
Right. Well, that's an ideal interview, just to have someone who's got stories, they've got experience. You know, I know a lot of up and coming people trying to break into stuff are all eager to do this kind of thing, but this is a different kind altogether.
Yeah. But also, what he is really good at is championing. He's really good at championing new talent. He's been good at championing new talent for 40 years. That's kind of what he does. So he'll have lots of advice for those people. Like he's somebody worth listening to. In that regard, well, he knows how the music industry has shafted him over, and what people should not do. To prevent it from happening, learning by mistakes or whatever. So he's actually, a good, like I say, I think he'll be great. And if he's on form, we'll be here till about 2 a.m.
I will be here for all of it. I mean, that's just exciting. It's very exciting.
The reason I wanted to do it here is because the last time I did a music interview with Eric Stein, I did it on Zoom, and it was awesome. It was great. It was like sitting, I had a cup of coffee each, and we were just chatting away. It was almost 3 hours, and that was without intersection any of the songs that we were supposed to be talking about. And I'm like, I don't want to cut any of this down. I can't have a 4-hour interview, but I don't want to cut any of it down. And if it goes out on radio, it needs to be edited, which means I'm censoring half of what he's saying, and I don't want to do that. So I know that Rusty's similar. He will, talk. He'll keep talking. So I don't want anything to be lost. I want to capture it all and not have to edit it down. So it'll be the 12th. It'll be the 12th, Brett. Friday the 12th, around about. And I know how, musicians are, so I'm loathed to say it'll be 10 p.m. on the dot GMT, because none of us are that great at timekeeping. So it'll be around 10 p.m. GMT on Friday the 12th. It's 2 weeks today.
It'll be Helen After Dark.
Yeah.
Helen After Dark.
Ooh, now that's kind of like Darth Vader.
Only after dark here.
You'd make a good villain.
Hilarious.
Oh, you kids.
Well, how was
boy.
you guys' day? How was your day? I just, ours was full of pounding and,
I wasn't long in before it was time to go live. I'd taken my mum shopping, and that's never to one shop. That's always to multiple places because she never gets out. So when she gets out, she wants to take advantage of the fact that she's out,
Oh yeah.
And because she does have so much going on, medically, it takes a while to physically, get around shops and stuff. So I had to wait for the kids to come back from their dads because they'd been away for a few days. I don't know if I told you, my eldest one had a fall.
Oh
And,
no.
Well, my eldest one had a fall a few days ago, right off the top bunk of the bed, and we'd spent most of that day at hospital getting x-rays and stuff, back x-rays and hand x-rays, because we couldn't feel I'm watching what I'm saying about pronouns because I don't want anybody to know whether it's a male or a female. Hands were numb and there's nerve damage to the hands, but nothing's broken, thank God. But thank you so much, Brett. Really appreciate that. So we spent most of the day, and then of course didn't want child to have to climb to the top bunk. So they went to spend a few days at Dad's, where there's a flat bed and no bunk to climb.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I had to wait for them to come back. Then I took Mumsy for her shopping, and that took a while. And then by the time I'd taken all the groceries up the 4 flights of stairs or whatever it is, because she's in a flat. This is why I've got arms like Schwarzenegger. Like, I don't think I'm a fat bastard, but I'm super strong,
Well, you're taking care of everybody, your kids and your mom. That's a lot.
It was one of those days, one of those running around days. And then I got into a conversation with Rusty, and then we were trying to pin down, deets. Well, actually, he had messaged me and said, "What do you think of the EP?" Because he'd released like 4 tracks from this soundtrack that's getting released, and I was like, I had forgotten to say to him I'd listened to it. I had listened to it, but I forgot to mention that I'd listened to it. So he had messaged me saying, "What did you think of the EP?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, it's really good. When's the release? Oh yeah, how do you fancy coming and talking about it?" And then I got into that conversation. So,
nice.
So then it was like, shit, I need to hit the go live button and I haven't eaten yet. Right? Chocolate biscuit, cup of tea.
I know. I was like in the middle of like getting things started. I'm like, I'm gonna be so late, and I'm like, oh, she's not even live yet.
No.
I was actually kind of relieved. I was a little relieved.
But it was really funny. You messaged me, and the professor messaged you. Both of you messaged me and said, "We're trying to sort food. We're running late." I'm like, thank God for that.
That happened last week. I think we should just like 3 a.m. Whoever's 3 a.m, that should be. And that's
I think what we should stop doing is, I think we should stop like thingy in it. When you sort of like what do you call that when you're
the upcoming thing? I've given up on it this week. I seriously agree with you because I've been trying to do that, and like every time I do, it just doesn't work out because something comes up. I mean, I have it almost starts to sound like I've got the excuse book. Oh, we have construction inside. Oh, we have a construction
Yeah.
up above. I mean, it's like there's always something. Today, I literally went live with somebody on mute, so I can be muted and it can work. And I did it was just, we were goofing around and I was miming the whole time. It was quite hilarious, actually.
Oh,
So,
God.
and at one point they're like, why is she on mute? So I unmuted myself and you can hear pum, 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 pum. So they muted me right back. Like, oh, okay.
You not got a bit of a headache from a whole day of that? That's exhausting.
I kind of actually feel a little bit, but I'm fine. I'll have something to eat here in a little bit, but I'm good. Okay. Could have been worse. The cupboards could have fallen on Bob, and this would have been a totally different story. So.
Hi, Reda. So
Hello.
this musician you'll be interviewing in a couple of weeks, is he known to non-music people? Define non-music people. If you've never listened to music, then you probably don't know who he is.
Oh, that's actually an interesting question. Well, I mean, I think it also depends on which country.
You might not
genre of
listen.
music.
Okay, I'll put it this way: you might not know the name. You might not know the name Rusty Egan, right? Listen to the professor's
I actually
go for
kind
it
of, it
themselves.
sounds familiar. I mean, I
Right,
could probably.
but you might not know the name Rusty Egan, but when you get into what he's actually produced and what he's actually been
Right.
involved in, most people will at least have heard something. Like most people have heard Fade to Grey.
Yeah, that's
Do you know what I mean?
classic. That's classic.
Yeah, and he was the founding member of that group. So, it's if you don't listen to that much music, then maybe this isn't the right chat for you. Then it seems like a bit of a weird thing to ask. Like, I'm going to come in and piss all over you. I'm going to come in and piss all over your excitement at, bringing somebody in who's been in the music industry for
What if
50
we
years.
don't know anything
Because
about
I don't know who he is.
It is
Hi,
kinda funny.
Wilson.
Did you change the title? It says Friday night book club style music chat. The word music might have been
Literally
covered
says
up.
music chat.
It does say music chat. I'm just checking.
Yeah.
Checking. It's like yesterday somebody asked me, what exactly do you do on this app? I can't figure it out from looking at your profile. And I'm like, there's a pencil in my hand. There's like a drawing of a person in my first, like when you scroll down and it says artist. So I'm thinking like, what
Yeah, but if that's the person I'm thinking it was that the same person? Yeah, he was being a bit of a dick anyway, so I really wouldn't worry about that too much.
I just thought that was a ridiculous way to say something in a roundabout kind of, it's like, I can't help you. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I just
feel like that whole conversation got off to a bad start right from the off. I don't quite know why that was.
I don't either. I think
it's maybe because I was thinking it was maybe because he didn't get a chance to give you his usual spiel. Like he didn't get a chance.
I actually asked him what it was. He's the one that diverted to something else.
But I think that might have been he didn't get a chance to mansplain something,
Oh, yeah, because there were two women there. And so we weren't having it. I get it.
I don't know. I don't know. It was just a weird. I was trying, what?
I'm just laughing at Cliff's reaction when you said mansplain. He's like, yeah. That's the problem right there.
Yeah. No. Well, I'm sure that the professor will have witnessed whether or not he's ever mansplained something to someone. He will have witnessed other people doing it. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a thing, very much so. And I just feel like that whole conversation just kind of felt like it kind of started off a bit meh, and then it just went meow.
It was strange, but I mean, I literally was just like, "Hi, nice to meet you. My name is," and I said their name, and I just said, "So, what do you do? What do you do? What do you want to do in HEPS?" I mean, like, how can that be?
Listen, what you need to understand. Listen, Michelle, what you need to understand is there are some people in this world, okay, who genuinely don't give a fuck about what other people are doing or anything about them. They don't want to know anything about you. They're only interested in themselves.
They kind of said that in no uncertain terms at
and-
the end of that. Yeah.
well, he said he didn't give a fuck if you were offended, but
Okay.
he also didn't seem to give a fuck about anything. He wasn't really interested in your story, but he never got a chance to tell his, and I think that was his issue. I genuinely think that was his issue.
But he had. I mean, that's literally the first thing I asked him. Like, so what do you do?
Hi, Birdman. No, I know, I understand that. I was here. I saw it. I saw it go down. And
Yeah.
what I didn't want you to do is, I knew as soon as he said what he said, and even though he hadn't used it in the context, like he wasn't calling you anything, I knew that as soon as he said that word, I'm like, oh fuck, that's it, she's triggered.
I know.
knew
I'm like,
straight away.
I'm triggered.
I was like,
triggered.
uh-oh.
Here we go.
And then I was like tweeting you saying, are you okay? I
know.
I know. I just felt, I was like,
Just
there's
so you
nothing
know,
I
I
can
was
do.
I was also triggered by Barry Manilow earlier in the day. So it's okay.
Well,
Yeah.
aren't we all?
Yeah, Tam and I were working on stuff, and we heard the explanation, and we kind of looked at each other, looked at the screen, looked at each other again, and like, this is not going to go well.
No. It's that thing of it really pisses me off because somebody might say something right out of
Right.
ignorance, right? We're none of us are infallible, right?
Right,
It would be perfectly possible for me to say something that inadvertently insults someone or makes them offended, and without any malicious intent, right?
Right.
But then if somebody turns around to me and says, what you just said was offensive, I feel you shouldn't have said that or whatever, then you just take a step back and say, oh, I'm really sorry that offended you. And then that's an end to it. That's
Right.
an end to it.
Yeah.
You don't sit there and either, which is what happened previously with someone else, sit and explain why you're wrong for being offended and that it's just a joke, so you've got no right to be offended at it. Or turn around and say, I don't give a fuck if you're offended, which is even worse. It's like, whoa, like what, have some empathy, like you're a human being.
Right. That's why
You
I
know?
really appreciated the other female in the room. But also, I think it was when it was like, okay, just to get to the higher concept of language and whether or not, and we can kind of relate this to music, like what's offensive in music. But, what might offend one group of people might not be offensive to another group of people. But when you're saying like, okay, any word could be offensive. How do I know? I don't think that's right to be offended by any words. And I almost came this close to saying, oh yeah, there's some words you don't say, and you know that.
Well,
but I didn't want to like.
I'm kind of borderline a little bit on this, Michelle, because I do think that some people can be a bit snowflakey, and I'll back
Very
that
true.
up. I'll back that up by saying I use the word cunt a lot.
Yeah.
And a lot of people get offended by it. Now,
Yeah.
there's a cultural difference there because in Scotland, it's the norm. It's like punctuation. There's no malintent. There's no malicious.
Definitely culture. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no malice behind that. It's not. It's meant in a different way to how it is in America, where it's
Oh
particularly
yeah. It's very anti-female on
offensive.
purpose. Yeah.
Now, I would turn around and say, well, didn't I would turn around and say, well, didn't bother coming in my fucking space if you didn't like the word, because I'm not going to stop being myself because you don't like that word. But
Right.
the difference to that, right, and getting offended by a word, because at the end of the day, it's just a word. And I remember having a conversation with a priest about this. A word is just a word. It's about the intent
Right.
behind it.
It's
Whether or
what's
not there's
behind
malice behind it, whether or not there's hurt or hatred or negativity behind it. And here's where the word comes in that we were talking about with you. The word that was used in your presence
Mhm.
is almost comparable, and I say almost comparable, and I'll explain that in a minute as well, to calling a black person the N-word.
Yes, that's where I was really close
You
to
would-
saying that.
Well, I said it in the chat. You would not call a black person the N-word. It's just
Right.
not acceptable.
Nincompoop? Did I
Yeah.
miss
Yeah.
that?
And it doesn't matter whether or not that person is offended or not. You just don't say it anyway. There are legal reasons why you don't say it, and therein is the thing as well. It can be construed as hate speech legally, right?
Right.
What
Yes.
he said to you was, it's easy to dismiss because it is the
Mhm.
name of a Disney character.
Right.
And it is that sort of airy fairy. So your experiences of the use of that word
Right.
have been negative connotations, hatred, racism. That's your experience of it. A white person's experience of it is Disney princess.
Right. And I tried to just explain that. And I even said, like, I get it. You don't think it's offensive. And I understand that. It's a Disney. I actually said that. I said, it's a Disney character. I said, but for me, I do have negative connotations with it. And I've had experiences with it. And I don't expect you to understand it. And I kind of wanted to move forward from that, but it just kind of.
And there's the thing. There is the thing. It's very difficult for a white person who's been brought up on Disney princesses to understand that your experience of that word has been negativity, right? But what he should have done was say, I'm sorry that I offended you. I didn't mean it that way. And just shut the fuck up from there on in.
Right. That's kind of what I thought. That's kind of, I mean, I had no idea it was going in that direction at all.
What was offensive was him turning around and saying, I don't give a fuck if you're offended by that. That was where he went wrong.
And it was the way he said it, too.
Yeah, he doubled down, boy. He
doubled down on how much he just didn't give a fuck about me or my feelings. And then got a little snarky towards the end there about like what are you even doing on this platform?
Well, the thing is,
I take that double, like, are you saying that literally? Are you saying that, like, like, what are you, I can't.
I never heard him say that, but
he said that.
He did let slip that he had been bullied as a child for being skinny.
Oh, right? That's right. Right.
Now, when he was at school being bullied for being skinny, there would have been a particular word that would be a trigger word. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's exactly the same thing. Really, it's exactly the same thing. Whether or not you deem it as racism or not, because obviously your experience of that has been racist, but you could argue the point that it's not because it's a Disney princess and blah, 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 and it's a different experience and all that stuff, right?
Well, it could be the sense that I put it on the same level as shaming.
I do as well, but what I'm saying to you is it could be brushed aside, Michelle, because it's not written into law that the word sorry, I don't want to say the word, but that name is a racist slur or a racist term in the same way that the N-word is for black people. It's not legal. Right. Do you get what I'm saying? So
there is one that is, and I will say
what I wanted to say to him, and I couldn't come in. I wasn't able to.
Know.
But what I wanted to say to him was, when you were being picked on and bullied as a child for being skinny, the trigger word that you associate with that and your negative experiences and feeling like shit for years is the same thing that Michelle has felt every time she's heard that word. It's the same thing. She's triggered in the same way that you'd be triggered if somebody started calling you that name right now. Because that's what it is. Your experiences of that word have been negative. But I don't think it's hard for people. Some people just find it hard to have empathy.
Yeah, that's where it was. That's what was really coming out. And I mean, my takeaway is I'm just gonna stick to people I know, because I was meeting this guy for the first time, and seriously, like, why did that even have to come into play? It just was weird. It was just weird how that came out. But I don't know.
What he was doing was he was telling you the name of the painting that the artist called the name. He called the artist. He was showing you a piece of artwork.
He brought up the indigenous thing before all of that. I don't think he liked anything I really said. So I think that's why he brought it up.
Well, what had happened was you had said, the way the conversation had gone was, you had said that you were native or part native and a lot about your native heritage. And he had chimed in and said, oh, me too. And you asked a question, which tribe? And then questioned his answer. And that made him defensive because you questioned his answer and then went into a spiel about how some people claim heritage that isn't rightfully theirs and that. So his back was up because you had made him defensive.
And then why was he defensive? Because it's literally like what we do. It's like, what tribe though? What tribe?
But what you have to understand, Michelle, listen, what you have to understand is white people get defensive generally, okay? Because
I know that. I'm not saying that part.
You couldn't get anybody any more fucking white. Look how pale I am, right? Pasty as fuck. However, generally, rather than just stand and listen, okay, I'm sorry that offended you, or taking a step back and trying to understand that white privilege is a thing because we have never had to
I
experience it.
should eat one.
We've never had to experience it. The closest thing I can relate to is being shamed for being fat or being a woman, right? I've experienced sexism, but it's not quite the same. Being hated upon because of the color of your
Barbecue
skin,
sauce, if you
I
can find
haven't
that.
had to experience that. So it's very hard for me to I can try to empathize, but I haven't had the same lived experiences. But what most white people do is, rather than take on board, okay, the white privilege is a thing because I haven't had to experience this, rather than just take that on board and say, okay, this other person's life experiences is different to mine, and try to learn from what they're telling you. They go on the defensive, like, it's not my fucking fault that my ancestors did this, that, or the other, blah 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 blah. That's not my fault. I never done that. No, I'm not a racist, but. And as soon as somebody says I'm not a racist, but you fucking know that they're a racist. And it really pisses me off because I'm not going to sit here and say I'm fucking whiter than white. Excuse the pun, right? I'm not going to sit here.
I love the way you're. I wish you were in the chat yesterday so bad.
It really fucking winds me up because nobody should be treated differently because of the color of their skin, and basically that's what it boils down to. We haven't. It's irrelevant what fucking political side of the fence you're on. It's irrelevant what you're, how you feel about Black Lives Matter or any of that kind of stuff. I actually think that it's a good thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what it all boils down to is it acceptable?
Yeah.
Is it acceptable that someone, and I'm not just saying someone, hundreds of people, mostly black men, can be shot by a figure of authority because of the color of their skin? It's just not acceptable, and it all stems out from that basic fundamental: is that right or is that wrong? Would you be treated differently if you're white or if you're black by the very people who are supposed to protect and serve you? We thankfully don't have so much of an issue in the UK because fewer police officers are armed, but there have still been instances of people being wrongfully shot by the police, and there've been people of color. So it's not unknown here. It's rare,
right?
But it's not fucking rare in America, and it's not okay. We need to just step back and take a fucking step back and say, actually, do you know what? That's fucking not okay. It's not okay. We should all. And if somebody's offended by something, it's okay. Like I say, some people can be snowflakey. I don't understand people getting upset by the word cunt, but that's not a racist. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm. It's how it's used. It's how language can be used. I mean, I literally am thinking of the song "Fuck the Police" and when that came out and how that was like, oh my god, how dare you say that? But it's like now that's actually so tame. It's almost like
Charles. Sorry to interrupt you, Michelle.
It's okay.
Absolutely spot on. I said it from the very second we got any kind of news reports from it. Absolutely, they would not have got anywhere near that building. They would have been shot before they even hit the steps. And therein lies white privilege. Mm-hmm. Right there. They would not have got anywhere near that fucking building if it had been a group of black people. There's no way.
So
disgusting behavior.
There's somebody there that we might need to. I don't know.
Well, I ignore them. Ignore them.
Okay. I don't know.
I was deliberately.
I love what Eleanor is saying. We white folk be fragile as fuck. I'm not a racist. I have a colored TV. Okay. I think I've heard that joke before, and it's like
I don't think I'm a racist person.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, I don't think it's for me to decide that. That's for people who I interact with to decide that. And if they've ever been made to feel lesser by me because of something I've said or not. And if someone was to say to me, Helen, what you said was out of order, I would take it on board and try to not fucking do something stupid again. That thankfully has never happened to me. But it's not difficult to understand. Do I have an echo? I can hear an echo. Do you guys hear an echo?
I don't hear an echo, actually.
I do hear an echo.
Brenda says you're echoing.
I know, that's why I'm... drawn attention to. It's okay, I'll jump out and come back and I'll just reset the server or whatever. But it's not for white people to decide if they're racist or not. It's for people of color that they're interacting with to decide that.
And it's not for men to say who's empathetic and who's not, because that was also a part of that conversation, which is another thing. But it's not like you said, mansplaining. Like, he was doing a lot of mansplaining, and it's just like, oh brother, why are you even doing this? Like, you're like, I just don't know if he understood how bad he was coming off to people who were meeting him for the first time, myself included. Like, I was seriously like, okay, I know who not.
It came up in somebody else's, the conversation, the discussion about what had happened came up in somebody else's broadcast. Like, it came under discussion by someone else. So people did notice. People did notice what an asshole he had been. We lost Michelle.
Nope. She'll be right back. Nope. Nope. I guess not.
You hate the term. What term do we hate? Are we not having the echo anymore? I don't hear the echo anymore. I'm presuming that's resolved. Michelle will be back. Sorry, I went off on a wee passionate rant there.
Oh no, well, that's what they pretty much say about anything. If you're passionately against something, then you should say it and not be on the fence about it. And no one should question your position on that subject.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm passionately against, Professor? I'm passionately against anybody being treated differently, particularly because of the color of their skin. But generally anyway, like, I'm against disabled people being, treated differently because they've got a disability, or fat people being treated differently. I'm against anybody being an underdog.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
And I just think it's fucking ridiculous that it's even a conversation. Why is it even a conversation? I know it needs to be one, but why is it a conversation? And then when you look at a little bit of history and you realize that Rosa Parks was only 50 years ago or whatever it is, you just think, holy fuck, like, that's still within a lifetime.
Lifetime.
That's still within a fucking lifetime. Horrendous.
Mm-hmm.
And we wonder why there's a Black Lives Matter movement and people want to fucking squash it. No, I'm sorry. We have come. I would like to think we've come far, but we haven't come nearly far enough. People are still being shot because of the color of their skin.
Yeah, happens a lot.
I know. I don't even think we get anywhere near the figures. I don't think we get told anywhere near the accurate numbers. It's actually fucking disgusting.
True. That is a lot of stuff doesn't make the mainstream, and I tend to just keep a wary mind. And actually, ironically enough, one of my best friends, if not my best friend, bestest friend, is a police detective. If you can believe that. Mm-hmm. And we have dialogue about it all the time. And she just says that, a few idiots ruin it for everybody else. Mm-hmm. So we talk about it, they're here in the PD of Phoenix here. So they're pretty high up. And, she doesn't tell me too much about what goes on there, but she says, yeah, there's things. I mean, she said they're 30 years on the force, that things have come a long way here in Arizona, but it's still.
Can I ask you a question, Professor?
Sure.
It's okay to not answer it, but have you ever experienced something untoward, or have you ever been treated differently, particularly by the police or authority figures? Like, have you experienced that firsthand?
Yes. I'm going to make it the short answer. Yes.
That's fucking horrific. Really, it is. It's not okay.
Yeah, there's places where I used to live that was a major problem there. And if you've ever heard of Scranton, Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden's from, I was a trainer for Bank of America there way back before I started this whole music. Well, before I started running my own business from my home and everything. That was the last corporate gig I had. One of the last corporate gigs. But anyway, I transferred there from Las Vegas. And I went in with there was a huge bank merger between Fleet Bank and Bank of America back in the early 2000s. So I kind of went out there, and let's just say that my voice on the phone and when I showed up was a little different. So I noticed that they kind of did a 180 from the time I was talking to everybody over the phone versus when I actually showed up on the beach there to help them out. Wow. And it really changed. And I ended up having to resign from the company just because of a lot of the crazy treatment. So I came from a Las Vegas call center, which diversity meant everything and everybody. I actually ran the Spanish gate there. And we had people from all over, we had women from Peru, we had people from, Spain, Mexico, any Latin Spanish speaking area. We had a whole mix there in Las Vegas because everybody comes to Vegas. I mean, you can come from all around the world to drop into Scranton, Pennsylvania, where you'll still hear, you still see rebel flags everywhere and everything else. And you have a lot of old school, you have people who lived there 7-8 generations who've never moved more than 50 miles away from their great grandparents' house.
Small-mindedness.
Very small-minded, like, whoop. So I basically had to deal with a lot of that. And I actually got written up they had this thing at Bank of America called ACE, which is the Associates Center of Expertise, which if you ever called the Bank of America back in that time, that was our Bible that we went to. Like if you had a question about a banking concern, if you went by what it said in that document or in that program, you never could get in trouble because you could always point it out, just like and being in school saying, hey, this is why I did what I did. It's right here in writing. I actually got put on a final written warning so I wouldn't deviate from that. That's how low they stooped to get me out of that call center because I made them look bad because they took me from being a trainer when I transferred out there to being a general phone associate way back at the bottom of the ladder again.
Wow.
And then I ran circles around all them because I knew everything because I was 100% better than the next
job. You've been the boss
person.
before. In this country, and of course that this is the case now, it might go out the window when Brexit's finalised, right? Because these are all European Union laws.
Right.
But in this country, if you have to resign from a job because of unfair treatment, you can actually sue them for a thing called constructive dismissal. So if they sack you without following proper disciplinary procedure, that's unfair dismissal. If you have to leave because of circumstances that make it impossible to remain, that's called constructive dismissal. And you can actually sue your employer for it. And then if you go to tribunal, and it's the European Court of Human Rights that oversees that. This is why Brexit's a massive issue for the UK, because all our UK employment laws are all governed by the European legislation, and there are laws in place to protect workers at the moment. Or I don't know if that's actually stopped because Brexit's finalised, isn't it? But this was my biggest concern when I found out about Brexit, because my passion is employment law. That's my thing. That's my shtick. And I mean, all your basic rights as an employee are all governed by European law. Your right to holiday entitlement, your right to maternity and paternity leave, all that stuff. Anything that's to do with your rights as an employee is governed by EU law. And I'm gathering that in America it's different. I'm gathering there's no such thing as a constructive dismissal law. See, that's wrong as well. You should have been able to fucking sue them because you had to leave.
Well, I did pursue legal remedies, but I couldn't find a lawyer in the Scranton area who would take on the big Bank of America.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Hi, Badgies. How you doing? I'm just going to catch up with the comments. I'm so sorry. I've missed so many.
And what did I miss when I was stuck in the transporter? We actually lost internet for a minute, right at the same time you were rebooting. So that was weird.
That's all right. I didn't reboot. When you dropped out, the echo stopped.
It was me. It was me. I did it.
Echo.
I have no idea.
Right, just let me catch up with the comments. I'm not a racist personally, but I am a systematic racist. I try very hard to play my part to fight for change. But as a white person, you get these advantages without asking. So many I'm still just learning about. Things as simple as band-aids come in the color of my skin color. That's true. Absolutely. There are things you have no control over. I think all we can do is, as white people, is stop being so fucking defensive and just take on board, actually, yeah, there is such a thing as white privilege, and maybe we should just listen. Oh, he's got his speak for those who are afraid to speak for themselves, cannot speak for themselves. That has what I have always done, Katrina. It's got me into a lot of trouble. Even the other day in Rev's room, were you there when someone else was trying to paste their invite link, and it's like, no, this is Rev's room.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
money. Like that's who that's me. Like you won't fuck anybody else over in front of me.
Mhm.
But of course, everybody's stopped talking to me now because
Who stopped talking to you? I
Because-
didn't stop talking to you. I
because-
thought it was great. I tried to
because-
explain it. You know, when
yeah.
Reb was gone and he came back and he's like, "What's going on?" Oh, well, there's just people like everybody's confusing everybody and they're throwing all their links in when this is kind of like your broadcast and it should be like your link.
I know that it can sometimes come off as me being combative, but actually all I'm doing is just sticking up for what I believe to be right.
Well, that's
And
what
I
I
just-
said. That you were like sticking up for him and
Yeah.
what you thought was right for him, and he appreciated it. He thanked it, but he just said he didn't care. So I was like, okay, fine, don't let people. But I mean, like
But the
there is
thing-
that etiquette thing that goes on, and
It's
actually, I had a
basic
yeah, basic manners, etiquette. You don't go into somebody else's broadcast and go broadcast in the comments and go me, promote, spam, spam.
I think the thing as well to bear in mind is not only was it Rev's room, spam. I'll find that, I'll look it up on YouTube. Not only was it Rev's room, which obviously meant that he should have been the one with the invite. Like, you've got to bear in mind, Rev has a family. He's got a kid and a mortgage. That other person doesn't have the same financial burden as Rev does. Like, have a wee bit decency. Do you know what I mean? You don't need that money, and you certainly don't need to shit all over him for $25. Like, come on.
I thought that was a bit much because Rev, what is so, he's a nice guy and people can take advantage of nice guys. And
Yeah.
he literally promotes every single person.
And he's been incredibly
broadcast.
supportive. He's been incredibly supportive of that person in particular, which was another reason why it pissed me off, because it's like, no, you just don't do that.
Well, the other thing is I don't know this person very well, but every
Mhm.
single broadcast that they've been in the chat, not just in the other people's broadcasts, it's literally been me. So it's like it's starting to kind of like become a
Great on
pattern,
you.
and I'm like, I don't want to be judgmental, but at the
I'm
same time,
glad
I'm
it's-
just looking at the pattern and like,
I'm glad it's not just me who's noticed it. And one thing I can't stand is me people. I can't stand those people. Me. Oh me, pick me. Calm
I do
down,
that.
donkey.
What about me? What about me? What about me?
Nah, I've never been like
as a
like
mom,
that.
I don't know about you. I mean, your kids are younger. My kid, when he was young, literally, like, you train your children when they're young that it's the proper behavior that's going to get the attention, the right attention.
Yeah.
And the not so proper stuff, that's cause for like, hey, when you get your stuff together, if you're having a tantrum, like when they're that little,
Mm-hmm.
we will talk later.
Mhm.
You're gonna
So
go
what
over
is
there.
it about adults now? What is it about adults now that take tantrums? Because I've seen a couple on this app even,
Well, they
having
just never
tantrums.
learned. I don't know. It's just,
and it's
you
like,
know,
yeah, you teach your toddlers not to have a tantrum, and then suddenly they're taking tantrums as adults. It's very strange.
it's kind of strange, but you know, I mean, teenagers are just toddlers with a bigger vocabulary sometimes when they're having a fit about something they want and they can't get it. But it's it's like they teach you this in teaching too. Like when you're like, there's different class disruptors, and there's like the person who wants the power play, the person that is shy and you have to bring them out, or the person that's kind of like wanting attention for the wrong reasons, but maybe could be redirected into leadership positions. That's the same thing with raising kids. So
Mhm.
maybe they didn't learn these lessons when they were younger in their family. They didn't learn these lessons when they were at school. Who knows what the reason is, but
It just makes them childish and antisocial adults.
well, I'm a big kid. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, there's
I
nothing
know.
wrong with that, but come on. We're not in a playground at school, calm down.
I know, right?
Anyway.
The echo
There
is
hasn't
back.
really
or
been
what?
very much music talk. Have you noticed this?
I noticed that. Yeah, I was just kind of like, Well, you know what I think? I think that you've been dying to talk about what happened yesterday in that context. And I really appreciate you so much. And so it's like this is your broadcast. This is the first chance you've had to really like say what you needed to say. And I actually do think we can make a connection, because when we're talking about music, we're talking about the culture. And I obviously am like, I am a bigger picture kind of person. I think of the culture. I think of, I mean, we can relate this to, how women who are in the music biz, how they get treated. And maybe, just there's that, people of color, people who may be playing a genre of music that supposedly they're not supposed to play. I mean, there's a lot of dynamics in that, and how you have to just kind of go forward and do your stuff anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I still, at the end of that whole conversation, I am still intact, and my grace was still intact, and I learned a lot. You can even learn from bad teachers and from bad actors. And so what I learned is like, you know what? I think I can handle myself a little bit better. I was a little more articulate, a little less lenient to being walked all over. I walked away being the person giving respect, even though I knew I wasn't getting it. And I was okay with that. I did have kind of a headache about it. But I mean, I just look at it like this. It's like, it's just one more learning experience for me to move forward. It's not like the end all and be all, but it is, you can't not.
Yes, Donnie, it's live now.
You can't not associate your past experiences, whether it's as a woman or a person of color, and not say like that might have something to do with the way I was treated. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes we second guess that, especially as women.
No, I think you absolutely did the right thing.
Thank you.
You stepped away. You caught your breath.
I did.
You didn't say anything in anger. I knew you were triggered, but you didn't retaliate. You got up and you walked away. You made yourself a cup of tea, and then you came back and you sat your ass down. And that was the best thing you could do at that moment. Because what you don't want to do is come off as being the aggressor.
Right, exactly. But I mean, that's not me anyway. I'm not that kind of person.
No, but the thing he did wrong there was, rather than just say, actually, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that to trigger you, or no. The thing he did wrong was say, I don't give a fuck how you feel. That was what he did wrong. It wasn't even using the word in the first place that was the wrong thing, because all he was doing was telling you the name of the painting. But it was the fact that he turned around and said, I don't give a fuck if that offends you. That was what was wrong. He should give a fuck that he'd offended you.
Yeah, it was just kind of awkward when that.
Can I just introduce you?
That was when it got really awkward.
Can I just introduce you guys? There's somebody commenting from Facebook. Don Thompson. That is Donnie from Party Fears 3, the best 80s electronica cover band in the UK.
I'm going to eat these cookies, so you go ahead and mute me. I can't mute myself.
It's all right. I've said what I needed to say. I just wanted to introduce you to Donnie. Friend of mine and a great keyboard player.
Yeah. You're muted. Enjoy your cookie.
She's muted.
All right, everybody else is having cookies tonight, so I'm going to,
Professor.
I'm going to switch up, and I'm going to pick a good one. What is that? An Oreo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what to do? Try your best just to limit yourself to the one, and I think as you're entitled to that treat.
Gluten-free Oreos, to be exact.
See, Michelle doesn't. I don't think Michelle was aware of what our deal was. Did Michelle know about what?
You have a deal? No, I just saw that. It was weird. I could see your comments to him, but not to you, and it had something to do with the amount of sugar he's trying to cut back on.
So, do you mind if I just quickly bring her up to speed? Is that okay, or will we discuss
bring her up to speed?
Okay. So, Professor needs to lose some weight because he needs to get some surgery done on his knees.
Yeah.
He needs to lose 5 stone. So I said to was that £70? £70, yeah. So I had said I was trying to, because obviously, you know, I do that. I just talk shit. I'm like, oh yeah, you need to do this, that, and then I'm like, actually, that sounds really patronizing. He probably knows all of these things already. But in the course of the conversation, I said to him, would it help if I did it with you? You know, for some accountability, if we both go through it at the same time, then it's a bit easier. Somebody else is going through the same thing, blah blah blah. So that's the theory. The theory is we're both going to try and lose 5 stone.
Wow, that's awesome.
So, I mean, it's not particularly because you know what I'm like. I'm just like, man, I'm fat. I'm happy being fat. But if we're both going, if we're both kind of going through it, and you know, you've got somebody to talk to, and someone, you know, we're weighing in once a week with each other, and a wee bit of accountability, then hopefully we'll be able to get, because we need to get that surgery, needs to get that done. So, so that's
why I have had knee surgery. And
then I had a Foxy's chocolate biscuit and felt awful because I got caught eating it when he came in. It's the first sweet thing I've had for 2 days.
Go off camera over here, and
then I feel awful. So now we've both had one and eaten it in front of him, and obviously the poor man's feeling like he wants to have a cookie. So he's who are we to tell him no? He's a grown adult. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah. Well, I've
stolen is 14 pounds.
Oh, so just to bring everybody up to speed, I didn't run off screen because of the previous context of the conversation. I actually ran off because Tammy was nice enough to whip up dinner for me, and today we had a nice single patty hamburger with a bun, which I opted in on the bun because I was going to go without, but I'm thinking, well, you know, I don't want to just totally spike everything at once because that will
don't do that.
Resentful for everything. It'll turn me into one of those people you love to hate because when somebody stops smoking, all of a sudden they become the biggest anti-smoking advocate.
You lose the carbs, you're going to be cranky.
So,
oh my,
there's that. Had asparagus with it. That was good.
Ooh, yummy.
Nice.
So, what I'm sitting on in front of me right here is Tammy and I. We support a couple of different local Girl Scout here. We have. It's always funny that the parents always seem to track down the big people when it comes to.
We know these guys are a shoo-in.
Yeah, they know we're good. So there's this.
Evil.
Oh
fuckers.
my!
Whoa.
What you call them? Evil fuckers. Girl Scouts are evil fuckers. Is that what you just said?
No, the parents. The parents are evil fuckers. That's why it was funny. That's why it was funny because it's the girls like nicey. They're evil fuckers. They're tracking down the fat people of give them diabetes. Yeah.
So tonight we get to choose. Now, whether or not we stay the course, you know, because I'm putting them right here in front of me and showing a little bit of. Come on in, Tammy. You seem like you.
Want to take that?
Oh yes, please. Thank you.
Somebody from Facebook is going to bed now. They're saying goodbye. Anybody knows?
Yeah, night, Donnie.
Don.
Okay, so what we're doing right now is
love you,
the
pal.
question
Really
is if or when, because you have all kinds of different things here. Tammy's partial to the trefoils, are they? Or tagalongs, because they're kind of like a crispy thing with peanut butter covering and chocolatey goodness on there, which aren't opened. So we've had these now for about 3 weeks.
What's the sell-by date on them? What's the date on them?
September 1st.
This year.
Yeah.
I was going to say, can we not like lock them away in some kind of storage or something until you get the weight off and then celebrate by having them later?
That's a good point. Good point.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's that, but at the same time, I'd rather not have the temptation.
You have to eat them all at once, and then you don't have the temptation sitting
No,
there.
We won't eat them all.
Come on now. How many sealed boxes? What you should do is how many sealed boxes are there, and how many open boxes are there? Commit to eating the open boxes, and then hide away the sealed up ones, and like lock them away.
Okay. Yeah, Tammy took them, and now they're going out to the front room.
Oh, took your cookies away. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible friend.
Clip's sad. Well, I don't know what kind of
boy.
knee
What kind-
surgery you're gonna.
I
I'm sorry.
didn't-
I don't.
Sorry.
I was just gonna ask him. I don't know what kind of knee surgery you're gonna have. Is it one of those where they do
High
like
risk.
scope in, or what kind are they having? What kind of are
Replacement, both of them.
replacement? Oh my gosh! Wow. So you're gonna need some rehabilitation time afterwards and everything. Ooh,
Oh,
boy,
yeah.
boy. Oh my.
I didn't mean
Good
for them to
times.
get taken, I didn't mean for them to get taken away right now. I mean, you were allowed to look at them for a little while first.
Debbie was like,
I
great idea.
feel really bad. It's like, oh, I'm going to have a cookie with my cup of tea, and then the box is taken away. It's like,
Well, you can't
man.
see this. You can't. No.
The first rule of
I
life is
don't know.
if you're going to do something, go ahead and do it, because the longer you think about it, you
That's
just
true. That's true.
yeah.
That's true. Did you manage to keep one back to have with your cup of tea, or did they all get taken away?
all.
Oh, Cliff.
Not even a plastic tray that holds the cookies. I get licked clean. Nothing.
I feel terrible now.
And I
Don't.
won't
Was
talk
there
about
not- was
my
there-
gluten-free Oreos. They're the first Oreos I've had in years because I
Was
have
there
to be
not
gluten-free.
Open boxes. Was there an open box?
So good.
Yeah, it wasn't open. Well, there's open there because there was all the kinds of different ones there.
Well, you should have been allowed to keep one of the open boxes. We weren't saying to take it all away from you.
I am not going to grieve its loss because actually it's been about 2 days since I've had one of those anyway, and
I'm
it's-
proud of you. And I mean
and
that
I
I'm
was-
not being patronizing when I say that. I am genuinely proud of you. That's really cool.
Yeah. So yeah, we did that. So let's see. Also, if you see white light coming from my computer, I am also working on eBay as we speak, and we've been doing really
Oh, nice.
really well on
I
that.
don't care what you say. These are staying on my side of the bed.
We just thought that you had a wee ghostly person in the room with you when your face is lighting up white. We thought it was a wee ghost.
Something happening there.
No,
Charlie,
here-
Paranormal.
Can you have one of your cookies with a cup of tea? Is he allowed to have one of them? A wee cup of tea. Oh, he's
Well, I'm happy to ship them to you. I paid $5 a piece for those things. I think I spent like $50 on cookies.
Because I feel really bad. Although I was saying, like, could you not like store them away until September with the sale by? I didn't mean for them all to get taken away right now. Like, that was brutal.
Mhm. Well, I got hiccups.
Oh my god, that's funny.
I feel like I'm a really shit friend. First of all, I sat and ate a chocolate biscuit in front of you, and
So
then
did
I'm
I.
taking your ones to get taken away. Like I feel like I'm a nasty bastard.
I was really excited about my gluten-free Oreos. You guys have no idea, and now I can't even celebrate
Yeah,
it.
now you have to feel guilt as well. You have to feel guilt as well.
Well, he just came out with them in January, and I literally have not had an Oreo in forever.
Thanks for coming in, Charles. Have a great night.
Thanks for coming in, Charles.
Bye.
Yep.
Oh my god.
I'm
So
gonna
I'll
make
be
a cup of tea.
printing. Oh, what was that?
I was going to say I'm going to make a cup of tea, but what are you going to tell me before I go?
Oh,
you gonna tell me?
I am going to be in the background printing out our orders for today, and
Okay.
what has sold today on our eBay account. I just took the $10 offer on that Serenade one, the Red Rock one.
What's the name of your eBay account?
Honey.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what was that?
That was the one the guy was supposed to rebuy because his
Yeah.
address was wrong.
Okay, yeah. So he sent in the offer. I took it. So
I don't know if it's the same guy. That's what I'm trying to tell
yeah,
you.
it looked like.
Michelle's wanting to have a wee nosy
Well,
on your eBay
yeah.
account to see if she can find any bargains. She's not wanting to have a wee
Well,
shopping spree.
Bob has done eBay for years and years and years. He's kind of stopped doing it, but he was really big into doing that with the CD business.
Mm.
Right.
It's the same person.
So
All right. So, well, today, let's see if Tammy.
Bring them to you?
Yeah, Tammy's going to bring over what we're mailing out today. So today's treasure is brought to you by the professor and Tam Tam with the hiccups. And our first contestant. Whoops! Did you guys go somewhere?
There you
Oh,
go.
there you are.
I was trying to make you
Our
full
first
screen,
one
and I
what you
messed it
do,
up.
what you do is you
is,
hit that little box with the little guy
I
on the
know,
top of
I'm
the
an
one.
idiot, Michelle. I know. And do you know what? I knew that, and I completely forgot it. My brain's frazzled.
So
Oh,
does
look at
anybody
that.
know this album?
Janet
It looks
Jackson.
like Janet Jackson.
It is Janet Jackson. It's her first LP from.
She's so young there.
First,
There we go.
we can just turn on the overhead light. First LP from 1982. And we had a Janet fan who gave us an offer on this one of $17. It's still sealed, blah, blah, blah.
Nice.
Nice.
Wonderful.
What's on that one? What have you done for me lately? or
No,
something
that's
like
Control. That was the later one. This is her.
okay.
This is when she was just starting out, and it was all these poppy, fluffy songs.
Yeah, I hadn't realized it was as early as 82. That's why I said 82. That's
She's
earlier
so
than I thought.
young there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Hi, Rob. Hi, Edward.
Yeah, it was early 80s there. So there's that. Then we have the Red Rock Serenade, which was done by the University of Utah's public broadcast station.
Bless you.
Who, if you're into the Red Rock formations, there you are.
Yeah. There you go.
Beautiful stuff. We also are getting rid of Black Sabbath.
I just found
Woo!
that.
I'll take it.
Already sold.
Already said
Damn it.
guitar parts
Nice.
of all the Black Sabbath songs from there.
That's
We
cool.
sold our soul LP.
Oh,
Yeah.
That. We have The Celluloid Closet, Homosexuality in the Movies by Vito Russell. So we have that there as well. So selling on to a new home. And we have a book here from Eddie Hillesum. Letters that she wrote during her time with the Resistance on the underground during World War II. Nice fat book for somebody's history collection. I'm a bit of a history buff myself, so moving that along. And last but not least, one that Helen would be really hip to, a copy of Mojo Magazine featuring Patti Smith.
Ooh, I want that too. Hey, she's
How
my
much did that
girl.
go for?
We sold this for a whopping 99 cents. We had it on an auction. So you too could have had
Oh man.
Sophie.
What-
Gutted.
this. So
what's the
if you
name of
missed
your
out on
account?
something, what was that?
What's the name of your eBay account? I'm trying to find that out.
Tam,
Tam,
How do we find
Tam's
you?
Treasures.
it's Tam _ TAMS _ treasures. Oh,
Go get a drink of
Yeah,
water.
that, Michelle.
So that's
check it
today's.
out.
That's
Oh,
cool.
Somebody type it in the
I can put it
comments.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, yeah.
That's cool. I'm going to very, very quickly just stick the kettle on, guys.
Well,
Sure.
the one takeaway I have, I'm gonna relate this to music, and that is all this week I've had the strangest earworms. Like Celine Dion one morning, I had to exercise that one out of my head. I think there was a couple of other ones, but
You know,
the
it's
only
bad. You know it's bad when you've got Celine Dion in your head.
oh my word, I went straight to Marilyn Manson. That worked. That got rid of it. I don't know. I had to listen to The Beautiful People to get that out of my head. So, and then there was a time when people were starting to sing Manilow to me in the comments, and I started hearing the song.
That was me.
That was you. I knew it was you. I write the songs. Okay.
Yep.
So, but I'm telling you right now,
Forever. And I wrote the very first song. Ooh.
Black Sabbath cures everything. I literally did listen to their entire catalog earlier.
Yeah.
I think it was like Sunday, and it was like the best therapy ever.
Yes. They're always good
So-
stuff.
Yeah,
But,
and I'm just so impressed by their latest album. I just cannot believe it was the one that was in 2013 or something like that, and it's called
Right.
Black Sabbath 13. And it's such a mix of who they were and who they are now. It's great. It has both of those flavors. And was that another Rick Rubin thing? Did he have something to do with that album?
He may have had a touch on that. He may
Yeah.
have done that.
He seems to like to take the old classic
So,
icons like Johnny Cash and put out a latest hits album.
Yeah. Oh, you want to talk about historical stuff. I was scanning photos earlier, and I hope Helen doesn't kill me for uploading this, but I'll go ahead and show you guys this. This is a kind of a preview of what's going to happen tomorrow and some of the stuff I'm going to feature. And there's that guy. So,
There's that guy.
yeah, that guy.
That guy made me rebellious in 5th grade. I'm sure.
But look how long ago that was. I mean,
That is so long ago. Look at that. I mean, that roof. That is definitely a club. You know what I mean?
Tiny,
Showing 'em
itty,
kids.
yeah, itty bitty, tiny.
Oh, giving them a heads.
So if you guys are into vintage or old rock photography
Woo!
and the presents there, tune in tomorrow morning or whenever I go on.
Look at that
Morning,
hairy
afternoon, your
chest.
time, what have
I'm
you.
gonna go on too.
So
Before they did manscaping, apparently. Look at that hairy chest. I love it.
Yeah, baby.
Woo!
I love hairy chest.
Yeah. It's just kind of
so why
funny.
would we?
I know you have no hair.
Oh, okay.
You have no hair.
We're not showing that.
Oh my. Oh my.
But let's go ahead and show one last one. Then I'll get
Oh.
you another one of Mr.
Okay.
Simmons there.
I need stuff.
Okay, you're good.
Oh
So-
wow, check that out. They brought
Yeah,
their own
that's hilarious.
Coke machine.
You got some prize.
Yeah, look at that. The guy's like, hey, look at this, man. Fire. Isn't it so cool?
Wow. Yeah, and what's really sad is like a lot of those clubs probably couldn't handle that with the fire code. I'm surprised the sprinklers didn't go off. Oh, that's right. They probably didn't have any in that club. What?
Yeah, this is like early. This is not even on Kodak film. It's so ghetto. This is somebody who was just a friend of the band, like right there.
Could you say that again? You kind of went like your sound went
I
weird.
said it was kind of low key ghetto affair there. I mean, look at the lights and everything. That is some tiny club in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's well, it's definitely, it's the kind of thing you would see in New York or Detroit, and definitely those are the kind of clubs that I'm familiar with. And so, yeah, I just hope that we have a club scene and that there are clubs still open when all of this COVID is over. I haven't heard anything but the Blind Pig is one of my favorite clubs ever in Ann Arbor, and it's been around for I don't know how many decades, and they were talking that they might have to close, and I'm like, what? We're talking, like anybody who's anybody in the club scene of Detroit wound up over there playing in Ann Arbor to all those college kids at University of Michigan, and it's just one of those favorite iconic, a lot of punk bands, Iggy and the Stooges, of course, played there. So it's got a lot of history, and it's got a great little restaurant bar up top with good food, but they were talking like they were going to have to close. And there's so many places like that across the country.
Wow. Terrible.
Really looking forward to seeing those photos, Professor. When are you planning on doing that broadcast with the
whenever I get off my ass and wake up enough to come on to do it.
Okay, fair enough.
I think you
So
kind
there
of
we go.
for this. I mean, you got the right pacing for me here. So whenever I get on, it's going to be tomorrow, sometime tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay, that's cool. So take
be
note,
great.
people. That'll be a good one.
That'd be awesome. What else? Saturday would be great. So when you say 1 o'clock-ish or something, or just like
Well, my
whereabouts?
time,
Yeah,
Well,
your
just-
time.
Yeah, there's no.
Well, I don't mean like a set time, but like afternoon, morning-ish.
I will have to consult with Tammy because she wants to go on tomorrow as well to do some crafting. So
Yeah.
you're going to get a full dose of both of us tomorrow. So stay tuned.
That's
I would love that. We could do it back to back. I would be in both of your broadcasts. Seriously. I'll crochet with Tammy. I'll get out my crochet and I'll crochet along while she does her crafting thing. There should be a craft club just like there is this music chat, to be honest. I heard somebody say that in one of my broadcasts. Like, I would love it if there was
why
a
don't
crafty
you
thing.
set it up? Why don't you set
Because
it up?
I got enough stuff going on. Oh my God. There's so many other people who do just crafty stuff that like maybe that would be like their thing. Because I don't do crafts that often, but when I do, I like to support it. But
So how many?
Right.
I'm trying to think about craft. So there's obviously Tam Tam, but what other craft?
there's that one lady that I did a thing with where we were talking about crochet, and then her and I might actually do some crochet together.
And
She likes
there's the lass who does the puppets who crochets.
Yes.
She's crocheting a puppet.
She's really good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hannah something.
Well, Foamy Homie actually does a lot of like he's done broadcast where he shows how he makes puppets.
Right. I wasn't thinking of home. I wasn't thinking of that. I wasn't thinking of Foamy Homie. I was thinking of Hannah something. She's got puppets. Ergie, that she's American and she's in the middle of crocheting a puppet.
Yeah.
That'd be
And
cool.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, there might be more people. Who knows? There's a lady I just followed because
Mhm.
they had that discovery tab. I found a new artist, and she does
Good.
paper craft. I think she does something called.
So we've got that listed under art because I'm a wee bit concerned that there are things that are not going to be listed. Like there's no
I think
comedy.
craft is art. I think there's a fine
Yeah.
line. I think that those of us who like art will probably like craft, so that's
Yeah.
okay. But
Because there's no comedy section. There's
There
no
needs to be
performers. There's no there needs to be a comedy, and there isn't a chat format. Like there isn't a chat show hashtag.
But did you know that they have I forget what it's called, but okay, I went in and I typed in because I didn't know when I first got here that they only had like the name search. But I started typing in the subject and I typed in Native, like for Native Americans. See if I could find some other Native Americans on this app. And I found like a group.
Mm-hmm.
And they're Native journalists or something, but it's like a group, and
Yeah,
I
you were
forget what they
saying that.
called it.
Yeah, teams.
Yeah.
or something. Mhm.
Teams. That's it. That's the word.
Yeah.
It was like a Native team, but they haven't broadcasted in a while. But it was interesting, and I followed them, and I just thought, that's kind of almost like what we're doing in a sense, because
Mhm.
they were trying to figure out like how would they take that they had formed earlier on for journalists
Mhm.
and maybe like revisit it for this. And like seriously, I feel like we're kind of building a team of people that we could all, use this as have a channel for music talk. You see
Yeah,
what
well,
I'm
I couldn't believe that I was brought into that round table thing for talk shows, and the other two people that they brought in to do talk shows are both music lovers. Like I
Mhm.
couldn't have really been in with two better groups of people.
That was
had
awesome.
Doug and Ali and them. I really could not have been if I could have picked who to be on a conversation with. I couldn't have actually picked anybody. That's who I would have picked. Do you know what I mean? Like I couldn't have chosen. And we weren't even talking about music. Like that conversation was nothing to do with music. It just so happened that it was, the three,
Mhm.
people or whatever. I don't want to say three people because obviously it was four people, but the three, conversations were all music heads, even though the conversation wasn't about music. But we keep coming across people like that. Like Ian. Ian isn't known on here for being, musicy, but he is.
And C.S. Murphy.
Murphy.
Serious Murphy, yeah.
He's known for the art, but not so much for the music. I know most people
Right.
who watch him maybe do know that he does
He's
music, but he's
brilliant.
not known for that. Like, it would be great to have more people in. I think there are more music-y people around that we've not really discovered that they're music-y yet. Does that make sense? Like, because
I think it does because
focusing on something else.
this is more than just, I'm gonna sing your favorite tunes or I'm gonna sing your requests. I mean, that's one kind of music, that we expect. And that's the performance person.
Yeah.
But
that's
we're
yeah.
going bigger into a different kind of area, which is actually like I said, I'm coming at it from like way back in the day. I have like this music journalism background, and I know that kind of touches on a lot of the stuff. Like again, you've got an author here, we've got a radio show presenter. Like you guys have, like we've had experiences in the professional world in this genre of music, conversation. And so I think there's something to that. But I mean, everyone that we've listed so far also has something to offer and a sort of professionalism about it. So it's not just performance. We're looking at music as a part of the culture.
Yeah.
And an art form.
Well, I think we fall into the trappings of Adrian Belew, great guitarist for Bowie and a bunch of others, once said, talking about music is like whistling about chickens, where people would rather watch people perform music than sit around and talk about it because, I hate to say this, but I think we may kind of intimidate people because no one likes to be thought of as unintelligent or not quite up to snuff. So nobody, I think they are kind of fearful for hopping on here and discussing music, or to be exposed as, oh, well, maybe I don't know as much. Sort of like what you'd had happen with the people who said themselves, who say that they're natives. Somebody can mention that they're a fan of a certain type of music, and then if I lay into them and start asking 20 questions,
Yep.
it's that. So there you go.
Well, I didn't lay into that guy. Honestly, he laid into me first, you know. But
Yeah, no, but I think what it goes back to what I was saying before about being defensive.
yeah,
There wasn't any necessarily any reason that you hadn't made him defensive. He just was defensive. Like that's
Right.
not the same thing. Like it wasn't your fault that he was defensive.
right,
He just was.
right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
yeah, I
You
do
can't
see
help
the
if somebody feels got at, even if you haven't actually tried to get at them. Do you know what I mean?
Right. That makes sense. That totally
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not fatalistic in the least. Honestly, the first time we did this chat was proved to me how interested people are in having these kind of chats and how many people come and visit us and want to jump in and be a part of it. So, you know, I get what you're saying though. I mean, I don't think we're being music snobs. You know, I really don't think any one of us have that in us, really. So, but there are people like that. Like I was hearing something about, you know, like this clubhouse where there was some group of artists getting in there, and this one person got super pretentious about who is and isn't an artist, and it was just turning everybody off. And it's like, we don't do that. We're actually being very inclusive and just all over the map. And, you know, music, again, is something very personal. I don't think anybody's playing into anybody.
I've referred to myself as a music snob, and other people have referred to me as a music. I don't mind wearing that label. I think there's a difference between knowing what's good music and what's shit music, and having an eclectic broad spectrum of, you know, appreciation. I think we can all appreciate what is good music and what is, you know, what is a well-crafted, well-written piece of music versus something that's been churned out. You know, that I don't think that necessarily makes you a music snob, but it might be viewed that way. What I would say is that anybody who wants to come and talk about music is always welcome here. Like, it's
and I think they will.
It's not like, oh, we're an authority on music, and you're not allowed in. Like, it's not like that. Welcome, Dimity. How's your day going?
Yeah. And you know, to be fair, I mean, I did DM Doug and Allie, and he's like, yeah, I really need to get back into doing that with you guys because I really loved it. And you know, it's just a matter of scheduling. Jim, you know, has got his family. This might not be the best time for him, but he's actually dying to come back in and join us. And then I think C.S. Murphy is also, like, you know, he's got a schedule, but they're all, and Ian as well. But every single one of those people, and Christina too, has all mentioned how they want to be a part of this. So maybe.
But look at what we like about sorting our own. Like, look how difficult. I mean, we say, okay, it'll be around. Oh, we sort of schedule, and then we're half an hour late going live. Like,
I know, right?
So, yeah. It's hard enough for us to sort the schedule without trying to worry about anybody else's schedule.
I know, right? That's exactly what I was saying.
You know, when we are live, everybody is welcome. Like, it's, you know, I did tag Doug and Ali and Jim in the comments of the, you know, when I did the preview thing, hoping they might see it. But I didn't want to go all out and like invite them in, or, you know, I'm glad you DM'd them. I'm glad I didn't as well, because then that's like overkill. But I did think, well, I'll just tag them in it just in case they're around. If they're around, it'd be good to see them popping in. But I don't want anybody to feel under pressure to be here either. Like, we've got lives, you know what I mean? And to be fair, most of this conversation hasn't really been about music. It's been me having a good old fucking rant about ranty type things.
Oh, it's all relevant. We'll make it all relevant. It's okay. But I think another thing too is we're doing something I don't know if anyone else has really started on this platform or has done, but I think may have been done maybe on Periscope, who knows. But we've rotated whose channel this is. It's not one person. And we recognized from the very beginning, I think the magic took place, Professor, when you just spontaneously let a bunch of us in your room one night, and we were all having such a great time that it was just like, yeah, we got to do this again. And we have been trying, and so tonight it might still just be the three of us, and we may not be on point on any one thing, but I mean, just to hear that Helen has snagged this great interview, I can't wait till that happens. I seriously am like so excited for her. I'm excited for the possibility of being a part of that and listening in. I mean, that's gonna like make my week, seriously. So I'm really happy about that.
It made me laugh when someone says like, does anybody know this person out with the music people? And it's like,
that was a strange thing to say.
I also think, well, okay, anybody else who's interviewing anybody else on this platform, nobody knows who okay, they're known on Haps, but they're not fucking known anywhere else. Like,
what? Oh God, it's like a Periscope thing all over again.
What difference does that even make? Like, what difference does it even make? If you don't know who it is, don't come and bother listening to the interview. If you have an interest in music, pop in and say hi. Like, it's no like, oh, you're going to be here and I'm going to make you sit in the seat and I'm going to, super glue you to the chair. I'm going to force you to this person you've never heard of. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Oh my God, that's too funny.
I don't understand I was super excited because it is somebody who's not from Haps.
Yeah.
Like, I'm super excited. Like, okay, there are some great people on Haps, don't get me wrong, but everybody's talking to everybody and it essentially becomes the same dozen people on everybody else's broadcast.
I don't know. I haven't been interviewed yet.
Have you not?
Ooh. I have to read your book first. I have to read your book, or is it book?
Rev and I think Jim both need to bloody interview you then.
It'll be tough too. It'll be like one of those 60 Minutes things where I'm gonna really, what did you just say? Put it to you? No. I genuinely
think that Jim and Rev should both have you on their shows.
I think so too.
I'm not interested enough.
Oh, come on. You and Jim together? Are you kidding me? You and Jim are like, I mean, you guys are like cut from the same cloth.
To be fair though, Jim has been saying to me since he started this thing, oh, I want you on my list, I want you to come in on my thing. Oh, you're on my list, I want you to come in. And I've never been this, oh, I want and I don't know how far up the fucking or how far down the list. It started off I was supposed to be one of the first people on the list, and now the list is about 500 long and I'm like number 500 on a 500 list. So, I don't he'll get round to you eventually.
Well, I tell you what, if you go, I'll go. We'll both be on the same show. How's that?
There you go.
You know what? I can't think of a better person to be alongside. Actually.
There you go.
That would be really cool.
There you go. It's too funny.
We're just our brethren. The three of us will just stick together like a wee trio of munchkins, and we'll just hold each other's hands wherever we go.
We represent the music chit chat. The music chit chat.
Oh, I'm gonna give you guys an exclusive till.
That was so funny. It took a minute. You were talking about the Lollipop Guilds from the.
My nickname in high school was the main Munchkin, like because you watch the credits in the Wizard of Oz, and it's like there's like Munchkin 1, 2, 3, but there's the main Munchkin, or maybe it's Mayor Munchkin. I don't know, but like that was my nickname in high school. Hey MM.
That's funny.
Main Munchkin.
Oh, it just took me.
Do that again. We should do voiceovers, Professor.
Oh, I just used to always do that in class. I would always impersonate other people and do things there. So now everybody's looking. I'm not going to do it. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road.
Follow the yellow brick road.
Follow the yellow brick road.
Pretty spot on, to be fair.
Oh, so I was going to show you guys what I picked up earlier today.
Yes.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm going to run away from the camera for a bit, so be right back. Hopefully Tammy didn't leave yet.
When you come back. But the hiccups. Awesome.
Oh, my.
Oh, man.
Oh, man,
if I watch that back, I bet you there's a delay you can see where the penny drops, where the actual penny drops that we were talking about the Wizard of Oz, because I was aware that was delayed, I don't know if it's because I'm super tired or I've not had enough caffeine or what was going on there, but
You're having a stroke. That's what it is.
slow motion. And then I realized what you were singing.
Music.
That's funny. Welcome back, Willie.
Welcome back, Willie.
Excuse me.
Tamika is here with her laughter and her love and her joy. And of course, Katrina is still here. Good to see you guys. I don't know.
I feel like the momentum's, we're at a slow pace, but I'm just so tired.
Well, you
Awake last night.
believe it or not, I mean, I feel like you're a mellow person. I don't know if you think that way. You're a mellow person, but you do get a lot of stuff done in your own time. Does that make sense?
And it's hard to. It's right. Do you know what? You've kind of nailed me. In real life, I am so fucking laid back. I'm virtually horizontal. Like, I'm really chilled out and laid back about most. Like, I've never been one of those people who've been like uptight about having a tidy house or like nitpicking at the kids to do stuff, or like I'm really laid back. But on here, I get easily frustrated with people, so it comes off as me being like maybe a bit uptight. But it's just that, like, stupidity. It exacerbates me. Do you know what I mean? And
you can't fix stupid. You really can't fix stupid. And I'm at this point where this is what I learned. Seriously, the takeaway, if I had to summarize it, is that number one, I can't fix stupid, and number two, I shouldn't talk to stupid.
Yep.
That way, I don't have to listen to stupid.
You're only right.
We're gonna like eliminate stupid. We're gonna eliminate
Michelle,
stupid.
I have a propensity to call it out.
I know, that's
I can't help it.
And we love it when you do. Those of us who have common sense and a heart and a mind love it when you do. So don't feel like just because maybe, because you have to be that person to be truthful.
Yep. I can't change that. I'm almost 40 years old. I'm not going to be able to change that habit now. Like, and that in a lifetime, that's ingrained within me. Like, I'll call, if people are talking shit, I'll call it out. If people are arseholes, I'll call them out for being arseholes. Like, I can't help it.
That's part of what you do in your job as a manager of talent and of music. Yep. Yes. And it's important. It's a skill. I mean, if you didn't have that, people would walk all over your performers and take whatever they want from them.
Yep.
And they wouldn't get shit. They'd be they would be getting into deals that would not be good for them and may even destroy the unity of a band or their ability to perform or their ability to get record deals. I mean, seriously. So that's an important skill to have. No apologies needed. And I think because it's coming from a woman,
yes.
that sometimes you're put to task that somehow that's not natural.
You're right. Not so much. I don't think it's quite, established itself here, but certainly on Periscope, there were times where I would be called aggressive. In situations where a man would be called assertive.
Right. We've had that conversation. Now,
why don't we standard?
Can you tell me an instance just in general without, you don't have to name any kind of specific situation. But has that happened to you in the music industry? Has that happened to you?
No, I'm not talking about music industry. Let's just use Periscope as an example. I remember a conversation with someone who was talking about, I had a very close, very, very close friendship with a guy. And part of the conversation was that we're almost like the same people, right? This person was discussing, like, they didn't know I was listening or didn't know I'd heard it, right?
Right.
And the conversation went something like, they're almost like the same person, blah, 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 blah. And then the conversation went on and it was about how attractive he was. And he was assertive or whatever. And then the next minute, I'm overconfident and I'm aggressive. Well, first of all, how can you be overconfident? You're either confident or you're not confident.
Right.
One or the other. She's overconfident and she's aggressive. And it's like, you just said we're like the same person. We've got the same behaviors. But that person's, attractive and assertive, and because I'm a female, it was a female that was saying this, by the way. So we do it to ourselves. We do it to our own kind. We
do buy into a lot of stuff,
Absolutely.
Now, what is that? What is exactly overconfidence?
Well,
the fact that you achieve something?
no, you're either confident or you're not confident, right? There
Right.
isn't really such a thing as overconfidence. Like, if you sit and analyze it, what is that? You're either confident or you're not. It's an off or an on. Do you know what I
Well,
mean?
there was a time when I had terrible stage fright,
Mm-hmm.
and the way I overcame it was to get on stage. And I mean, we're talking like I've been in choirs. Like I started singing from a young age. It's one thing when you're sitting around with your family and we're all just jamming and playing music together. It's
Mhm.
another thing when it's kind of like this organized thing and you're up on a stage. And so I started getting, I don't know why I started getting stage fright, but I did. I started getting, and it was really serious. And like I would not want the attention to be on me. So maybe that's why I gravitated towards being in groups of, performers versus like a solo type performer. Although I love to sing and I love to do it, I never felt comfortable being like front and center. And
But Michelle,
I
most
think what
performers
Mhm.
actually are very shy people.
Exactly.
I'm
Well,
sorry to interrupt you, but that's a fact.
that's
Most
okay. That's true.
front
That's very
people
true.
are very shy in real life.
And this is what I did when I was still in school. I started going into drama club, which is getting out there, overcoming your shyness. And I did find out, I mean, what I realized, because it was just like a club, and we were like, we could try out for plays and musicals and all of that kind of stuff as part of it, but we also met and we just kind of played around in the play acting sort of thing as a club. I realized every single one of us had that same thing. So it was fun and it was play. I realized, hey, I love music. I love to play music. So like when I kind of started to overcome that that stage fright was when I realized I'm just going to go up there and have a good time, because I did.
Yep.
What happened was I started realizing, yes, I may be afraid and my heart's, my throat, and I start getting like dry in the mouth, and then I go out there on stage. But then once you start letting loose and forgetting about the fact that you're actually in front of people and you just do what it is that you love to do,
There's
you
the
can
thing.
get off and you feel like, oh my God, I want to do that again.
And this is what people
I
don't
love
understand about me. Somebody's question, false confidence, unearned confidence, whatever. No. Actual confidence, the confidence that I have, comes from not giving a fuck what other people's opinion of me is.
There you
And
go.
it's taken a long time to get there. It's a knowing my own abilities. It's having, I know what I'm capable of. It's me not doubting my abilities. If I don't think I'm capable of doing something, I'll say, look, I don't think I'm capable of doing that. If I think I'm capable of doing it, I'll just fucking do it. I don't talk about it. I don't bullshit. It'll get done. Roll my sleeves up and do it.
I love it.
And I also just don't care if, okay, I might make an arse of myself. I don't care enough about him watching his opinion of me to give a fuck if that happens. So that's where, don't get me wrong, I was bullied mercilessly for years at school. It took me a long time to actually come to the realization that I didn't give a fuck what other people thought. I'm nearly 40 years old. It's took a lifetime. But that's where the confidence comes from. It's not about having an ego, and it's not about, thinking I'm better than anybody else. It's just not caring what anybody else's opinion actually is. I
call it overcoming despite all of that. Like, again, like I said, the best cure for the stage fright was to get up on stage.
Yep.
And I think it's the same way, because it's like, what? I have this passion. I love what I do. So you know what? Regardless of the fact that I may make mistakes, I may make a fool out of myself, or all this other stuff that you were just saying, you overcome it by just doing it. And then you realize, you know what? Who gives a fuck what other people think? I'm just going to overcome.
That's exactly it. And you kind of sort of touched on that when you said, when you get into it, you kind of forget that those people are there or whatever, right? That's it. Because you've got to the stage, because you've forgotten they're there, you don't give a fuck what they think, because you've forgotten they're there. It's the same. The fear comes from making a fool of yourself and other people, what other people's opinion of you is. The way you eliminate that is to not care what their opinion of you is.
Because that'll stop you from doing what it is that you love to do.
Absolutely.
It'll stop you before it can happen.
And I've consistently gone on and on and on about this whilst I've been live streaming for years, right? People will come in and they'll have a go, oh, you'd be happier if you lost weight. Would I? According to you. Like,
You'd
who
be
says
happier if you have a man in your life.
Who says I'm not fucking happy? Like, the only thing that makes me unhappy is being told that I should be unhappy. Now, when someone comes in and says you're fat or you're ugly, it's the same feeling as when someone comes in and says, oh, you're beautiful. I do not give a fuck either way. It's two sides of the same coin. And I know that some people go live or, you know, they're on social media or whatever because they need the likes, they need the affirmation, they need, you know, followers, they need something that's lacking within their own real life, some kind of approval. And I've never needed that.
And let's face it, there is the thing about the male gaze. There is something about being a female in front of the camera.
I could switch this off now. I could switch this. I could stop broadcasting, and it wouldn't be I'm missing people talk. Yeah, I would miss the interaction with people, but I'm not interested in how many views the broadcast has. I'm not interested in how many fucking likes it's had. Don't give a fuck how many followers there are either. It doesn't mean enough to me. Right now, in this moment, I'm having a conversation with you because I want to engage and have a conversation with you and the professor. I love that. But what would happen is, if I gave this up right now, you and I would still converse. We would just talk to each other like privately on another platform. So this bullshit of, oh, you work on your brand.
Professor's laughing just as loud as I am. Every time you say that, and it makes me laugh, and I don't know why. It's like a guttural laugh. Like it's just.
It's this bullshit of, they want to. I don't know what it is. They want to try and achieve being seen by lots of, you know, getting. I don't know if it's getting kudos or getting respect, but I have all those things in real life. I am respected in real life.
There you go.
Professional musicians, my whole adult life, and comedians and performers. I don't need anybody because I'm good at what I fucking do, and I'm respected for what I do, and I'm also loved by the people who are closest to me. I don't need it from strangers, and I think that's the issue with why social media becomes addictive. Is, you know, when you're chasing likes on Instagram, or you've got your tits and ass out because, you know, like you want a few more, you know, you want some attention, but you're really fucking miserable inside because the photo you just posted has about 10 million filters on it and doesn't even look like your face anymore. Like,
too many filters. Yeah, you don't have to sell me on the whole thing about the male gaze and women adapting just so they can fit in that sort of.
Hey, hold up here. Some of us appreciate a good shapely woman putting themselves out there.
No, but the thing is, Professor, I understand. Listen, I worry about. Hi, Helen. By the way, I worry about the next generation coming up. Okay, things are so fucking warped. You've got contour and makeup. That's the norm. You've got filters. I don't understand when it became a thing that Snapchat filters looking like a cartoon animal became more attractive than looking like a human being. Why are people ashamed of what they actually look like? And why do they feel the need to all look the fucking same?
And what's it doing to young girls?
We've been told by our society that that's what we're supposed to look like.
What's it doing to young girls? I don't even know. I mean, I don't have children anymore.
Rates are fucking they're through the roof. Now, I went through a thing of looking at Instagram and thinking, like, I have got extreme. I don't want to say extreme confidence because that comes back to the overconfidence thing. But I am very comfortable within myself. Okay,
Good.
I'm happy with how I am. I don't need to change how I look. I'm wearing the remnants of yesterday's fucking makeup. That's how much I care about bothering about. Do you know what I mean?
You're wearing makeup. I'm not wearing makeup. I'm one of those
yesterday's though. It's yesterday's fucking makeup. I make up. The point I'm making. But what I'm saying to you is, even me looking at Instagram is thinking, like, I'm supposed to look this way, and I'm like, no, I'm not fucking falling into their fucking bullshit. Okay, it's okay to look like yourself. When did it stop being okay to look like yourself? People faking they have to look a certain way and then feeling miserable because they don't actually look that way because somebody's liked a photo of them that's got all these filters on them because that's what they need for the affirmation, but it's not actually them.
Well, there's things that have happened though in the music industry for that very reason, and you know, it's like all about, like, again, it's like, look what happened to Heart you know, and the lead singer, when she started to gain weight, and the things that they did to her were almost unrealistically cruel. You know,
Karen
like
Carpenter fucking
Sure,
died. Helen
well,
Shapiro.
well, I mean, they just, you know, like when they were doing those videos, they were doing so many filters, and then like made these giant, you know, padded things and giant hair to try to cover up the fact, you know, and smoke and mirrors so that she didn't look a certain way because, you know, they were just like focusing on her face and, you know, and they were trying to hide her body. But the woman has an incredible voice, right? And they had decades of music, her and her sister. You know, they were focusing a lot on her sister who wasn't as heavy set. You know, she was a guitarist, of course, that was really great, but they were really sexing her up to try and have the male gaze. And, you know, I mean, that just about destroyed that band, you know, the image of Heart. When, you know, I mean, they're one of the few women in rock and roll that went through all of that and still came out, you know, and still had a career. And like she did switch up. I think Pat Benatar did the same thing, where for a while they just kind of like, let's just sing some other kind of music for a while because let's get out of this crazy thing.
If you think about the thing that really sort of empowered women in music, it was punk.
Yeah.
It was punk.
Oh, I love you just for saying that. Say that again.
Suddenly, it was punk. Suddenly, it was acceptable for a woman to front a male band and do it fucking like a boss and own their own sexuality. Because before that, they had been put together and produced by men. They'd been, you know, I don't want to say manufactured by men, but essentially, you know, the image was, or whatever, the managers, the producers, the A&R, whatever, they had to be a certain way. Punk basically
opened the door,
and not only opened the door, but basically said, fuck you. Okay. Debbie Harry would walk on stage in a bin liner that was barely covering her arse if she wanted to.
I love
sexuality. And that then paved the way for and ska, absolutely.
I agree. Yeah,
definitely.
I mean,
but punk kind of, sort of, just beat them. It was around about the same kind of time, but punk was the thing that paved the way for everything else in terms of women being empowered. And then all the bands that came from that, Susie and the Banshees, you had the Slits, Viv Albertine, Polystyrene, X-Ray Specs, Debbie Harry, Blondie, Chrissie Hynde, the Pretenders, all those bands. And then you had the next sort of the next generation of that who had the fucking attitude. So you had like Shirley Manson. I wanted to be Shirley Manson.
Oh, I don't blame you. She's awesome.
She was from Edinburgh, so it made it feel like anything was possible. And she had that punk mentality of fuck you. I'll wear a mini skirt and a pair of Doc Martens if I fucking want to.
Hey, you know how I want to be? I would love Professor if he's going to come back to show that cover of Patti Smith again. Like, talk about a woman. Oh, just went out in the mail? Okay. Talk about a woman who didn't give a fuck. And she predates almost all of those folks. She was around the same time with Debbie Harry and all the CBGB and all that stuff. But I mean, like, she was like, I am just as equal, if not, you know, better than a man. I can front this rock and roll band. I can be a woman that inhabits rock and roll. And she fucking was like, in her own mind, you know, like, absolutely. I got that power. And, you know, there was a controversy about that album cover where, like, she had her arm up, and, you know, it showed the hair under her armpits, and they're just like, oh, we got to do something about that.
Do you remember the big controversy when Nina, had hairy pits, and that was a big deal. Now this is the Bible of punk, right? This is it's heavy as fuck. This big book, right? This coffee table book of punk, right? Punk. Name an artist, and we'll find them. You want to look up Patti Smith? She'll be in here.
I totally adore her. Are you coming back in, Professor, or what's happening?
I guess I better check myself back in. I was waiting. Okay, when you're talking about women issues and women empowerment, I would rather turn the floor over to two people who know I can't really comment on that. Only thing I can come from is more of the what I saw growing up. And what
There
I'm
you
seeing
go.
happening now is that who usurped the power from the female fronted bands? I mean, right now in popular music, am I missing something? Is there somebody? Because even if we could look at the Go-Go's and kind of put them down, but at the same time, they wrote their music, they played their instruments, but what's like that right now? I mean, yeah.
Well, you know, that's like okay, like Susie Quattro was the first kind of kick-ass woman to front
Yep.
a band, and she couldn't make it in the U.S. And then you had Joan Jett, that was kind of like, you know, it took her to kind of do what Susie Quattro was already doing to kind of, but look what the struggle she had to do. And she spent her whole life, like, that's why we have like Bikini Kill and the Gits at the time and other stuff that Joan Jett has done. But like, it's like they've literally, just like I said about punk, like she said about punk, you know, like they had to take that into their own hands and say, you know what, fuck you, I'm going to have my own record label. Fuck you, I'm going to produce
But
this
also,
shit. I'm
the
gonna have
women.
my own
The thing is, the camaraderie between bands as well, right?
Right.
They would all be on the stage. They would all, you know, they would all just be in a venue, and they would all take to the stage and whatever. And a woman fronting a band was just as fucking equal to any man, you know, fronting a band. They'd all be in a club, you know, in London one night. You'd maybe have the Sex Pistols and maybe Susie in the band. In fact, Susie and the Banshees. I think one of Susie and the Banshees' first gigs had Marco Peroni from Adam and the Ants playing for them.
I think so.
And they all just used to just change it up, but they were seen as equals.
Yeah,
and time, really.
Well, you know, I mean, again, I reference back to the Riot Grrrl movement, because that was huge. Because punk started, at least at this later stage, or the underground before, you know, like when grunge was kind of like passing over, and then power pop punk would come out. Somewhere in between there was it was mostly at the club level, and clubs were getting more of the hardcore punk. And so what Riot Grrrl was, what that movement was females, musicians wanting to feel safe to perform. And the way they did it was they did it to band together, because it was getting really violent. You know, and no lie, and it started with the Gits, when the lead singer was raped and murdered just after a recording session in LA. And it was brutal, and it was very scary, and it was like, you know, it was a crazy guy, but
from that, Michelle, because very recently, within the last year or so, I had a very, very similar situation with a stand-up comedian, female stand-up comedian, I think in New Zealand, I can't remember exactly, but the same thing. She had to make her own way home after a gig, and was, you know, assaulted and raped and murdered. You know, it happened. Yeah, and obviously, you know, the thing is, we don't really know the statistics on rape, because most rapes aren't even reported.
Right.
There's a 5% conviction rate for rape, so it's a little wonder that nobody reports it. But when something like, I'm echoing and it's so annoying. When something like high profile performer, something happens to them, suddenly it's like, oh, what can we do to make it safer for these women to perform? But how about we just fucking, you know, actually punish men who do, like, why does it have to fall on the women to try to be safe? Why can't it be a case of teaching men to fucking not violate women? And not fucking, you know, not fucking...
Yeah.
Do you know what? This is going to go off on a completely different fucking tangent.
No, this is how we started out.
I don't want to go down this route, because it could be...
let's not go down. Yeah, we don't have to go down there. We actually kind of covered it when we first came in, when we were talking about being respectful, you know, how to just have like empathy, and also just, you know, I think accountability is a whole other issue for sure. You know, I don't know the answer to that. Like you said, it could be a long-winded conversation, but I think in general, this idea of just, you know, giving people their space, letting them have that space, and also having that space, whether it's a creative space in the studio, whether it's a performing space in a club or a venue, or whatever space that is, you know, in the business room, you know, the business room. I mean, like, like in the business side of things.
Mhm.
That space needs to not only be safe but respected, and that's kind of what women have been fighting for. And we kind of take it for granted sometimes, but we have to revisit that no matter who we
Well, the
are.
situation you've got with something like the reason it's such a big thing in the comedy circuit, and again recently the whole Me Too movement actually highlighted a lot of people who had experienced negative things
Mhm.
without going into details within the comedy circuit. And a lot of the problem is because most of the time you'll have a bill that's all male comedians. You might have one female on the bill. So there are no other women to have your back. It'll be a male promoter, male, person that's putting the gig together, male comedians. You're essentially isolated. And this has been the case for years. It's not different with bands, but I think progress was made in music in a way that hasn't been made on the comedy circuit. And of course,
That's interesting.
I'm primarily thinking about the UK comedy circuit, but obviously there have been massive issues in the States as well, where people being convicted for,
Yeah, that would be interesting. You know what? We could open up that idea of, like, maybe we could have like Aaron Haber in our conversation one week. I mean, even though this is a music chit chat, it's still about performing. Maybe that would be something, because I was just thinking there's some comedians, like you said, that aren't on a channel yet. It would be nice.
But I think if we're going to have a conversation like that,
But isn't there somebody named Mo Vita, or is there another? There's a female comedian on here.
I was going to say, I think if we're going to have that kind of conversation, we really need to have that conversation with female comedians.
Oh, for sure,
To not do that is disingenuous. Most male comedians will say, "Oh, I've never seen anything like that happen."
Yeah, no, I didn't mean that. I just meant, like, he might know of some people, or we could open that conversation beyond just music. That would I'm just spitballing and brainstorming.
Plenty of female comedians.
I think I was gonna say, you would know people.
And I know plenty of female comedians who have had negative experiences.
There you go.
It's much more common than anybody realizes, and it's for that reason I don't really want to discuss it. I know that sounds. I just feel like this probably isn't the platform for it. It's probably not that the app's not the platform for it, but this actual conversation probably isn't. I think if it's a conversation we're going to have, we should have it with people who are directly involved within having experiences of that happen. It's not for, I don't know, it just feels like we've gone off on a tangent.
I know we've gone off on a tangent. I was just, thinking, like, that is an interesting conversation to have at some point. So, yeah.
Well, I want to pose the question, and I may be opening Pandora's box here, that as a guy looking outside in, I'm feeling that here in the States, at least, I can't speak for the UK, I can't speak for, over there, Helen, but for here in the States, I'm seeing more and more female comedians in positions of betterment than I see female musicians right now. I think there is a total lack of female-fronted bands out in America right now. I don't know
why that is. Do you know why that is?
That's interesting.
Because comedy is the new rock and roll. That's why. Comedy is the music industry's fucked. Right?
So what do we do about that?
I agree.
Well, that's another whole. Well, we've kind of had that kind of conversation about what we do to support musicians. We've kind of covered that, and I feel like I cover it every time I speak. We need to invest in musicians, but the music industry itself is kind of buggered. Comedy has become like the new rock and roll. You think about your TV programs or whatever, and how big comedians are on, Saturday night prime time, TV. So you might be seeing more because there's money in it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily female comedians. I think it's comedy generally. And I think it is the same here. Of course it is. I think that comedy has become the new rock and roll.
Yeah.
I mean, like they have the arenas and they have the
Absolutely.
tours
And, they
and,
also, and this is a massive generalization.
and the danger, the little
And
bit
there's
of sense of danger
and
that
there's a
rock and
massive
roll has.
generalization, super statement, but they also have the fucking ego as well. I
Mhm.
have encountered a lot more ego from comedians than I have from musicians. Mostly.
Interesting.
And my,
Believe
don't forget, I work with both.
Oh, I was wondering why Cliff was off to the side, but he just disappeared.
No, I'm hiding because again, I mean, I feel like I'm the voice of. I am
Not
the voice.
at all.
of
Come into the chat,
speaking.
Cliff. You're being
Come
that.
back in. You're not in the corner now.
Not at all. But you know, any kind of almost privilege that I've encountered has come from comedians with huge egos. I've been really, really lucky with the musicians that I've worked with. I haven't encountered that with any musicians.
Yeah, I
I
can
haven't
see that.
encountered any bands. But then again, maybe it's because the bands that I'm in, you know, mostly around are they've already had the peak of their career and they've been around for a long time. They're highly professional. Whereas I don't know.
They've been humbled by the experience of the years.
I have just been incredibly fortunate that I have always been respected. I've always been seen as one of the lads, but I've always been like I've never really encountered, certainly within music circles, I've never experienced any issues. With comedians, however, that's another story. Of course I have. And there's sexism everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're a woman, you've experienced it. There's sexism everywhere, but there are degrees of, and the issue with circuit comedy is that female comedians are often isolated, they're on their own, and then how do they get home safely? What should be happening is venues should be making sure that she's put in a taxi and sent home. That shouldn't need to be the case, but unfortunately, it's, you know, it should be the case. And ideally, actually, let's have more than one fucking female comedian. If you've got a bill of comedians with like, you know, 6 comedians on it, why is only one of those female? Because I'm sick of hearing the shit of women aren't funny. I'm sorry. I know very funny fucking women. Very
I
funny.
was just going to bring that up because it seems like you'd think that would be gone by now, but that's still an issue. Like,
it's still a
women
thing.
aren't funny.
The most common phrase I've heard is, I don't normally like female comedians, but I think you're really funny. Not me, I've heard it to comedians I've been working with.
That's a bit condescending.
I consider myself a comedian, but I have been sitting in the company of comedians that I'm working with that are female, and I've heard it so many times. I don't normally like female comedians, but I think you're really funny.
Considering you're female, yeah, you're funny. Considering you're a female.
You speak to any female comedian, I can guarantee you 100%, I'm willing to lay £1,000 bet on the table that they've all heard that phrase.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of what country they're from, I'm that confident I can guarantee it that every female comedian's heard that phrase. I don't normally like female comedians, but I don't normally find what female comedians funny, but you're or whatever. That, you know, I'm paraphrasing, but you know, that basically considering you're female.
And I bet you they want to be seen as a comedian, not a female comedian. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
You know?
There's no shame in, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, you're a female, but that doesn't negate whether you're funny or not. The problem we have is there are so many, it's a male-dominated industry, right? There are so many male comedians that if a male comedian has a shit gig, it's 10. I've seen hundreds of male comedians have shit gigs, right? But if a female comedian has a shit gig, it's noted, and you'll be lucky if she gets booked again. Whereas a male comedian's just like, oh well, he had a poor gig, let's just like give him another chance on bloody whatever. Like, you have to work so much fucking harder as a woman to get to the same level as you do just because somebody might have a penis. Essentially, that's what it is.
Very true. I don't mean to like scooch out, but I'm gonna go warm up my cup.
I need one as well, but I'm not gonna. I'll wait till you come back. You get yours.
Okay. All right, I'll be in a
Now,
hurry.
you
don't want to
guys
leave Cliff here by himself.
Now, you do realize that there's the party of the century going on somewhere else right now, right?
There is. Do you want to migrate to that party of the century?
What party of the century? Oh,
they're having that. they're having that train that, mind you, it's going on for 5 hours. It's not like we're going to miss much at the start of the party. Have you ever been to a party as soon as it starts?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Exactly. So let them get their party underway, and we'll fucking rock up when everybody's half drunk, and it's
Yeah.
more fun.
There
There
you
we
go.
go. We'll
And it's only
slam.
10:30 here, and I'm usually up until like 3, 4 in the morning lately. I'll be right back though.
But you're
so-
more than welcome to migrate over if you want to, Cliff. Like, I'm not going
Oh, hell no.
handcuff you to the bed and make sure you stay here. Like, you can do what you want.
Hey, hold up. Wait. Hold on now. I could be walking away from something really groovy here.
Eleanor's in the comments section, and I never even thought, did you want to come up and talk with us as well, Eleanor, or are you happy in the cheap seats? How are you feeling? Are you all right down there? Things I
Well,
want to talk about on my channel. I've gone through shit, made it out also, and there are things like this topic that need to be talked about. Fuck if people uncomfortable. I know, but it's sometimes the people talking get uncomfortable. Eleanor, it's not just the people listening. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I'm not. I would need to be psyched up and in the right frame of mind to discuss it. Do you know what I'm saying? I was more than uncomfortable beginning, or I guess that means being raped and attacked, and we have to start acknowledging this shit so we can fix it. Agreed. So
Agreed.
those who haven't might heal. Yep. Also getting uncomfortable, neurodivergent. I understand entirely. Don't have to explain anything to me. I think the takeaway from this, without going any further into the conversation, is the takeaway from this is rape and sexual assault is much more prevalent than anyone realizes. You will know someone who has been raped or sexually assaulted. It's just a fact. You will. Most people don't even report it.
mhm.
And that's scary. Hi, how you doing? We're having the deep and meaningful conversations. You just walked right in at the gloomy bits. We were having a laugh 5 minutes ago. Now we're being fucking grumpy. How's your day going? Oh, and how's New York? New York.
Oh, it's Max. Max. Hi, Max.
Oh man, it's went a bit fucking doom and gloom, innit?
I did not hear what you just said. It just
I'm saying
sounded.
it went a bit doom and gloom. I'm saying the conversation's like, it's like bipolar. This conversation is up, down, up, down, up.
I just went to go get a cup. What happened?
No, I was just reading out Eleanor's comment and then responding to it.
Oh, I see. I see. Oh, yeah, she's got some really good conversation going on there. In the
Yeah,
comments.
I'm just saying that.
Hello, Max.
And I
Hello.
totally get what she's saying about it making people listening uncomfortable. And I'm just saying that it can also make the person talking about it uncomfortable unless they're in the right frame of mind to talk about it. So maybe it's a conversation for another day. Because I'm tired.
Well, I mean, there's a time to have an uncomfortable conversation and work your way through it, and then there's a time to say this may not be the right time.
Yeah,
there's a time and place for everything. But I think we did touch on something that was really important, and I think and it started with this conversation that had nothing to do with music. But it had everything to do when we started talking about women in music. I think that was a really great touchstone. But one thing I wanted to do, I mean, you know me, I like to plan things, and so I thought, well, I gotta have at least one question to ask you guys because I look so forward to our time together. I love you guys so much. But
she's up to something when she starts being 90.
The question I have to ask, I just want to know if anybody knows what's happening in the world of music right now that really we should know about, like whether it's an album that's going to drop. Does anybody have like anything their finger on the pulse? Like about anything that's happening right now. And I'm not talking about the Grammys. Okay, I know they're coming up sometime. I don't know. I don't even watch them anymore.
His ears perked up, and then you said not the Grammys, and then his face sunk like that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I shouldn't say that. He worked for the Grammy organization. I just insulted him every time I win.
It's just the way the Grammys, and he's just like,
Is it the Grammys? I know it's the Grammys. I'm just teasing it because we had that whole Rock and Roll Hall of Fame thing, and it got so impassioned.
Absolutely, Daniel.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. But no, seriously, what's going on, Cliff? What's happening? Your buddies at the Grammys they're gonna get together and do something. What's it gonna be like in COVID?
Well, if I was still affiliated with them, I could give you insider goodies, but most of the time right now, it seems to be that I think they're giving a lot more sizzle than steak lately when it comes to the award shows and award things like right now. I think what the future is going to hold is that now that I'm going back to working performances, it may be sports, but sports is I'm right next door to actual concerts. So what we're doing here in Phoenix is we're socially distancing. We're putting people in 2 and 4 pod groups all around the arena right now. So the rumor has it that we may sneak the Disney folks in to do a Disney on Ice to see how that goes.
Is this an outdoor or indoor arena? I don't know. I'm
an indoor arena. It's the Phoenix Suns arena. So go look it up if you're bored. Yeah. And you can always just look for me in the crowd shots. You look for the big black gentleman. I'm kind of hard to miss.
I just wanted to make a statement that when I was like, oh, the Grammys, oh no, not the Grammys, and it's like I mentioned the Grammys, you perked up, and then you went down when I said, oh God, the Grammys, no. It was like me thinking, it's like your cookies being taken away.
Oh, don't remind us of that. That's mean.
I'm so sorry. I feel like that Girl Scout cookie that went away. So I'm terrible. I'm so bad. But
really mean.
But I mean, what do you think of the Grammys though? Like that are coming up or whatever's happening there?
Well, as I always want to say about awards ceremonies, they usually give the awards to the wrong people when it comes to the Grammys. Very rarely get it right. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news there, but you can pull up the list of best new artists going throughout the years and read them off like it could be who's on a milk carton missing right now if you start reading off best new artists, And I don't know. I mean, we should talk about. Now that we broach the subject of women in music, I would like to hear your opinion, both of you, about Billie Eilish. Is she pro?
I was thinking about her.
What is your opinion of Billie?
Pro, anti, what?
Yeah, are you pro Billie? Anti? I mean, is she keeping the torch burning? Is she a poser?
Yeah, I think she's a creative. I think she there is something there. She's obviously doing her own thing. She's not your typical manufactured, like carbon copy Barbie doll. It's hard to the music snob part of my brain is like, oh well, she's a big artist, so let's negate her. But actually no, I think she probably is one of the few that are around at the moment that are genuinely talented. And yeah, I think using the phrase burning the candle is probably, keeping the torch burning is probably the right phrase for her. More power to her. I don't own any of her music personally. That doesn't mean that I don't think that she has something that should be treasured and nurtured, and I wouldn't dismiss her.
I think she's going about things the right way too, in a sense, like for her. I mean, one of the things that caught me was an interview where she turned it around when people were, of course, they always do this, especially with female artists, about like, what are you wearing? Why do you wear that? What about your body? And she's like, people, like, I'm 17, like, I'm underage. It shouldn't be about my body. Like,
right.
Hello.
Absolutely.
Like, you gotta think about how most of the people who are asking me that question it would be illegal for them to talk to me like that in other settings. And I thought, wow, that was really bold.
Again, it kind of comes back to the conversation sort of that we were talking about before. There is this really creepy, insidious thing that happens in the media where there's almost like a countdown of when somebody's legal. And there was a whole made up. No, like there's a whole sort of conversation on Twitter about how presenters will refer to teenagers or whatever. Oh, I can't wait until she's legal, and then it's okay to discuss. And it's like, I'm sorry, like that. There's a whole that is a thing. That's an actual thing where there's like a countdown to when it's suddenly okay to talk about female because she's then suddenly legal. That is creepy. It
is very creepy, but it's true. It's like, and I think it happens to young men too, to some extent, but more so to young women. And it's almost like spit them up and chew them out. Like, you know what I mean? Like let's get that youth while we can.
It's mostly done by older men referring to younger women. That's how I've witnessed it.
Yes, I'm saying to some extent to men as
but
well.
But then suddenly, it's like they would be called pedophiles, but suddenly they're holding off until they're legal. It's okay. It makes it okay, even though they're still old enough to be their dad. It's kind of disgusting. I need to quickly nip to the loo and make a cup of tea.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right.
That's a good question.
Let's spin some plates while she gets back.
Yeah, that's a great idea. But I think that was a great question. I love Billie Eilish in a sense that she is unique, and it's interesting. I guess she kind of is holding the torch. I've noticed she's also doing collabs with some pretty interesting people. So let's see what she does. I like a couple of her songs, no doubt, and I think a lot of people are looking at her like, yeah, let's see what she's gonna do.
Well, you got to remember though, she pretty much maxed out the Grammys last year. She took home 11 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So is she 11 Grammy good or 11? Yeah, is she that good? Or seems like we're not fawning over her that we did. Let's say Michael Jackson back in 1984.
Oh God,
I
remember that.
Categories.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Right. I'm saying. Yeah. For somebody who's won more Grammys than Michael in one year, does she hold the same weight as Michael? I mean, do you look forward? I mean, did she have the same cultural impact she got to do a Bond song for a movie, which hasn't been released yet.
I think it's harder for me to judge that only because, honestly, she's so many generations away from me. I can't be the judge of that, but I remember how I felt about Michael Jackson and in 1984. So
I temper that with, you knew who the Beatles were when Michael Jackson was on stage, right? So age is not an excuse when it comes to good music. I mean, if it was truly all that in a bag of chips, my grandmother knew who the hell Michael Jackson was in 1983. Okay, just saying.
Wow, I get what you're saying, but then that goes back to that what's happened to music, period. And you're right. I don't see the same innovation. I don't see the same level of complexity or the musicianship. Having said that,
so do we turn our backs on modern music? Is that what we sit here like a bunch of old people in a room talking about for the kids to get off our lawn? Do we?
You can if you want to. I'll never do that. I'm always seeking new stuff, but
Okay, so
yeah, I'll never do that. I'll never do that.
For me in the old folks' home, what female performer should I look into more at this point in time?
Wow, that's kind of hard for me to say because one that's on my radar is Chelsea Wolfe, but I don't know if that would be on your radar, for example. And there's so many pigeonholing of subgenres of genres that it's hard to say. It's not the same as it was 20, 30 years ago where we could say that. Literally, look at the 90s. Alternative music was the popular music, for example.
Well, hip hop was up there too in the 90s.
Right, and that was considered alternative. But there were all these different genres that were kind of lumped in together because they just thought, oh, this is different. Because the 90s was kind of an explosion that was a wave that took, the 70s and 80s and did something else with it. And it was like the next thing. It was the Gen X thing that was taking place. But I don't know. I don't know how to I'd have to get back to you on that one. As a matter of fact, that might be a good discussion. Like, who's the next, or who are the ones we
Right.
should be looking at?
Because you guys had no hesitation talking about Susie, talking about Patti Smith, talking about Chrissy Hine.
We were talking about people who are like paved the way and what punk rock did. We were talking about the specific era in punk rock for sure.
Right, but I'm saying that same excitement, that same motivation that you showed towards following them,
Mm-hmm.
who today should we invest that time and energy into?
Again, like the first one that comes to my mind off the top of my head is Chelsea Wolfe, but there's some others that I'd like to, say, but I'm gonna think about that. I'm gonna have a think on that one because that's an important question. It's a really good. It goes deeper than just naming names or who I think or what I think might be underlying this question, which is also worth exploring, is what is actually happening with music that maybe we can kind of put our finger on and see eventually come out and then go like, yeah, I knew that, I knew that a few months ago, or I knew that a couple of years ago that this was going to happen, and see, I followed that thread. So I'll think about that one. That's a really good question.
Helen, did you hear any of it or no?
I didn't. I was in the kitchen. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
It's a great question.
My basic question now is that you being near the pulse of the music industry, a lot closer than I have been in the last few years, is there a female artist right now? I mean, everybody knows Billie Eilish, yeah, that goes without saying, but do we have anybody who will, kind of pick up and make us want to, I'm going to paraphrase for the sake of brevity, make us want to jump on YouTube, click in their name, and watch whatever they are presenting forward? A modern female performer.
Well, the thing is, we have very, very different tastes in music. So the genre that I listen to, electronica, there are some great bands. Okay, generally, I tend to enjoy male vocalists more than females. A lot of that, I don't know quite why, but most of the bands that I've followed through my life have been males. That isn't because I don't like female artists, it's just something to do with the resonance in the voice. I've just always preferred male vocals. However, there are some females, if you're specifically asking about female artists, there are some females at the moment that are in the genre of music that I tend to listen to, that are new, that are around, that you probably haven't heard of, that are definitely worth checking out. So I'm thinking Marshall, I'm thinking New Spell, I'm thinking off the top of my head, because obviously you've caught me off the top of my head. I need to go through my notes. I get sent things all the time, and I think to myself, "Oh, that's really good," and then I forget the name of the band. I'm gonna do the song.
You answered pretty similarly to the way I did, and I said I told him I had to give him a think.
I mean, but if you're asking, if you want to know the best bands, I'll tell you what I'll do, Professor. I did a favorite songs of 2020 show at New Year. Let's read through those, and if there are any females amongst it, I'll let you know which ones those are.
I think I have a similar list somewhere. But I don't feel like going to get it, so I don't feel it's way over there. So, do you have anybody that we should see on the radar, whether it's male or female?
I think he's about to turn around and say no. I think that's his point. I think his point is that modern music is shit. I think that's the point he's making.
Well, I mean, you asked the question. I'm just wondering how you would answer your own question.
Show him the picture?
No.
Okay, so.
I mean, I threw out there
for me,
Chelsea,
but it's an acquired taste. There's an artist called Julia. Oh, there's a lass who's an acquired taste called Julia Bondar, but you have to be into more sort of industrial kind of heavy duty beats and things like that. She's quite industrial. So I would say, if you're talking about women specifically.
Oh. Hold up, one moment. Hold up.
All right. I wonder if I've got a copy of that photo that I can put up. I don't think I'll have that one here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that hard drive is a good screen share from social media.
Sorry to bother you.
Oh yeah, she's giving me a technical tip that I sound like I'm in a tin can tonight. And I just
Oh,
had
was
to
it?
explain that
I thought it sounded okay. I didn't know. I thought she maybe meant my audio because I've had an echo occasionally.
no, it sounds like because I went from this microphone, which looks wonderful,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not hooking up tonight, so I'm going through the camera's microphone.
It
Which
sounds okay, Prof. I wouldn't stress about it. You sound fine. We can hear you. It's all good.
okay, all right.
So specifically female, or do you want the list of 29 altogether? Some of which are
just-
males, some of which are females, or shall I just tell you
Okay,
the female
cool.
ones? Are we going to be?
If
Are we
you
going to be?
do the show,
Are we going to be sexist and only champion the females, or are we going to, champion all the decent stuff that's out there that should
let's
be
champion
championed?
everybody.
Okay, cool. So
Hell
on
yeah.
this list, I'm going to read this list of 29 tracks. Sorry, 28 tracks. I beg your pardon. Toby Sonics, he's a UK male. Fragrance, again a male, but it was the Julia Bondar remix, and that's the person I was referring to, Julia Bondar, who is quite heavy industrial. She's an acquired taste, but very talented. Flux, male duo. Agency V, female singer. FM Attack, males Nina from Germany, female, the Cynthian album. Moby, we know him, male. New Spell, female vocalist. Clan of Zymox,
Yay.
males. Slow Readers Club, males. Empathy Test, probably the best band around at the moment are Empathy Test.
Yes,
And that's
love those guys.
that's
I agree.
two males and a female drummer. So
Yes.
although she's not a front woman, there is a female in the band. Antipole, male. Killers, male. Panic Priest, a male and a female. Neon Arcade, a male and a female. Marshall, females. Vandal Moon, males. Boot Blacks, males. Orax, male. Shimmer Johnson,
Mhm.
Shimmer Johnson, female. Fire Sign, female vocalist. Mark Madness, male. Julia Bondar, obviously Julia Bondar I mentioned earlier. FM84, males. White Door, males. Somber Moon, female vocalist. Leaving Richmond, male. So there's actually quite, I would say, almost a 50-50 mix there.
Nice. I'm impressed.
Well done.
Well,
That's because I know my shit, Professor.
yeah. Well, why do you think I consort in your room versus anybody else's room? You notice that I do not pollinate other flowers.
I feel
because
honored.
this room here, I mean, everybody here knows, you guys are competent in music. Nothing cheeses me off more than getting into a music discussion with people who think the be all end all, are the super mega bands like the Beatles or the Stones or anything like that. I mean, there's different music out there, and I just wish that we talked about different people. Like, let me throw a name at you guys here. Somebody who was popular a few years ago in a band, which I'm wondering whatever happened to her, is from the Alabama Shakes.
Yes, she came out. She's doing her own solo stuff, and she just came out with a single, and an album is forthcoming. And I saw her perform on the Colbert Show.
Yes, that was a great performance.
Fucking fabulous.
That's what made me bring her
I
up.
want to see her live. I've
seen her live, and they were.
Have
awesome.
you really? She's amazing. She's just mesmerizing. I mean, you want to see every nuance. She's just she's one of those iconic people, like Aretha Franklin or like Joe Cocker. She just sings from the bottom of her toes out into her fingertips and beyond. I mean,
now,
have you listened
to any of her metal bands? Metal band music?
Well, you know what?
Yeah,
I've got my list from 2020 as well. I
I'm
found
so
it.
sorry, Michelle. See, before you jump into your list, what I would like to say is, obviously, I've listed songs from 2020, but there are other artists that might not have necessarily released something in 2020. I'm specifically thinking of Alison Goldfrapp from Goldfrapp. She's
Yes,
an honorable mention. She's awesome, and people like LaRue. And even Little Boots, although she's not really released much recently, like they're still around, they're still creating music, they're maybe co-writing with other people. Obviously a lot of the oldies are still kicking around as well. Like,
I was just gonna say my list is kind of a mix, but I'm an oldie person.
Yep.
And I don't discount an artist just because they're old or
Yep.
you know, they were
or they've
classic
been around,
rock.
but the thing is, most of the old artists that were around sort of 20, 30 years ago are still producing music today. Just because they're not on the radio doesn't mean they're not still making music. Right? Sorry, Michelle, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. I love this is the kind of thing we're both excited about, and so we can talk at the same time. It's just that Haps can't handle the audio.
I know, it's true.
We're just so fucking awesome with what we got to say. No, you're excited again. Thank you, Professor, for asking this question, because I was like, wait a minute, didn't I do this? I'm like, yeah. Okay, Anti-Flag, 2020 Vision, DC Fontaines, I believe they're from Ireland. I want to say it's something about Hero. Oh shoot, I can't remember the name of the album, but it's that's my top album for like last year. Lucinda Williams.
Ooh,
Kind of
name.
hard. Yeah, kind of hard to pigeonhole her on this latest album. She was inspired by all the shit that was going on to basically sit down and say, boys, I got some things to tell you. And it's rock, it's country, it's gritty, it's punk poetry. Holy shit. Good Souls, Better Angels. I listened to the whole album this summer and I had chills. I mean, it's like a I don't know. There's just no place to put her. And if she doesn't get some kind of mention somewhere, I think somebody should be slapped because, but she's always been kind of a rebel and hard to pigeonhole. So I definitely recommend. She's like number 2 on my list, I think. Pretenders, Hate for Sale. I'm sorry. I love Chrissy and she's still relevant. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
Why are you saying sorry? You're absolutely spot on.
Sorry, not sorry. Like, I'm just being an asshole. I fucking love her.
No,
I know that Dylan's still doing stuff. I know that Springsteen had Letter to You, of course, and of course Paul McCartney. But you know, 9 Inch Nails, you know what he's done. I mean, the more I listen to that Gary Newman album, and more I understand how, like, you know, people collaborate when they. You know, like the collaboration that took place between him and Trent Reznor. It's kind of like, it reminds me of like David Bowie in the
I knew. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I knew the professor was about to go collaboration time. Collaboration
time.
That's gonna be a running joke now. Right, sorry, on you go. Carry on.
Your voice was bending through the internet. Oh my gosh. But yeah, Ghost 5 and Ghost 6. So let's see here. AC/DC to me is still relevant with Power Up and what they've done. They even got a new freaking website to celebrate it, as if they're a brand new band. In a sense, they kind of are. There's that. The Deftones, Drive-By Truckers. Pearl Jam came out with Gigaton. I mean, these are old bands, old people. But the one that I picked out, female front and guitarist. Oh God, Starbenders, which is not everybody's cup of tea, but if you like what's happening with garage revival and psychedelica and 80s music that kind of like is being picked up by this completely fresh new generation and how they interpret it. That's a band I think to watch because they're on the same label and toured with what's that 90s band? Oh my God.
Which band was that?
Billy, what's his name with the shaved head? What's his
Corgan?
name? Yeah, they toured with them and they're on the same label as what the hell is their damn band name?
Max Ryan shouting Pearl Jam.
No,
Smashing Pumpkins?
Pearl Jam, Gigaton. He likes it.
You mean my friend Billy Corgan, who I have a photo with?
Name drop. Ooh, boom.
Now I have his email if you want to talk to him. I could, for a price.
Well, the Starbenders have this great front woman, and they have these songs, Bitches Be Witches. I liked that song. I liked Coming Up Roses, which kind of it literally sounds like you're listening to a combination of 60s, 70s, and 80s music in one song. And it's a little gothy, it's a little weird, and it's fun. And it's like
weird's good.
gothy, weird, and fun is right up my alley. So, and they're just an up and coming band. Soft Moon, which I mentioned. This is interesting. She mentions Vandal Moon. Soft Moon is one guy doing some really cool stuff in the whole area of minimal dark wave. But there it is. So a lot of moons going on. We're like mooning around. So
oh my. You
and Chelsea Wolfe, I told you she was off the top of my head. Chelsea Wolfe is my person that I'm just really enthralled with. I don't know if everyone is, but she's very haunting. You can find her on YouTube. Original artist. I don't know what you would call her. You can't just say she's goth because she has some real folky stuff. She has some real industrial stuff. And she has some songs that are very electronic, some songs that are very heavy on the band. She's got some really great stuff, and her lyrics are amazing. She's a really amazing songwriter. So that's one to watch if you're not familiar with her. But I'm really wrapped up with that. Let's see here. I personally love the OCs, but they're only coming out with something right now, which is a compilation of their live stuff. I think they're just the kind of band. I look at the OCs as the way I look at a lot of bands like them. They really are defined by live performance. That's what they do. The albums are kind of like part of that, but to these guys, like, that's their fucking life. And I think they're hanging on by doing like, okay, let's just do some live stuff and pretend like we're playing to a concert, and we'll record that. And they're recording a lot of their because they've got a lot of albums under their belt, but they came out with one that's kind of like a compilation of that, and a recent video in the last year of them performing live during COVID. Like, they did this video, and to them it was just like, whoa, we're glad we did that, but I think COVID is making such an impact on bands like that. It's hard to kind of predict what it's going to do, but I want to be optimistic and say this is a germination stage for all creatives, no matter what kind of art form or performance art that they do, whether it's theater or comedy or whatever, that they're trying to adapt, they're trying to pivot, but at the same time, it's a germination stage. Who knows what's going to come out of this?
Well, you got to remember, music has gone through 2 world wars, depression. I mean, anything you can think of, 9/11. This is just another blip on the screen when it comes to musicians. So, yeah.
So we're not going to get fatalistic yet. We're not going to retire.
I'm not even going there.
Constantly reinvent itself. There's a thing I was trying to remember what it's called. Beatify is what it's called. A new app coming out that sounds a lot like Spotify, but it's actually like ethical.
It's like that, only better.
Like, they might actually pay their musicians, so that's going to be interesting. Funnily enough, Rusty was the one that told me about it. Hi, Sid. So
name drop number 2.
I've got a funny feeling that he'll probably want to discuss that when he's in as well. Like, that's what I mean. There'll be other things that he will want to talk about. So yeah, and you were asking what's going on around in the music industry. That might be the next big thing.
Yes.
Beatify. So.
Oh, Sid is in the house.
Woo-hoo!
Oh, so here's my Billy moment. I got to show this off, So there we go.
I'm sorry.
Here's my Billy moment. You can guess which one's Billy and which one's me.
Make that full screen. Hang on.
That's his profile pic, by the way.
That's my Grammy era. Yeah. A lot less-
I've forgotten how you make it so that that's the full screen and that we all dip out of completely.
Oh,
Yeah, the little man above the one. The
Oh, it's the little
guy.
man. That's it. The little
little
man.
man.
It's
Well,
the little man.
The
There you
little
go.
dude. Why did I
Sorry.
assign it a gender? I don't know, but
We don't talk about little men and women. I mean, a man cannot talk about a little man because it gets a little intimate when we start talking about.
oh
Depends on how
well.
little it is.
That's the other man. The other man. What a nice picture of you, though. I mean, he's
That's
getting
blurry.
like,
That photo has been cropped down from so long ago that I should actually show you guys what the Grammy place looked like when I worked in the gallery.
I hear about it. I'd love to hear more about or see pictures of
Okay,
that.
well, I'm gonna go to the little boys' room real quick, and I'll be right back, and I will dig up some photos. Look
It's all right.
at
We're not timing you or anything. It's fine. Take your time.
Ellen. Oh my!
Well, Sid Snow is he's going, greet me for I have arrived, weep in sorrow and rejoice in song, for the one true Sid has graced us with his presence. Bow down and worship the one that is Sid Snow. Hello, how are you? Anyway, I just thought I would do that because it was funny. It was funny. My friend grew up with Billy, and I've met him quite a few times too. He's awesome.
That's cool.
I swear to God, I wonder if Max has a tattoo for everybody he's met because he meets the coolest people. I mean, I would if I were him. He has the coolest tattoos, by the way.
I knew you were about to say that. I knew you were about to say he's got the coolest tattoos. Do you have any tattoos, Michelle?
I do not.
No, me neither.
I'm not afraid of needles. But one thing about my nervous system is that I'm hypersensitive to touch.
Yeah.
And so I just would, and I have super reflexes, so I'm just afraid that I would probably like jump too much or something. But one of these days, I really would like to get a tattoo. I like tattoo art. I've actually created tattoo designs.
Well, have you?
People.
I just feel like sometimes I feel like I'm the only person that doesn't have one because it feels that it's like everybody's got one these days.
You know, and I think about like what's it gonna look like when I'm 80. You know. That's a lot to do with body placement, you know. I just don't want it to like look like melted wax, you know.
I don't quite know why Sid came in here. You know, since I'm such a bitch and I make other people cry, apparently, I don't quite know why he would come in here. He's gone live, so
who?
Weird. Anyway,
who went what? I missed something.
I'll tell you later. It's fine.
Okay. My friend. So your friend grew up with Billy. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Well, I think on this list, you know, I really did give it a lot of thought, but it's just at first I was trying to go like, okay, there's the classic guys who've been around, guys and gals who've been around, and then there's the new stuff. But then I'm like, you know what? I don't want to discount what Lucinda Williams did because it's unlike anything else she's done. And it's very powerful stuff, and she's like, it's like she's talking directly to you, and I really just don't think she gets the credit she deserves. And you know, I just love that people can then break through that whole idea that it's only a youth thing. You know, it's only like you only have this one moment in time where you're big, and then you know, the rest of your career is whatever. But like Johnny Cash, come on. You can't say that he didn't have a completely full life and career in music. Yeah, he had some really shit times. He had some times when, of course, he was going through a lot of drug addiction and all of that. But the other thing about Johnny Cash is that a lot of performers go through this. And I was going to ask you about this. Do you see people, I don't want to, they call it carnivalizing themselves, where they're just going out there being like this persona of what they once were, like Elvis, you know, like just the glory days and trying to capitalize on that.
I personally have not seen that.
Good. I'm glad to hear that because it's a shitty time. It's a shitty time.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I don't think that doesn't happen, but I personally haven't encountered it. So. It's
really sad and tragic, and that's where people get into problems. I mean, what's really beautiful is to be able to come out of that. And I think I kind of like this is again a segue to Gary Newman. I am literally becoming more and more obsessed with him, mainly because I am going to do this and we talk about it now. But I mean, like I knew about this newer music when you started bringing that up, and I'm just like, I really want to get into, more about him, because I mean, he didn't find out until later in life he had Asperger's, things like that. To me is interesting. The fact that, he's kind of evolved so much, and yet you can see the continuity of his artistry is important to acknowledge, I think. And I just enjoy that kind of, seeing what someone did before and what they're doing now. There really is no comparison, but it definitely shows the difference between what the music industry did with some of these artists. It's like, oh, they got a couple of albums out of you and now they're done with you. It's like, no, you can have a lifelong musical career.
Absolutely. I think most of the people that we're referring to, though, never really thought it would last for 40 years.
I'm sure
they had a couple of albums and then they didn't expect the music to still stand up 40 years down the line. So I guess it's as big a surprise to them, as it is to... Well, it's not a surprise, but what I mean by that is, when they were creating that, they would never have expected it to still be
true,
to stand up, 40 years later and still sound fresh. It still sound like it could have been produced this week.
Max, you missed the whole Patti Smith conversation, and we'll have it again. As a matter of fact, I might even dedicate an entire. I want to draw her. She's on my list of portraits to draw. She's my girl too. She's my girl as well. I love her inside and out. If I ever meet her, I feel like I would die and go to heaven, because that will probably be the tattoo. I'll have her sign me something, like sign something somewhere, and I'll have a tattoo, because she is really beyond iconic for me.
Is this the Haps Black Sheep Marathon broadcast?
It must be
the right place.
What are we Black Sheep? What? Are we the Black Sheep?
By the way, you're invited up, Mark. You're welcome to come up if you want to.
Are you kidding me? Nobody can outdo Helen's longevity on this app. I'm sorry, but like.
Well, we had that conversation in the Q&A, didn't we? When the boys were talking about, when the Haps boys were talking about.
I love you even more. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right. The Haps boys were talking about doing the Haps boys were talking about doing a marathon broadcast, and I said, well, mine's 8 hours. Are you going to beat that record? And they're like, we're planning on doing 5. I'm like, well, I kind of hope they do the 8 hours, but I don't think they'll attempt it.
You know what I've wanted to do, Max? I wanted to be weird and just find out, like, just kind of like hang out in Patti Smith's neighborhood in Detroit and just see she's
not weird at all.
And just like she's gonna go out for a cup of coffee, just happen to go to the same place where she goes and sits and she writes, and just like, oh, hi.
That's funny. Oh, I was starting to get tired.
Seriously.
It's 4:20 in the morning. That would explain why I'm tired.
No, I know.
Yeah, I know what's happening now. That's probably why it's just you and me and Michelle and the professor in here, because everybody else is fucked up.
Oh, I got booted. I got booted, man. Did anybody else get booted?
Booted from where?
Oh, yeah, my system, it said, Haps disconnected, blah, blah, blah. See you around.
That's what happened to me earlier. It's just my whole internet and everything went down.
Yep.
But
it went kaput.
Oh, that looked weird. Did you see that? I turned yellow. It was weird.
What happened the other day? You know what happened the other day? The whole the whole screen went all like on the television. Ian's still here. Or not still here. Ian's back, maybe.
Ian, you know what?
Ian's back.
I did a meetup in Detroit. We had like 12 or 13 music people there. We went digging for vinyl. We went to oh gosh, where did we go? We went all over the place. We did not go to Third Man Records, but we did go to a lot of other, with the Motown. We just went to a lot of really cool, iconic places. And we went from club to club during the Hamtramck Music Festival. $10 admission, every venue across Hamtramck and Detroit. I don't know how many places we saw and how many bands we saw, but for $10, it was entry everywhere, and it was just the best time. And I wish I could do that again. So if I am ever doing a Detroit meetup, I will let you know.
We have people on Haps Marathon with like 2 followers, lol. I got an email from Peter, saying we're doing this thing. Here's
Sure.
the time slot. Book 2 15-minute time slots so we can have you on for half an hour. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, I'm doing the musicy chat thing. Does it have to be? Do I need to book a slot, or can I just like randomly drop in, like, and be spontaneous?
Are
Like,
they trying to be fair and get everybody in, as many people as possible?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like if I don't have a time slot, I'm not bothered. Like if there's nobody in there, and which obviously it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like everybody's in there. But if it's quiet and nobody wants to go up, then obviously I'll pop in. But like nobody needs to see my face. Do you know what I mean? It's like I'm here. If they want to see my ugly mug, they can come into my own room. They don't need to see me on the Haps channel.
Well, Max says he's not camera ready. I wonder if that means he's got his shirt off again. Let's do it.
Oh boy.
That was great. That was really great. Wasn't that like last? When did that take place? I don't know, but it was really fun.
Who's up on the screen, Lindsay? Who's up on the doodads?
Is she giving us the report?
Yeah. She says, Lindsay, Badgie's like to come up. I never even thought she likes music as well.
Yeah, I was wondering if she was interested in our chat. She can come on.
You can be our Haps spy correspondent and tell us what's happening.
She's our remote reporter on the spot.
Dead ear spot and spread them out. Yeah. Nah. Do you know what? I think there are people who will want to promote themselves. And I would rather, there's a lot of that me. And do you know what? I would rather that those people got the limelight that they're craving than me take up the space. Like I'm not bothered. I'll happily pop. I like Peter and Pablo. I respect them both. I think they're both great. I would pop in there to talk to them. But if it's just a case of get as many people in as possible to promote themselves, I can't be bothered with that. Like I don't need to promote anything.
That's a good point. Yeah, I thought if I even did it, I would.
There's a whole lot of noise going on.
Badges. We need some badges.
Hello. Hello. Everybody needs some stinking badges.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I have to share you with my shirt with you guys, and I don't know, Leggy, you may not get it or not. You might. I don't know. It's kind of an internet sensation. Check this out.
Like, let's make you full screen. No! Why? Wait, no. I'm back.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh! I saw the crocheted version of Bernie. I want the crocheted.
That's brilliant.
Of Bernie with the little mitts.
Here locally, because the Midwest was caught off guard with a couple of feet of snow last week or so. Here locally, in the northern side of the metro, there was a person that actually made like a bigger than life size snow Bernie.
That is very cool.
And they like colored him in and everything. I was like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of time. He's like a 3D artist, and so he took advantage of what nature gave him and made something incredible.
That is funny as fuck. No, we had a lot of laughs. I want a pair of those gloves.
Oh yes. The teacher that made him, I think, kind of had to stop because she was a little bit overwhelmed with all the attention she got.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
We got some comments in here. Max is asking what we think of the discovery categories. I was wondering if we can ask Ian if he's able to come up into the chat as well. But he said something.
Wait, is this the same Ian that was just on screen like less than 5 minutes ago?
Probably.
Yeah, it's probably.
But Ian is one of those people who has an open invitation at any time to come in. As far as I'm aware, there should be an invite sitting there.
And he's got a great question. And his thing is, while he is, I wouldn't be surprised if Detroit becomes a nucleus of artistic innovation, quote unquote, again. And you know what? Patti Smith, the girl we've been talking about, our girl, she actually has said that. She said that Detroit is the new New York scene for it resembles what she remembers as the creative hub of revival of artistic things, and that's why she lives in Detroit, because New York has now become kind of, I don't know if we want to call it Disney-fied or whatever else, but it's not like it was. But again, the New York that she was in was a pretty desperate city, but because out of desperation comes inspiration. So I think that's what she's thinking.
Mhm.
But, and it's like we said the other day, every single musical revolution has come from some form of desperation. We kind of had that conversation. Every innovation, and the problem is at the moment there isn't anything to rebel against. There's nothing to rebel against. You know, like there's no. The teens
Well, I
are
can
all
think of a
indoor-
few things.
I know, but what I mean is, okay,
I want to rebel.
the generation who would be the ones to perpetuate that, the youth, are too busy looking at their iPhones to be. There's too much apathy.
They're
There isn't-
TikToking.
Exactly. There's going to be no like musical revolution this generation.
You know, that stuff.
What was that?
Yeah. You know, that stuff.
That's hilarious. It's brilliant.
What's really funny is that my son is not on social media hardly at all, and I don't think my nephew is either. But they're both, into music. I would love to
Lori.
see their generation and their ilk and their kind do something interesting and
Of
cool.
course, we'd love to see that
But I don't know. You're
I don't
right.
think
I don't know if
so.
it's going to happen.
as a
Yeah.
collective mass. There's not enough. Like the whole punk thing came about because people were kind of sick of the
Mhm.
40-minute, synth solos on the progressive whatever.
Yeah,
And
the
some
arena
people
rock
fell
and all
again.
of that. Hmm.
Aye, and it was pretentious or whatever, and then it was stripped back, and then like I said before, I feel like I'm repeating myself. I say this every time. But you know what I mean? Like, but there's nothing. It's just apathy at the moment, isn't it?
Ooh,
Mhm.
that chat lag is
Apathy is
big.
apathy is worse than like you have like this pro and this con, but apathy is like inaction completely.
They
Oi, oi,
filled
oi.
me with inertia.
These are liquid. Max Ryan asked about the category discovery
Oh, fell out of my
categories.
chair.
Do we want to answer about the discovery categories? I haven't actually investigated that enough to look at it, so I can't comment.
I think it's cool that people are finally sorted into some sort of a genre. So if you want to randomly discover things, but I think it's a good direction once the
Yeah,
community
good start.
grows.
I think
I
the
did find
categories
some-
missing. I think we need a comedy category and a chit chat category. But
I think there's there's definitely room for more on that line. That is certainly not the end all and be all. I think they just had to start somewhere.
Yep.
I have discovered a couple of people that I'm not seeing in my feed, and they're beyond the first 6 or 8 same people that you always
that's
see.
good.
Yeah, I had a little chat with Pablo about that yesterday on Rev's show. I was
I
like,
really
Remember,
you
I was
know,
there.
Sorry, I wish
Getting you on board.
category.
It's
Sorry.
like, bro, I need more channels to click through. Come on, let's go.
Yep.
If it's on, I want to see it. That's really what it comes down
I
to. Don't
loved
judge
it.
it for me.
Yeah.
I'm a channel surfer. I like to make friends with all the people. And that's why I was kind of excited about this marathon, is because they're bringing up people that I've never seen these people before. And they're like, oh, yes, he's some prestigious, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, who the flip is this person?
Why are they never on the?
Why are you not
Discovery
delivering their
campaign?
content to me if it is that high
Exactly.
quality? Because I haven't
Exactly.
seen him yet. Let me mash the discover button, because he looks like the younger version of the Dos Equis guy, and he has some sort of like news channel that delivers the greatest quality of news that I've never seen before.
It's so
He's
sacky.
the world's most interesting
does.
man.
That
And
needs
then,
to be
he's got
you know
like
what?
this little
That needs to be a
mustache
soundbite.
thing going on. He's got that salty, peppery goodness going on. I mean, he's on there right now. His name's Alex. He looks like a swell guy. I haven't really got a
Alex
chance to talk to him.
You haven't discovered Alex Mohajer. He's like,
No.
is that who? Okay.
I assume that's who
Wow.
it is. I don't know. I came in
He's
here to
one
talk
of
to
the
you.
best things about
Cooler.
this app. He's all over their. Well, you have to kind of go to their YouTube channel for some of those folks, because those are like they're OGs
The
from
journalist people. Yeah,
journalist
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
And
know
also,
a lot of
I think we
the
both follow
old
him.
school OG.
Yeah.
They don't have an OG category in the Discovery tab, so I
That's
don't
what
know
they
who
need.
those people
They need
are.
an OG. That's what they need, an OG tab.
the OGs. That's what we're talking about in music. Do we stick
Well,
with the
and like
OGs?
Ian earlier, I mean, I've seen him kind of pop in and out of chat rooms. I've never seen his lives. And he
Who,
said
Ian?
whenever he was in the HAPS room that there's other scientists here. And I'm like, if Bill Nye the Science Guy or similar cousins are on here, please, I want to see their channels too, but I don't see that content.
Ian is definitely worth listen. I could sit and listen to him for
Oh,
hours.
I'm sure he's a super
Yeah.
interesting dude with all
Absolutely.
the brain inner workings and
Well,
all the
today he
synapses
delivered,
firing.
Take a look at the brain.
This whole conversation was about the fact that liver transplants might be a thing of the past, and I haven't seen the whole replay, but that's really big news. That
I love
you know,
the
you
delay.
don't have, the liver.
I just got invited to your live. Just now.
Yay!
What the fuck?
Come on in.
I know. The email system's a little slow. Sorry to interrupt you. Carry on.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I mean, he could talk more about it, but it was fascinating. Like, that's huge stuff. So when he brings us something, that's super mind blowing
But do
every
you know what the
time.
most-
Literally.
You know what the most mind-blowing thing about Ian is? That, like I say, everybody I say this every fucking time. Everybody knows Ian for being the brain guy, right? Because he's been on Periscope for a long time and he's a scientist and they all know him for that. Turns out he was in a fucking band and he loves music.
That's
And I'm
amazing.
like, oh, we need to have him in our chit chat.
Why?
There he
Look
is.
what's
The man, the
happening
myth,
here.
the legend has graced our presence. Hello, sir.
Oh,
He
hello.
willed it, and there he is.
There he is.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it
Hi,
going?
Daddy-O. How are you doing?
I'm with the cool kids, finally.
Woo! Yep.
You know what the thing about being cool is? Not giving a fuck about being cool. That's what makes you cool.
Right.
That's right.
I'm taking all my cool tips from Helen. Helen is schooling us on the cool.
And that's one thing. It's the one thing I've never wanted to be. I've never wanted to be cool.
And that's why you're cool.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
So how's it going?
Hi. It's nice to
Great.
finally meet you, like face to face.
Likewise. So just to begin, I have a baby monitor right behind my computer monitor, just so you know. So if I immediately hop up and have to run, then
Or
I
if you
hope
hear
you'll forgive
screaming
me.
children, you're like, "Ugh," and we know that there's more to that. Cool.
It's not a stomach or
Yeah, right.
We've been doing a lot of
That's
sound effects
awesome.
tonight. We've been
No,
doing a lot of-
I have 2 kiddos of my own, so I've totally gone through that. It's quite an
fun.
adventure, especially whenever they're baby monitor age.
Been
Oh my
there, done it as
goodness.
well. We all
I don't want to
understand.
go back. It's
Oh my
it's
God.
a
And I have-
it's a life experience I feel like everyone should go through, but you should not have to repeat it unless you choose to.
Yeah, I mean, so my daughter, she's just a bit over 2.
Aw.
And, I do think it is the most precious period
really
because
is.
she's just tons of fun and she's so lovely and interesting. And, you just watch it every day. She's sort of quantum leaps,
Become your own person, and you'll never get that time
It-
back again either.
Exactly. And the person she is becoming is very opinionated, very demanding.
Uh-huh. Is this your first kiddo, or do you have other kiddos?
This is my first.
It's your first rodeo. Oh, bless you.
Yay.
The terrible 2s is a lie. It's the terrible 3s you must beware of. I'm just gonna give
I've
you that
heard
heads
that.
up. It's true. It is so
Terrible
true. And a
3s.
girl, 4 turns into 14 and overnight, so just beware.
Wow. Well,
All right,
Those
good to
are
know.
my 2
It
nuggets
does
of
go so
parenthood.
fast.
I'm just going to give you a little glimpse into your future. I will say a little prayer for you tonight before I go to sleep.
I'm just backing it
I
up.
take all the advice I can get.
Absolutely.
Please.
I love the
Any
decades as well.
tips?
It goes so fast. And
It
everybody
does.
says
It's a
that, oh, it
blink of
goes
an
so
eye.
fast. And you're like, yeah, whatever. No, it really does. It flies by.
Well,
Yes.
we're surrounded by women, and one of the things we've chatted about prior to Lindsay and
why
yourself
did
coming
the-
on was
Sorry to interrupt.
confidence. But,
Why did
but-
the professor drop out? I don't know where he went.
I don't know.
Oh,
He's
I'm just
working.
I'm giving space to a fellow Philadelphian.
Oh, okay.
There's
in, man.
rules.
You can
There's
come
rules of
in.
etiquette. Whenever a fellow Philadelphian comes
my.
into the room,
Oh my.
You must, you give up proper space, and I'm doing all this to grease them up to send me some tasty cakes here.
That's right. I
Ah.
got it. You want some perks there?
Yeah,
Well, come back
tasty
in here.
cakes.
Get back
They
in.
are a local delicacy that I'm going to have to break my fast just to have one, because I'm dreaming of the coffee cakes right now.
Oh, no.
They're so yummy.
Oh, Professor.
Started
That's
out talking
definitely
about
been-
cookies. Yeah.
That's been one of the most painful, one of the many painful aspects of COVID-19. Has just been like, there's so many amazing restaurants here in Philly. That's like, I think, one of the underrated aspects of the many underrated aspects of the city is just the food. And yeah, we get takeout and stuff like that, but it's just not the same. The bars are so fantastic. Yeah, so you got it. On the other side of COVID, if you come back to Philly, tasty cakes on me.
Nice.
Ooh. Hey, you know what? I've never been to Philly. I do have a question, because Philly is another great music
I love that shit. I
city.
get it now.
I love it. Where would you go to hear great music in Philly, guys?
Well, I mean, I defer to the professor in all things
Ah.
music, so please.
There used to be a place called the Tower Theater in Philadelphia. David Bowie actually released an LP from there, and what used to be a wonderful venue. Now, see, I have not been a resident of Philadelphia or in that area for a little bit now. So, but I remember that was a go-to there. There was also a place called the Latin Casino from way back.
Wow, that sounds like a club, like Club Cavana or something.
Oh yeah,
Get
well,
some
I have a
salsa
photos of the
action
place
going on.
from way back in the
Cigarette
70s.
girls or something.
It is rumored that the owner owed a little insurance and he needed money, so he renovated
Lit a
with
match.
a can of gasoline and a match.
Insurance job.
Ah,
Hopefully
starting
nobody got
from
hurt.
scratch, are we?
So
Yeah,
it's funny you
so-
bring up David Bowie. So there is a bar right on Lombard, for anybody who knows Philly, called Doobies. It's called Doobies, and they are like the nucleus of Bowie culture in Philly.
Really?
Like they literally, they always have. Well, I don't know, maybe not the nucleus I've seen, where they have like chalk drawings of Bowie like on the side of the. It's this old. It's a dive bar in like a neighborhood where you wouldn't expect to see one. So that's one, and it's just they have all kinds of memorabilia. It's a really fun place.
Cool.
There was another theater that recently shut down called the Tabernacle, and it's sort of shocking because it's kind or not the Tabernacle. Wait. It is the Trocadero. I'm so sorry, Trocadero, and which is kind of wild because it's a rather famous venue here in Philly, and
that's
it's
sad.
it's big and tons of people have performed there, but it shut down. It's right in Chinatown. It's just it's just like a really cool spot. And then okay, so two more. There's a Bob and Barbara's, which is another dive bar on South Street.
I love dive bars.
It's a real dive bar, and they have
Love
live
dive bars.
music. Yeah, and they everything from jazz to sort of like rock. I don't really know what you'd call it, but just sort of like blues influenced rock. And then the last place. So there's a neighborhood in Philly called Fishtown, which I know is kind of a funny name for an area, but it's called Fishtown, and it's people compare it to the Brooklyn to Manhattan sort of situation. Everything's smaller than New York City and Philadelphia, but in any case, there's a place called Heritage, which is they have live jazz from like world class musicians.
Nice.
Improvisational stuff. And one of the best music schools in the world is in Philadelphia. People don't know that. The Curtis Institute of Music.
Oh,
And so you
that's
have-
interesting.
You have people from all over the world coming and playing and improvising, jazz. And it I just walked by one day and I heard it and I walked in and, everything in Fishtown is bigger than everything in Center City here behind me in Philly, Center City, Philly. And it was just like, are you kidding me? Like, how did I not know that this exists? It is just amazing. So
And it's
yeah,
the sound
Philly,
brought you in. Yeah, it's cool. That's
totally.
cool.
And they have great, every bar in Philly is like fantastic. Great, beer lists and everything, beer from all over the world, not just like, American beer, but yeah. So Philly, underrated in many ways. Music is, I think, one of them.
Well, I
We
think
should have
also
the
in
Rock and Roll
art,
Hall of
too.
Fame.
Oh, I'm not gonna go there, but well, I live with someone who's from Cleveland. So yeah, the thing I'm most struck about Philly is just how much it is a center for the arts in general. And I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they have more street art per capita than even someplace like San Francisco or New York. Am I right about that?
I mean, I can't quantify that for you, but there is one particular artist who's very widely, he's very prolific within Philly, where he makes like mosaics. And there's one spot, it's the one spot that's like rarely recommended on like travel, blogs or whatever, called Philadelphia Magical Gardens. And it is one of the it's like you're on a mushroom trip. Like it is just one of the most surreal places you'll ever visit.
Right now.
It's like you just fell into a mosaic. It is just surreal. Every time somebody who's come, because like Philly isn't really on your list of like places you want to visit, if you're coming to America for the first time or whatever. But whenever somebody goes there with me, they're just like, what on earth is this?
Okay, the question is, should it be? Should it be one of the first places that you want to see when you come to America?
I don't know. I mean, I have a hard time recommending it because it's like a mixture of like American history, like hardcore American history, Independence Hall, Constitution Hall, that kind of stuff. And but then there's also all this culture, and it's like, like Helen, if you were to come, to the United States, maybe the first time, I don't know, but on your list probably wouldn't be like the types of experiences that I could recommend in Philly. Like you'd want to go to New York City, you'd want to go to San Francisco, Chicago.
I don't do the touristy thing, but that's what I'm wondering, like, should it be something that someone like myself, I haven't actually been to the States. I always swore I would never go while Donald Trump was president, and he's gone now. So, I've got a passport. COVID will be over at some point. So I'm asking, like, is it somewhere that I should visit, or would I be better going to the touristy
you'd be
place?
in good company. Politically, you'd be in good company in Philadelphia. I can tell you that for sure.
Just avoid Florida. Just stay away from Florida. You'll be fine.
But what I can tell you is that if you know the right person in Philly, you will have a blast, and you'll it'll be fun and comfortable and delicious, and good libations and everything. So just let me know. Let me know anytime you're coming to the States and you want to check out Philly.
Well, sounds like we're having a meet up over there in Philly. Let's do it. Yeah.
I'm on the game.
Philly, baby.
That'll be the first TAPS gathering.
That's right.
And we'll meet up at Ben Franklin's gravesite and get some good luck there.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm just going to quickly dip out and make a quick cup of tea, but feel free to chit chat amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves, eh? Okay, loves, talk amongst yourselves.
So there's a guy right there. I really think you should do voice acting or something because you have some really good ways of mimicking people. I love your voice. Can you sing, Professor? I know you said
what would you like me to sing?
Around once in a while and then you did just put it down, but do you sing?
I actually dated someone who did karaoke forever, and she used to host a karaoke show, and then once a week I would drag myself up there and keep levity going. And I would hate to tell you what my showstopper was. I would do.
Don't tell me it was Barry Manilow or Celine Dion.
Yeah.
What? Are you serious?
I would sing Copacabana in the style of Sammy Davis Jr.
Oh my goodness.
She was a still girl.
Oh my god. I need to hear Sweet Leaf right now. Thank you. Oh my god, it's better now. It's past. Okay. So we know that Manilow triggers me, but there you go. So you were kind of lounge singing kind of stuff? Is that
I would just fill in songs. Tom Jones, I do not. It's not unusual. Or Delilah was another showstopper I used to do all the time.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Oh yeah. I saw the night on the night when I passed by her window. Oh yeah.
You have
Just
two
speaking
opposite snaps.
speaking of singing, I just have to say, so Lisa was here. I don't know if she's still here, but she was here for a second.
And
and
she was
she-
invited to come up. I hope she can come up.
Oh, I would love, yeah, it would be awesome to have her come because she just sang
Oh,
for
she was
the whole.
fabulous. Oh my
And there,
goodness.
yeah, she was, wasn't? Yeah, she and it
I've
was just
caught a couple of
lovely.
her lives, and she is just super talented. Oh my
And
goodness.
she's funny. She's very
She's
funny. and
hilarious, and
entertaining.
she's kind of got this cool, chill, laid back vibe, you know. So you feel like you're kind of comfy, and then she's just like sitting there tossing jokes and being silly, and then you're 1 minute just completely enamored in that gorgeous voice that she belts out, you know, like it's
Yes.
just nothing. That's
Yeah.
right, smooth operator. And then she'll pull out a troll hat and totally like spin you
Right.
around and be all silly again. It's wonderful. It's a great
know what
ride, Lisa. I
You know
love
what,
you.
Lisa? What I love about your broadcasts, pre-haps and now in the haps, is that you're the kind of person like, oh, she's on, and you think you're just gonna go in and like listen for a little bit and watch her, talk with people. The next thing you know, you realize it's like, oh my god, how much time has gone by? I just get so wrapped up in her. She just has charisma, and
Yes.
and I don't mean that in a way like lounge singing charisma, like hey baby, but
She's not there to seduce you.
but she just has like this personality, and she's just so uniquely herself that whether she's singing or talking or whatever, or just off the top of her head just coming up with witty things to say, that she's just so natural at it. I love it, and that's a gift.
Troll hat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely one of
Oh,
the nicest
nothing but
people that
love.
I've met
Lots
through
of love.
Periscope.
Oh, you've met? Oh, that's awesome. She's like,
Oh.
I swear I'm not following you around at the point. Oh.
No, I don't think we've ever met. I mean, we might have at like the Periscope summit that happened, a generation ago, basically.
Which one
But
did you go to? The one in New York or?
The one in San Francisco.
I went to that one, but there were so many people there. Oh my god,
It was
Yeah.
chaos.
it was crazy. I was with, of course, like the handful of artists, and we were kind of off almost in a corner. There was one night when we were all like together when they had like those tables out there, and we just decided we were going to take over those tables late at night. And there was like another group of people who were doing singing together. It was so much fun. It was just that was a great time.
Yeah,
So-
it was early days for this whole kind of platform.
It was early
But yeah,
days.
total chaos. It was a lot of fun.
Weird. We were at the same meetup, but that was so crazy fun.
It's a small world.
We represent the music chat people. Where did we get onto that one? I don't know why.
You started it.
I
You-
started it. It was all me. I don't know how I got into that. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is awesome. But where is our tea kettle? There she is. She's back. I see her.
We're at the same summit. I had an introvert.
Take this back over.
I think that's a shame where so many people would be gathered in one place, but then still not discover each other, still not speak to
Right.
each other.
It was actually pretty huge. There was
Yeah.
a lot going on. I was
And
actually overstimulated. I had to like leave
Yeah.
several times because it was just like so many people talking.
I
and
think as
so
well
much
as
going
though
on.
there always was that thing of factions. You're right. You've seen all the
Yes.
artists stuck together. All the it was very very
Well,
cliquey.
it was kind of clicky, but it was like kind of like we just felt like we knew each other, and
Yeah.
there was a lot of, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a lot of like, so what do you do? How many followers do you have? Okay, next.
Yeah, but
there was a
you know
lot
what?
of that.
You know what, Michelle?
Oh my God.
Listen, that's everywhere, and I'm even seeing it on Haps as well. Like that's going to be a thing no matter where you go.
I
And
know.
the thing is to just not get wrapped up in that crap. You do what you do.
Yep.
You do it because you enjoy it, and never mind what Oh God.
Oh, man.
Victoria.
I just cleaned our Periscope
Oh, my
mug.
God.
I mean, I agree
Wow.
with you all like completely about that, and it was also
I'm gonna
such
find my
early days. Like
Scary
it
socks
was
somewhere.
it was when there were bots like everywhere, and it was just pure chaos. So
I
it
used
was
to
like
talk to those bots like they were real people, and
It was-
somebody had to tell me it was a
It was-
bot.
But it was also very American centric as well. Like you're saying,
Yes.
you had summits, you got mugs. Like we were over here. We got nothing. I never saw a mug or a pair of socks
Yeah.
or a balloon or whatever. And
Yeah.
not that matters, but it's always been very much a case of, you know, even the whole Super Heart situation. There are still people on different parts of the planet that can't claim their Super Hearts. They should have been switched off for. People were sending them to them, can't claim them. Like Periscope is always a bit odd that way. The good thing about HAPS is they do seem to generally be trying to, you know, like involve everyone, and I think that's a good thing.
Helen, I think you're so right about that. I mean, not to, you know, turn this into a complaining, you know, a complaint show, but like there were so many missed opportunities with that platform. And that's one of the reasons that like, I think HAPS is, you know, starting out, you know, probably because they have a background in journalism, like starting out with a good strategy. And so I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
Hi, wifey.
What are we doing? Oh my gosh.
Tam's
Tam
to
go to bed?
go raid the cookies, but she got caught in the act.
Cookies. Are you hiding the cookies? Oh well.
I just saw the laser beams coming out of her eyeballs into the back of his head.
Hey Tam, when are you gonna do your
Tam.
crafting? When are you gonna do your crafting show? I wanna watch. When is that gonna take
Oh,
place?
he's muted, so we can't hear her.
But he can unmute himself. He's a director. He's obviously
There you go.
Jamie,
I'm
can
talking
you
to you all,
hear
and I
me?
can't even say anything. Probably tomorrow, although in the morning I have to go to Gilbert, which is like an hour away in the morning. So that's why I'm going to bed. But when I get back in between his shows, I'll probably do it.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll be on the lookout for that. So we got both of them are gonna go live tomorrow. Woohoo!
So I'm sorry if I snore, but I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
That's okay. Good night.
Snoring's fine. It's the dribbling down your chin you've got to be careful of.
Oh, yeah, you gotta watch for that.
Especially when it forms a crust. We all know.
Ooh,
Well, I'll take it down for now, and there we go. So you'll hear my voice, but not
That's
see
cool.
what's going on.
Quite
Yeah,
nice.
we don't need to.
A little bit
yeah.
of privacy for the
Little-
missus. Too right.
A little bit of privacy.
That's it. You all just take the piss out of my accent, you bunch of gits.
Well, I actually had to bounce up and down when I said it.
You're off. Yes.
I don't know what's gotten into me today. I don't know what it is. I'm so sorry. Not sorry.
I love it.
apologizing.
You're extra giddy, and I just am enjoying all of it.
You know, it started with the fact that I was invited to a broadcast earlier, and I said I can't because there's construction, and they're like, "We don't care. We'll just mute you. We'll just go ahead and like mouth some words or something." And they were being silly, and the next thing I know, I'm like miming and doing all this really just crazy stuff, and we were all just laughing so hard over nothing. And it was just, I mean, it was like I was like pretending to talk, and the other person was saying what they thought I was saying, and it was just like
I'll put the headphones
silly
on.
stuff. So it all started there, and I think I think I miss having that laugh out loud, get together with people, and just have a good laugh.
Let
You
loose
know?
and have fun. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was no
It's
alcohol
free.
involved. Like,
It's
go
definitely
figure.
a feeling of freedom there where you just kind of
Yeah.
tap into your inner child for a moment.
Yeah, and I think
I love
everybody
that.
was enjoying it so much that it was just like it just went round and round, and
And
so I
then she
did that.
came in here, and I was bouncing up and down and all jumpity excited as well. So it's like, you know,
Oh, tell these folks who were not here your good
they
news.
won't know who it is. So I don't know.
No, they're not going to have the same reaction as the other person who's like, you know, I'm a non-music
Yeah.
person. Well,
Well, I want to know now.
Okay, so I've got
good
someone
stuff.
coming in. Fingers crossed, because I know what musicians are like. Like they're kind of flaky. But the theory is, that
What
I've
did you
got,
say? What did you were flaky?
Dandruffy. Rusty Egan from Visage and various other bands. But the founding member of Visage is coming in for a little chinwag in 2 weeks' time. There's a documentary getting put out on Sky Arts on the 13th, which is the Saturday, and the soundtrack's getting released on the 12th. So I know you're all awake going Wikipedia, and
We're all like,
the thing about Wikipedia is that it's actually it underplays things down. Like it's it doesn't give you the full extent to what he's actually done or been involved in. It'll give you it'll say he was a drummer for the Rich Kids or he was a drummer for the Skids or whatever, but it doesn't explain like how him bringing together those group of people and forming Visage and, you know, co-owning the Blitz Club and the whole New Romantic movement and all those early synth bands, that whole movement came from that club, which came from him playing the music in the club. Like it's you can't, Wikipedia doesn't explain that. But anyway, he's hopefully coming in on the Friday for a little chitty chat, and we're hoping to do it on perhaps because the man likes to talk. And if I do it for radio, what will happen is I'll have to edit that down. So if he does it on here, he can just, you know, I can let him fly. So that'll be interesting. But I'm not gonna get too excited in case I announce it and he turns around and says, "Look, I've changed my mind, Helen. I don't want to come on your crap show." So
it's like, look, we did some research.
But I'm well, to be fair, like he is a friend of mine, so like, but I just feel like that might be all the more reason why he might turn around and say, "Actually, can we give it a miss?" Do you know what I mean? Like that sort of slight lack of it being solely professional. But I don't know. I had only just wrapped up the conversation before I went live, which is one of the reasons I was late going live. And of course, I was like this, dying to tell the professor and Michelle because they're music heads, and I was like, "Do you know who's coming to talk to me?"
And I was thinking, Midger. It's gotta be Midger. It's like, is it Midger? She's like, "Oh, by the way, it's not Midger.
It's not Midger. It's the other one." Because the other one. Both of them were the founding members, and Midge is the well-known one, and Rusty not so much. But they're equally as important in that, you know, movement. So. Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
I'm really excited about that, and I'm excited for you. And, you know, it's great because we're going to see, like, your friendship and that connection. See, people think interviews are all about, like, the famous person or the creative person, but a lot of interviews, the most famous interviews out there, are both the interviewer and the
interaction between the two
and the interaction. And I'm excited because that's what this platform is good at. You couldn't do something like this on Periscope.
To be fair, Michelle, knowing Rusty, right, there might not be a lot of interaction because he'll just,
that's right.
He'll start and then he'll just keep going, and that's fine if he's talking for 4 hours.
He's a storyteller.
Yeah, he will. Like he likes to talk, but that's fine because we want him to. But,
I can't wait. It'll be exciting.
I think so. I'm looking forward to it.
And then, of course, the professor who can't hear me, you know, he's going to bring in Billy Eakins. Just kidding.
So what did you say, Ian? By the way.
Oh no, I was just going to say, Michelle, it was a pleasure to catch you doing that portrait. And it's it's just so weird. Like, I think the first time I brought up, I think 9 Inch Nails, you like immediately responded. And then I see you doing a Lord of the Rings portrait. And it's like you're going through all my hobbies and just like, you're better at my hobbies than I am.
Yes,
well,
please.
you know, I've actually, you know, just turn around and you might see a camera blinking. No, that have been installed in your office. No. That's really, well, I mean, when you first came on here to chat with us, you're like, you have like this background of people in your family that do art, and then the whole thing about music. It was just like we were all excited to hear more about this.
It was just because it was a revelation of, you know, it's easy for someone. Obviously, you broadcast a lot, and you broadcast a lot about your specialist topic, and it's easy for people to see someone as being almost sort of one-dimensional because that's the thing that the revelation that you love music and you used to be in a band. That was like, oh, tell me more. I want to know more. Like, and I, you know, I've said before, I can listen to your broadcasts for hours because I'm genuinely interested in what you do discuss. But I don't think anyone knew that the brain guy was into music. Like that was like opening a new
we are in this culture of social media very good at pigeonholing people. And again, I think that's why there's so much discussion about the discovery thing. I mean, I think there should be more than one way to discover people. I literally know that they're going to have this because I've only emailed them about 6 times, Lindsay, that they should have something in the search key.
Please, for the love of God, show us all the lives.
whatever hashtag you use, whatever's in your profile, keywords, come on. Like, I just want to say
Yeah.
hashtag Patty Smith and find another person who
It's
loves
like you
Patty
really
Smith.
only can search by username, and if you don't know if the user exists, how are you going to find them? You know, I mean, there's got to be a more robust way to connect with other people. Because I'm like, I know for a fact that this platform is growing if there's more than 16 people.
Yeah. I like the fact that they're starting to break it down into categories, but I feel like there aren't enough categories. Like, straight away,
However,
yeah.
I have
sorry, go on.
I have started getting myself in a routine. Like when I get up in the morning, I take my kids to school, I come home, I make my coffee, and I sit down and I watch Piano Man and his crossword puzzles, and then I switch over to Frameable Faces, and then it's like this whole, and then Rev comes on, and so I'm like, after Rev, there's really a giant lull that I'm still searching for people, and it's kind of like a random,
whoever happens,
you know,
to be on the
pull
Discovery
something out
tab.
of the hat, whoever decides to do this. But there's the Weirdo and Beardo show that's twice a week, and you know, they do, you know, trivia, and you can go explore the wildlife with Blaine and all that stuff. There's got to be more out there, and I'm just like hungry for more, because I know there's excellent content out there that I'm not seeing. And it's like every time they host a room and you see all these awesome people flooding the chat room, I'm like, where did you come from?
Well, the immediately obvious anomaly for me was there being no comedy tab or anything, you know. Now, there are lots of comedians on here, and there's a whole thing. There's a member of the HAPS team working with Aaron Haber to actually have like a team, a group of comedians. Imagine not having that on a tab. Like, that's pretty crucial, you know. And obviously there's a whole talk show thing as well. There's not one for, you know, general chat. You've got, you know, Jim's. There isn't an entertainment tab. So where does Jim's, you know, chat show format fall in? You know, there's not enough. That needs to be expanded.
And how you define entertainment, but at the same time, I mean, again, cause COVID, I mean, you mentioned two things. Like, the one thing you said was comedy is now the rock and roll. Comedy is rock and roll, right? And then the other thing is they're hurting just as much as other entertainment venues,
they are,
if not more, because what they do is about the interaction and the reaction that they get from telling their jokes. Like, it's one thing if you watch that Netflix special with, I forget what his name is. He had it like in his house. And,
Dave Chappelle?
It wasn't Dave Chappelle. It was anyway. He had like a little intimate comedy, you know, time in his, and that was his Netflix special, but it was like certain people who were tested and they had this whole protocol and they were in his own home.
Yeah.
I mean, is that going to be what's going to happen for comedy? Or then the other one is they were doing drive-through theaters, or you know what I'm talking about, drive-in theaters.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And it's just kind of like they need more than that.
But there have been this is the thing, there have been sort of live performances on, you know, this, not HAPS, but online, you know. There's the Free Edinburgh Fringe Festival has been doing things on Twitch. Manford's Comedy Club, mentioning that mostly UK people, Manford's Comedy Club bringing in other comedians and doing a sort of 5-minute, 10-minute set in rotation on here, on Zoom, selling Zoom tickets as a sort of like VIP ticket, where that way they've got some kind of audience reaction on the screen, maybe having 10 people.
Oh yeah.
And then doing cheaper tickets for, you know, just
I think
thing. But the problem with that is comedy is about timing, and comedians, when they're on stage, very often need that few moments of riding the wave of laughter. The laughter comes in a wave up the room, and it gives them time to surf the wave and then get ready to say the next thing. And you lose that on here. You lose that on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
With the best will in the world, no matter how hard you try. I mean, they even did the Royal Variety performance over here. Again, it was Manford. It was Jason Manford that was hosting it. And what they did was they had screens. They had TV screens in the seats with people's Zoom faces on it. So they had an actual audience. They had television screens. It sounds ridiculous.
Like the Jetsons.
It sounds ridiculous when you say it, but that's how they did the Royal Variety performance. They had actual people, one person dedicated per screen, in the theatre seats, so that they had something to react. So the performers had something to react to.
It's almost as bad as the cardboard cutouts for the NFL games. Seriously.
Yeah.
Really?
Michelle,
Yeah.
what you were describing reminds me. I don't know if you all know a comedian named Maria Bamford, but she is brilliant. She lives in Minnesota, and she's a very well known one of the comedians, a comedian's comedian, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she, I think, was the first I've ever seen where she put out a special where it was literally just her in her living room, nobody there. And it was just, and her comedy also does sort of tickle the sort of awkward, that kind of like almost cringe, but sort of awkwardy. But anyways, Maria Bamford is brilliant. But Lindsay, one thing that you were bringing up, and I brought up with the team, is that like something that was magical, I think, and unique, unintentionally unique about Periscope was that it had a sort of like radio quality to it, like in the car, like when you're driving in the car, and maybe you're driving across the state or driving to, the other side of the country, and you're just picking up all these radio stations that you never would have encountered otherwise.
Yeah.
And so, you're listening to this music station, that political talk show,
Yep.
and it's like, I've never encountered a platform like Periscope where it was like, you could just pick somebody up from Inner Mongolia, and then Rio de Janeiro, and then Philadelphia, and so I feel like that there's an opportunity there,
Right.
and I sort of hope that when they expand the Discovery system, which I know that they're thinking about how to do, I really hope that they generate some version of that, because like
map.
otherwise,
Yes,
it's so hard to encounter the
Absolutely.
kinds of stuff that everybody does, unless you know somebody who recommends it to you, or
That's
whatever.
right. Absolutely.
We need
but again, the issue we have on here is on Periscope, we used to be able to share it out to our followers.
That's the
Yeah.
other thing.
That happens if we come into the call-in. That's fine. That
Yeah.
gets shared out to our followers. But if you're just in the chat, you can share it to your social media, but you can't share it to your immediate, to the other followers
Right.
on apps. So
Correct.
that's an issue. And like you say,
Ooh, that
the
should be an
whole dis-
option. That shouldn't be that difficult for them to add
Yeah,
to the share
exactly.
button.
Agreed. And the whole discoverability thing of being able to just click on a place on the map and land in that place.
I was just gonna say, I really love the
Yeah.
idea of a radio globe, radio garden.
Periscope,
type of-
like,
anywhere in the
radio,
world.
steal the
And it-
radio garden idea.
I love it. Well, I mean, in a sense, that's what Periscope had. They had
That's
that
right.
like,
They had a
world
map.
thing.
That's right. They had a
But I
listing,
love the way
and they
that
had a map.
is. I love the way that is. You can just spin the globe and find a spot.
Yep, I knew you would love that app.
I love it
I was
so
so glad
much.
that you do.
I do. I'm addicted now.
That's good.
Well, listen, I will say goodnight to you three
Baby.
ladies. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for coming in and
Um,
having
Thank
a
you for
chit-chat.
joining us and saying hello.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure, and I look forward to chatting again in the future.
Have a
And
great night.
thanks
Absolutely.
for explaining to us about Philadelphia. It makes me want to come now. I love
Drinks
it.
are on me. Next time you're near the area, just let me know. Drinks are on me.
Party time.
Everybody
Now,
in the
you
chat.
realise that we can record this and keep it as evidence, so you're not going to get away with saying I never said that because it's been recorded now.
Hold it against me.
All
All right, see y'all.
See ya.
Oh my goodness.
What have I missed in the comments section?
I don't know, but I'm gonna go get another cup. Believe it
Yeah,
or not.
get a refill, of
I'll
course.
be right back. I'll be right back.
Oh, Jack Torrance. Hey, homegirl. Oh, we've got a fellow Okie in the chat over there.
Who's that? What?
Jack Torrance is from Oklahoma City. What's
Jack
up, dude?
Torrance is the character from The Shining.
Well,
you know what they say? All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
Well, I hope he's not getting dull. All right. Let's check in and see what's happening in this live over here. Oh, we've got musical performance here by what's his name? Chris, is it Gales?
Oh, Chris Gales. Yeah, he's a Periscoper as well.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. They've been having some sportscasters come on there and talk. Randy Horton, I think, popped in for a minute.
All right.
Yes.
Graced everybody with his presence.
Yes.
Exciting times.
Dave Newman, I think, popped in there and said hello. It's just been
Fair
kind of
enough.
ongoing thing.
Just catch up with people in the cheap seats. I'm sorry that I'm abandoning and neglecting you. I'm starting to drift a bit, actually. It's 5 a.m. I should probably,
We
let
should
my
sleep
phone-
during sleeping time, Helen.
That would be normal. That like a normal person, like a normie.
But then I would probably miss you most nights. I'd be like, I miss my Helen.
We would just not cross paths anymore.
No, it'd be so sad.
What are we talking about? This sounds fatalistic. No, whatever it
We're
is.
talking
Oh, I
about
was
if I
was
to become
suggesting
normal.
I was suggesting a normal sleep pattern. It's a silly thing.
Oh my God, is it a thing right now? Because I don't have one, and I've tried.
Oh,
I've tried.
mine hasn't
Forget it.
existed for years. I've still tried to figure it out.
I have several years of midnight shifts and second shifts that I've given up. Mornings are definitely mostly out of the question. So when I'm awake during the morning, it's almost like that's definitely not my schedule.
Well, in my evening time, as soon as my kiddos go to bed, I treasure this time of the night. Even though
Good night.
it's like they're at school, I have the whole house to myself, so I don't know why I devalue that time because it's almost exactly the same time except the sun's up. But usually I'm running errands, I'm cleaning the house, I'm doing the mom
Yeah.
stuff that
Yeah.
needs to get done.
It's
That's
the
right.
show
Whereas this
time.
is
It's the
just
show
wind
time.
down time.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
during the day, I may have Haps on as my noise in the background, or I may have it dragging around with me and I'm just adding my cute little quips in the chat box, but still trying to get something accomplished for the day.
Yep.
But the nighttime is whenever I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. It's me time. I can do what I want to do and not have a single ounce of guilt while doing it, which is amazing. So, yeah, it's good. It's good to
There
have a
was
thing.
there was one comment in here that the professor said, and he's not exactly in the room right now, but I kind of had a twinge of almost grief about it. It says way back here, it says, I had to give up my DJ identity. Now, we were talking about Periscope and the things that were, but when you think about it,
pigeonholing.
right, you know what, when you think about it, some things have not or will not translate onto this platform. And we forget about the DJs and the music that we used to be able to, really have a lot of. And I don't know, is that going to come back if the audio improves? Or
Well, the thing is that there's been so many people running around the app scaremongering about copyright that people are frightened to play anything. Like there's been a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about,
right,
having an awful lot to say about it.
I mean,
And
if you don't broadcast to YouTube or Facebook or Twitch, you're fine, right? I mean, Twitter
Well,
is not.
If you are if your broadcasts are going to be saved and attempted to be monetized, that's not going to work out for you.
Yeah.
Because you're making money essentially off of other people's work.
Yeah.
Because technically this broadcast is an original work of art, whether you believe it or not. So you would have to have that license agreement approval shenanigans to be able to broadcast those and then keep it posted up live. You can go live on Facebook.
I'm talking about like DJs though who have those licenses and understand, like Helen says, they understand what they're talking about and know the copyright.
There is a way, I know, at least on YouTube, that you can. There's some way that you can prove that you have the permission. So if your video gets tagged, you can rebuttal it with a proof of ownership of rights.
You can do that on any of the platforms. Facebook's the same.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, the professor is saying in the comments, my problem is not having an interface through Prism OBS. So there's a few challenges to what he's talking about. But he has a brilliant show, he really does. And I would hate to, see some of that go away.
I don't know if it's just a tech issue. I'm sure that we can round up some gurus and work through that pretty easy. But if it's like a legality thing where there's platforms pushing terms of service issues, then I can't, your hands are kind of tied there.
Well, nobody realistically wants to go against terms of service. Seriously.
Yeah.
That's really not the issue. I mean, the fear mongering thing is just stupid. It just is. I mean, okay, not everybody wants to monetize everything on social media. I'm sorry. I mean, if it comes to like, hey, if I just do it and then I delete it, that's fine. I just want the experience of whatever. I mean, there's different reasons and different approaches, but just because one person has a certain approach that, they're not the police and they shouldn't be telling people misinformation either. That's just, fear mongering, like she said. So I just don't get that. I don't get it. King of the app. I am the king.
We'll just sick Helen on him. If any troubles arise, we'll just sick her on him. So go set him straight, Helen.
Do you think I'm too combative, Badges? Be honest.
I personally don't, but I'm not. You're not asking me, so.
On average, no. I mean, I'm sure there's probably days where.
The reason I'm not asking you, Michelle, is because you've known me for a little bit longer from Periscope, and you've got a clearer understanding of what I'm.
I wouldn't say that you're combative. I would say you're very passionate in your beliefs in what's, defending the right and the wrong and all of that sort of thing. I wouldn't say that you're always going out looking for a fight.
Oh, hell no.
No, I mean, and you've even said it yourself. I call it like it is, and I'm not going to, stand by and watch shenanigans go down without calling it out. So I would think that some people may mistaken it as that, but I don't think so. No.
Yeah.
There we go. They're misinterpreting, and there's never any sort of malice behind. You think you kind of poke fun with people, not at them. Like,
that's a good way to put it.
And I don't know if that can sometimes be misinterpreted as well, but I just feel like
she does not suffer fools gladly. That's right, Professor.
If I think somebody's an arsehole, I'll tell them to their face. I won't talk about them to other people. I'll tell them straight that to their face that I think they're an arsehole.
Right.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think if I was talking about other people, I think if I was talking about people and like stirring shit, I think that'd be worse.
That would be different.
Yeah,
that's not you. That's not you, though. I mean, you don't go out looking for a fight. I really don't believe that. If anything, it's more like you just want to be that counter to the wrong information, which a lot of, believe it or not, journalists and professionals, that's what they do. And it's unpopular. They've been accused of things like that, but all they're doing is saying, look, facts are facts. You can't argue against facts. And you may be upset about it, you may not like it, but it is the truth. And there's a lot of fighting that goes on with that, but somebody's got to stand up and do it. And I think you do that for the creative people. You do that for the creative person.
It's so funny you're saying that, because I remember a conversation very recently on Periscope, in the last couple of weeks or so, where someone was talking about their truth. They were saying that's their truth and then that's someone else's truth. And I'm like, no, that's their opinion. The truth is the truth. The truth is absolute. Whenever there's a conversation or an argument, there's always three sides, okay? There's one person's side, there's the other person's side, and then somewhere in the middle is the actual truth. But the truth is absolute. You can't deviate from what the actual truth is. There's no such thing as your truth or my truth. That's just your experience or your opinion or my experience and my opinion. It's not the fucking truth, because the truth is absolute. And that's coming from a legal standpoint. You can't walk into a courtroom and argue with the truth. The truth is absolute.
Or else there'd be a lot of people walking out free. I mean, people, like, that's really something. That person, you say he was killed by that knife, but my truth says that he just sort of landed on it. It just happened to be in my hand. I mean, seriously, that's how it goes. It can get that far. And but I want to go back around to something about Periscope bringing, or HAPS, Periscope coming into HAPS, and this has to do with the whole fear mongering and the misinformation, and the beginning of this platform for the Periscope people. Anyway, I mean, it's a new platform. It's going through a lot of different transitions, but remember the early days of Periscope with the social media marketers, and everybody was a guru, and come watch my broadcast because I have the knowledge of XYZ of how to do this, how to do that, how to whatever. And then those people kind of disappeared. I think that platforms, just like anything, any product out there, like they go through this early adopter, and then there's a certain stage where it gets really popular, and then it kind of like goes to a plateau. I think we're going to see something happen like that here too, because what's happening is like, ooh, some people came in first, and then they started saying like, hey, guess what? I'm the person you come to with the knowledge and all of that and whatever. And that's what they're kind of like promoting.
I'm already starting to see masks slipping. And it's funny that in that conversation that we had on the round table, Doug and Ali were saying, the people that were genuine, you could tell that there were the ones that were genuine and the ones that were, fake or whatever. And there's always been people who will put on a facade. But I can see even on here, and people who claim to have good intentions, more often than not actually know, and the masks are already slipping. And that's when it comes to that, I'll just sit back and not say anything and just watch it unfold, because we've only been here a couple of months and it's already starting to show.
Because when you're not being creative, and when I mean my creative, that's a big area. It's not just
broad.
One certain area. Yeah, it's very broad. Creativity to me is problem solving. It's like what Ian does is very creative. He brings these ideas. He has a way of bringing it across and communicating it. And there's time and thought and energy, and of course expertise behind all
making
of that.
Making it digestible for people, because it's complicated.
And then there's other people who just show up thinking, okay, I got this equipment. I know that I'm supposed to do X, Y, Z. Maybe if I do this, I'm going to get this to happen. And so I'm going to push the button and see what happens.
I see how long I can talk until I get my 250 views, and then
I do this.
And then talk about how many views I've had on that broadcast, and how many replay views, because it's a really big platform and there's lots of replay views. And I'm going to talk about how many replay views I've had whilst I'm still talking about the same thing I talked about today, and whilst I recap on how many replay views I'm going to get.
I'm so glad I didn't watch that one. That would drive me nuts. Are you serious? This actually
I'm talking about my future shows, Helen. Good grief. Lord have mercy.
The thing is, you're
not invited. Wrong. I didn't do it like that. I think I'm doing it wrong. Tell me how to do it right.
The thing about Badges, I think Badges is slightly nervous about going live on her own, right? I can connect that, but right, she is going to she's going to storm it. She's funny as fuck. She's quick. Really, it's actually really funny, because sometimes I'll be sitting in a call-in with her, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking something.
She really is.
I'm thinking something, and I don't know whether to say it or not. And I know she's thinking the same thing. And I'm like, do I say it or do I not? Sometimes we both say it at the same time. Sometimes she says it, and I'm like, she said it, that's fine. It's so funny. It's just like, zzz, zzz, yep.
It's true.
Yep. It's hilarious.
Oh, but having said that, Professor says, I do need 250 tomorrow.
We will all stop into yours, obviously. And if even again, and this pisses me off, I'm going to say it to you, right? And you get these people, just invite us in and we'll get your numbers up. And it's like,
I knew she was going to say that.
It's almost
I've heard people say that.
Aye, but it's like arrogant, like as if they think that the broadcaster can't bring in 250 people themselves. Like, who you're the fucking savior, like,
Come save Luke, you're my only hope.
It's so annoying. But having said that,
Obi-Wan, I guess, not Luke.
You know what to do if it does run slow for whatever reason on a Saturday. I don't know what time you're going live.
Oh, I have no idea.
But,
I haven't even thought about that, honestly.
I have
to have any hours logged. Do you have any hours logged yet?
Not yet.
No, 0. Not because I don't have a live on my channel, and that's kind of the running joke. I'm like, I don't even know if I want to break that, because it's kind of unique how many hours I've actually logged and not got credit for.
That's hilarious.
And yet, actually,
she's like the ghost rider of HAP.
I know, like a little bit of a superpower, right?
Maybe.
Sorry, we all spoke at the same time. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, you know
sorry.
what? I actually am going to drop down because remember that shepherd's pie I made? I haven't had any yet.
About 5 hours ago.
I haven't actually ate any. Well, I mean, you know, like we were gonna go live at a certain time, and I'm like, oh, she's not live. Oh, maybe I got the time wrong. Oh, it's like it's 7:30. And then when I didn't have it done, it was just kind of like, oh well, you know, I'll eat afterwards.
Well, what do you want to do? 'Cause this
But I'm enjoying this so much. I'm
well,
enjoying
this
this so
has been 4.5 hours.
Are
right?
you serious?
Do we,
Wow.
want, do we want to call it and migrate over to the Haps lot, or do we want to stick around and finish this
Well,
off? How do
I
you
will
feel?
tell you what I think. I have
Ooh.
I need to make an appearance in another room before I migrate to the marathon. So I will be bowing out. So I feel like if you're going to close it up, this would be a great time for
Well,
me.
I think if
I
you're
do
bowing
have
out
something I
and-
want to accomplish before I go, though. I just
Yeah.
forgot about what we talked about, like who's going to host next week, and so we'll talk about it in the green room.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, right, okay, cool, no worries. That's fine. No, if you want to drop out and you, this
have-
is a perfect opportunity.
I
to
have an
drop out.
idea. I had this idea, like, well, since it's the three of us, it would kind of technically be my turn, but I'm
Yes.
willing to rescind that to one of the other cool people, and we might have to migrate to a different day. Now, when is your interview? Is it this coming Friday?
No, it's
Possibly
the 12th.
next, 2 weeks from now.
Yep.
Okay, so there's been a couple of people who want to join us on Fridays, but they're already committed to doing another music thing at that time. I don't know if that really means anything, but I know for a fact if we're gonna, like, let's say we're gonna include Jim, he has a specific schedule. I was thinking of asking somebody else that was in your little chat the other day, Doug and Allie, and see if he would be interested in actually hosting it, because they do night shows once in a while.
Mhm.
And he did come on. Remember that first one I did with Jim and him about like covering the music of 2020, and Tuesdays seemed to be a good open, and I'm saying this out loud in front of everybody, but he was interested in coming on tonight. I just don't think he could, so I'm gonna chat with him. And
Well,
see
here's
if
what we
he
do.
can-
Here's what we do, Michelle, right? Technically, next week is your turn.
Okay.
Right? So why don't we leave it to you to organize whether it's you or whether it's someone else? Like, you bring the person in, you decide. You
And the other person in my mind is C.S. Murphy. Did you hear me,
listen. I'm
C.S.?
cool. I'm cool with.
I want to
any
hang
of
out with him
those.
so bad.
What I would say is, I think that it would be better to have Doug and Ali, C.S. Murphy, like it would be better to have them in as part of it before they're expected to host it.
Right,
That
right.
seems a bit unfair to ask them to bite that cherry. You know, to take
Oh,
the
I
whole-
know.
Like,
I know.
if we can get them in as
I
part
want
of
to at
it.
least include them. Exactly. That's what
Aye.
I'm saying. I just
This
kind
is
of
a
want to
big
include
responsibility.
them.
One of the reasons why we decided to do the book club situation was so we didn't so that one person didn't have all the responsibility of making sure that the sound
Right.
was okay and all that kind of stuff. So
Oh
I
my
think if
God,
we
I
can
know.
ask them to post it straight away. It is your turn next week. I'll
Okay.
default to you to decide who it is that's going to host it. I would suggest it's someone who's already involved, but I would like Doug and Ali and C.S. Murphy and everything, and you know, I tagged a load of people in. I'd love all those people to be involved, and anybody else who likes music. But I think it'd be better for them to be involved as part of it first before they're expected to host it. That seems a bit.
And I know we were going to talk about that outside, but I'm kind of glad that we're talking about this far, because anybody who watched the replay this far in,
Yeah.
they're really into it. They might actually be like, hey, they're actually going to let other people in on this chat. Sure, I'd like to be a part of it. So who knows?
Well, of course, it's like a book club, so anybody who's interested is
Exactly.
welcome.
Yeah. So there we go. Anyway, I'm going to drop down, and
Right.
you ladies do whatever you're going to do. I'll
Okay.
come looking for you in the cheap seats in somebody else's broadcast
Awesomeness.
while I'm munching on my
enjoy your
shepherd's pie.
pie.
Yeah. And sorry, Professor. He's like, oh my God, shepherd's pie.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm gonna stop mentioning food. He's trying to do the good thing.
For
All right. Beautiful
bye, guys.
ladies. I love you. And we'll
Catch you
talk again
later.
shortly soon.
See ya. Cheery bye, girl.
Bye.
And breathe. I'm looking for something, but somebody else has put a load of stuff in my galleries. I don't know where it's gone. Did Professor delete my videos? I won't bother my exit video then. I'll just say goodbye, so long, farewell, and sleep well when the time comes. Thanks for dropping in. Catch you later. Bye.